Good morning, everybody. We have quorum, so we'll get this meeting underway. So I'll call this meeting to order. Welcome to the Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic Priorities meeting of Wednesday, January 24, 2024. This committee meeting is being convened by electronic means as authorized under Part 14 of the Procedure Bylaw, the City of Vancouver Electronic Meetings. As such, committee members may participate in person or by electronic means. Video of council members speaking, presentations, and vote results will be projected on the live stream when available. In case of an emergency where we need to evacuate the building, I would like to direct your attention to the exits. There are 2 exits beyond the glass doors and to the left. If these exits are obstructed, please direct your attention to the 4 exits in this chamber. Please use the stairs and do not use the elevator. I'd like to highlight that there is a defibrillator located at the end of the hallway outside of the council chamber. And we'd like to acknowledge that we are on the unceded homelands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people. We thank them for having cared for this land and look forward to working with them in partnership as we continue to build this great city together. I'd also like to take a moment to recognize the immense contributions of the City of Vancouver's team members who work hard every day to help make our city an incredible place to live, work, and play. Clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
Mayor Sim, Councillor Carr, Councillor Kirby-Yung, Councillor Dominato, Councillor Bly, Councillor Boyle, Councillor Fry, Councillor Montague. We have Councillor Klassen in the chair, Councillor Meisner, Councillor Joe.
Present.
You have quorum, Chair Klassen.
Thank you very much. We have a proclamation on today's agenda. I invite Mayor Sim to read the proclamation for Day of Remembrance and Action on Islamophobia. Thank you, God.
We need the sir. Thank you, everyone, for coming here today. Today we come here with heavy hearts to mark Day of Remembrance and Action on Islamophobia. Now, sorry, I was hearing these voices in the background here. Look, we solemnly remember January the 29th, 2017, when unthinkable violence struck the Islamic Cultural Center Mosque in Quebec City, claiming 6 lives and impacting Muslim communities across Canada. This day reminds us of the urgent need to stand up against all forms of hate, including and especially Islamophobia. And we stand today together to affirm our unwavering commitment to a society founded on respect, understanding, and the principles of reconciliation. This commitment goes beyond remembrance. It's an active pursuit of healing and recognizing the importance of acknowledging injustices and working towards tangible change. And so we're going to read a proclamation, but I do want to say a couple of things from my heart. Like, I remember when that attack happened, and it wasn't just it was really heavy for the Muslim community, obviously, and I can tell you in solidarity, it affected other communities, and our hearts were with you. And I've had the benefit of traveling to a lot of countries over the last few years that are predominantly Muslim, and I can tell you my lived experience has been one of complete openness and love and inclusion. And, be it Turkey, be it Morocco, just to name a few, it's, I think we can learn a lot embracing the culture and the Muslim community and the preachings. I think it's absolutely fabulous. And I know I speak for our entire council when we say we love the community and we are here for you. And so with that, our teammates we're going to read a little proclamation right now. Left.
Right. Proclamation Day of Remembrance and Action on Islamophobia. Whereas on January 29th, 2017, a gunman motivated by white nationalist ideology entered the Islamic Cultural Center Mosque in Quebec City and opened fire on dozens of Muslim worshippers.
And whereas by the time a shooting had ended, 6 people had tragically killed and 19 more were injured. Ibrahim Barry, Mamadou Tano Barry, I can't pronounce this. Khaled Bakarami, Abubakar Tabidi, and Abdulkram Hassan, Azidin Sosfine lost their lives that night.
And whereas Canadian Muslims across Canada were and continue to be affected by this and other acts of hate, racism, white supremacy, and Islamophobia.
And whereas to commemorate January 29th, Muslim communities in Vancouver have held vigils, discussions, and other events, including an annual vigil during evening prayers at the Vancouver Al Jamia Mosque on 8th Avenue, which is the oldest mosque in BC.
And whereas the federal government of Canada, as well as the cities of Toronto, Mississauga, Brampton, Markham, Hamilton, and Windsor, have all designated January 29th as a day of remembrance and action on Islamophobia, many municipalities across Canada commemorate the events of January 29th with their Muslim community partners.
Now, therefore, I, Ken Sim, the Mayor of the City of Vancouver, on behalf of all of my teammates on Council and the City of Vancouver, do hereby proclaim January the 29th, 2024 as a day of remembrance and action on Islamophobia in the City of Vancouver. And so with that, I would love to invite Mufti Sajat, the Imam for the BC Muslim Association, and Sean Allah from the National Council of Canadian Muslims to say a few words.
Good morning and assalamu alaikum. Honorable members of the Vancouver City Council, esteemed guests and fellow citizens, I stand before you today with a heavy heart, grateful for the opportunity to address this esteemed council on a day that marks both remembrance and action against the rising tide of Islamophobia. My name is Sean Ula, and I serve as the Government Relations Manager for the National Council of Canadian Muslims, NCCM, here in British Columbia. Today I carry not only my voice, but the voices of those Muslims who have faced discrimination, intolerance, and violence due to their faith. As we gather here today, it's essential we recognize the gravity of this occasion. January 29th, 2017 is etched into our collective memory as a day of horror and sorrow when the Quebec mosque attack shook the very foundation of our nation. We came together as a country, vowing never again. Yet, despite our collective resolve, we find ourselves confronted with a stark reality. Islamophobia remains a pervasive issue, not just in Canada, but across the world. Let's delve into the numbers that speak volumes about the urgency of our shared mission. Over the past decade, reported incidences of Islamophobic hate crimes in Canada have risen exponentially, soaring by 253% over the span of 4 years from 2012 to 2015. And in the span of just 1 year, from 2021 to 2022, we witnessed a 71% increase. Not to mention the shockwaves from the recent heinous events of October 7th last year reverberated a staggering 1,350% surge in incidences towards Muslims reported to NCCM within a mere 10 days. We are still seeing the alarming effect today. However, these statistics are but the tip of the iceberg. The vast majority of hate-motivated incidences go unreported, considering the true extent of the issue. The hidden, yet not so hidden, epidemic demands our immediate attention and concerned efforts to shine a light on the darkness that continues to plague our society. The root cause of this virulent hate is not elusive. It is born out of ignorance, fear, and prejudice. While we have made significant strides in dispelling myths about Islam and fostering understanding, there persists a segment of our society that refuses to acknowledge the existence of Islamophobia. It is this denial that allows hatred to fester and at times erupt in acts of unspeakable violence. Reflecting on our own Canadian soil, the scars left by events such as the Quebec City mosque shooting in 2017, when a 27-year-old man entered the mosque opening and fire, killing 6 worshippers and injuring 19 others. The IMO mosque attack in 2020, where the caretaker was stabbed to death. And the London terror attack in 2021, where an entire Muslim family was ran over, killing 4 members of the family, leaving a boy orphaned behind. These incidences are still fresh in our minds. Lives were lost, families were shattered, and communities traumatized, all due to the toxic influence of an Islamophobic hate speech. As we stand on this solemn day, remembering those who have fallen victim to the horrors of Islamophobia, I implore each one of you to join hands with us, with all levels of government, with our communities. Together, we must not only condemn hate, but actively work to ensure that Vancouver becomes a city where everyone, regardless of their background, faith, can live without fear. In the face of adversity, our strength lies in unity. Let us foster a culture of inclusivity, understanding, and respect. Let us educate our communities, dispel stereotypes, and build bridges of dialogue. Today is not only about remembrance, but a call to action. A call to create a city that stands as a beacon of safety, acceptance, and unity. In conclusion, let us remember that our diversity is our strength. And it is through embracing our differences that we truly become a resilient and harmonious society. May we find the courage to stand together against hatred and work hand in hand to ensure a future where the haunting echoes of the past are replaced by a chorus of unity, compassion, and peace. I'll now pass it on to Mufti Shujat.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. In the name of God, the most merciful, the compassionate. First of all, I'm very grateful and honored to be in the midst of the esteemed council members, the mayor, and the audience sitting here. Respected Mayor, unfortunately you're behind me, I'm not able to face you, but regardless, the council members that are also standing beside me, and the presence of the esteemed guest, we, the Muslim community, the representation of the leadership of Muslims in Vancouver, are very fortunate and honored and humbled to be present here on this very auspicious and momentous occasion. And we sincerely extend our thanks to you and to your team for this very bold, courageous step forward to reassure us that we are welcomed, we are part of the community, part of the society, part of the country, and like anybody else, as a dignified Canadian. And we therefore thank you from the bottom of our hearts to you and to your team. That being said, my council members and Mr. Dear Mayor, at the moment, the prime concern that we have, allow me to say, what preoccupies our mind is not necessarily Islamophobia locally here, rather the issue that is very dear to us, because of which our hearts are heavy, and because that is also a very contributing factor this time to the rise of Islamophobia here, which is a war on Gaza. And we all are aware of it as it unfolds before our eyes. But 3 reflections, if I may say here, from this very prestigious platform to resonate with, as I myself as a proud Canadian, all of us as well present here. Number one point, Mr. Mayor and the rest of the members, the issue that I have just brought to your attention, as oftentimes is marginalized, we're saying it's an international issue, a Palestinian cause, or something that is happening far off in the land. Let me remind all of us that it is not the matter of some Vancouverites. It is rather a serious humanitarian crisis that as it unfolds before our eyes, unprecedented of our time. And the records show that. It is not the concern of some Vancouverites or even some Canadians. Let me remind us, it is something that is a global concern. And we witnessed, how do we prove that? It is because the amount of demonstrations, not just from here, regularly taking place, but across the country, in North America, in Europe and beyond, demanding people like yourself who have the capacity and power to make the change in the world, and asking and demanding that they put an end to this genocide and onslaught on the poor, innocent civilians. That is number one point that we need to look at. It is not something that is very remote, very occasional, rather it has been more than 3 months now into this situation. The second point, respected Mayor, we have in our tradition a beautiful prophetic saying that says, two people have a lot of capacity to change the world and also to corrupt the world. One, I address myself first and foremost, the religious leaders. Many people, they lend their ears and hearts to them. And second is the politicians. If they both unite, they can change the world. But if they go crooked, they can corrupt the world. That's a very powerful statement that I would like to stand by for myself first and foremost and remind all of us, especially who are in the capacity of power, to make the change and to see the change and to change the world. And the next important point that I want to bring to our attention here is that as Canadians, our society is a very civilized society. It's a society that we feel very proud to be a very civilized nation. But let me remind myself first and foremost, and all of us sitting here, that Canadian society is, because it is civilized, the civility, the backbone of civilization is civility. And it requires of us that we become sympathetic to the suffering and pain of others. It's a very basic requirement as a decent human being. And if we fail to do so, then we have failed to recognize our own civility that we claim that we have within ourselves. And therefore, allow me, Mr. Mayor, with due respect to your position and power, I really honor that, but it is something that is not just my voice. It is the voice of all Muslims of Vancouver that I would like to convey to you personally and on behalf of them, that with respect to sympathy and support, we definitely saw as a result of this onslaught and conflict that your sympathy and support definitely reached the community that was also affected by it. But we as Muslims who lost many of our members, their loved ones, as a result of this genocide, we unfortunately did not see your sympathy and empathy and support as we expected. And let me be very clear and honest here. And so what we felt is this, and why, as we ask ourselves, this selectivity is there. If we all are part of the same society and the same city, it should be equal and fair to all. That is very, very important. And if we cannot expect this basic human decency, support, I'm not asking anything much bigger than that, sympathy and support and empathy, if we cannot expect this much from you, then who else we should go to and who else should we turn to? Because that is what really bothers us the most. And last but not least, our government, whether it's local or federal, need to do a lot more to end this genocide and save the innocent lives. I thank you very much for your attentiveness.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thanks very much. And thank you for everyone for participating in that proclamation ceremony. So here's just a rundown of the day's events coming up. Any comments on the agenda items can be sent to council using the web form via the city's website. The link to that form will be online at Van City Clerk on X. I also want to note the City of Vancouver's longstanding commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion, including utmost respect for all genders. I remind council that when addressing speakers and team members, we will avoid using gendered honorifics and we will instead refer to the person by first and last name, role, or title. We have 5 items of business on today's agenda, 2 presentations, 2 reports, and 1 council member's motion. We will recess at lunch at noon and reconvene at 1 p.m. Should the business not be completed prior to 5 p.m. today, we will recess for dinner at 5 p.m. and reconvene at 6 p.m. Should the business not be completed this evening, the meeting will reconvene on January 31st, 2024 at 3 p.m. I would like to remind council members that if amendments are brought forward, they must be submitted to the Deputy City Clerk in final written form before the council members introduces them. Please ensure the clerk has received your amendment by using Council Meeting Amendments DL. So we're going to be having additional business that'll start at 11 a.m. Before we begin, I'd just like to move a motion to begin the report 1, Jericho Lands policy statement at 11 a.m. as we have leaders from the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh Nation joining us to present the item. Would somebody like to move the motion to begin the report 1 at 11 a.m.?
So moved.
Seconder? Councillor Boyle moved and Councillor Joe seconded. And all in favor? Very good. Thank you. Carries. All right. There are no items on the adopted consent agenda. Yes. Yep.
Could you just clarify with the adjustment to the schedule of starting the Jericho Lands at 11 a.m., if we don't complete items 1 and 2 before 11, which I doubt we will they be continued in reserve?
Yeah, so at that point, we will have a motion to continue the items after the presentation and discussion with on the Jericho Lands.
Okay. And will we hear from all of the speakers on Jericho Lands as well prior to continuing items 1 and 2? I'm just, my question is this: will we complete all of the business related to Jericho Lands, including speakers' decision, and then return to any other items that are incomplete?
Is that correct? Okay. All right.
Just want to understand because we have staff here, we have other speakers for these items. Okay, thank you.
All right. Okay, just advancing. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on Councillor Dominguez. I just had a point of clarification, and that is that we also have speakers here for BC Hydro. So I just wasn't explicitly clear. Are we going to be able to finish that item in the hour? Or do we have the ability, do we have to do a hard stop at 11? If that takes an hour and 15 minutes, can we complete that one? Because I'm just recognizing we have the BC Hydro team here as well. So I'm just looking for I just want to understand that better.
So we're hoping that we can actually have that item completed before. So we actually have BC Hydro as a first item of business. So hopefully we can get through that discussion and then move on to the climate emergency item 2, and then at 11 stop for the Jericho Lands policy statement item.
Okay, and then we pick up on item 1 after the presentation of Jericho, but before speakers. Is that what I heard? I'm not clear. That's why I'm asking for clarification.
We're under the impression that the item 1 should be relatively short in terms of presentation. No? Okay. All right. I'll put you back on here.
I think I think Councillor just seeking, Chair, to understand what the plan is in the event that we do not finish item 1 by 11. That's the explicit question.
Okay.
Chair, if I may make a suggestion to council here. So, I mean, obviously the procedure is council's call. So if council would prefer to extend, I think, we are, given the number of folks involved and particularly the applicants with Jericho, we were looking, and they were looking for a commitment around the start time for that file. Council can extend that though, that's totally your discretion. I think we do have our colleagues from BC Hydro here today. One option for council, and I presume they would be alive to this or amenable to this, that if there's questions that council does not get to today, we can work with them to get you answers to those offline as well. Just as an option.
Okay. Councillor Kirby-Young. And
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think it's a really pivotal and critical conversation, and we rarely have the opportunity for hydro. It's a very live, big discussion around the availability and future of electricity, which is really informs our strategy. So I'm just going to say that I'd prefer to provide a forum for council to ask questions if we need the time, as opposed to getting them answered offline. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Councillor Domino, any further thoughts? We have 15 minutes until 11 o'clock, so.
I'll hold it. I think once we're done this item, I'll come back on just to
See where it
clarify the
goes.
agenda for the day. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. All right. All right. So we will begin with item 1, presentations. First item on the agenda is Climate Emergency Meeting, Vancouver's Electricity's Needs by BC Hydro presentation. And we have team members and external representatives from BC Hydro to present. There are a number of slides, so we will get underway.
Good morning. Thank you for this opportunity today. My name is Charlotte Mita. I'm the Executive Vice President of Operations, and I'll introduce my colleague.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Diana Stevenson. I'm the Senior Vice President of Customer and Corporate Affairs for BC Hydro as well, and it is a pleasure to be here. We will be as expedient as possible in our remarks to ensure there's plenty of time for questions as well.
And I'd like to begin by recognizing that we are on the unceded traditional territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. So yeah, just want to reiterate, I'm very thankful for this opportunity to speak today. We want to start by really recognizing City of Vancouver's leadership on climate action, both in Canada and globally. And our two organizations share many, many goals when it comes to climate action, and we're already working very closely with you and your administration in so many ways on all the things that are part of that to make that happen. We'll, like Diana said, we'll go through the presentation fairly quickly. I'm very, very interested in your questions. So in terms of the agenda, we'll give a very quick overview of the system, what the climate crisis and the electrification solution looks like for BC Hydro, how we're preparing for electrification, including our recently announced $36 billion 10-year capital plan, the challenges we're addressing, and partnering with the City of Vancouver, which is very, very important. We're also going to speak about many of the questions that we're getting related to electrification and what it's going to take to energize our province and how we're going to have to work with municipalities really closely on that. So, oh, sorry, I haven't been moving the slides here. So if you go to the slide on robust power system, this is a very high-level snapshot of how our system stands today. And just as a review, we are a public utility. We're a Crown corporation regulated by the BC Utilities Commission. And we serve about 5 million customers and about 95% of the province's population. We have 30 hydroelectric plants, and we partner with many private power producers and who we operate with under electricity purchase agreements. There's about 125 of those. And they generate clean electricity from biomass, run-of-river, and wind and solar. We have about 80,000 kilometers of transmission and distribution lines and over 300 substations. And depending on our water situation in any given year, we are either importing or exporting power as well. So the map that's up on the next slide, again, very, very high-level snapshot. For the power that we produce in BC, we're about 98% clean, and as you can see, we're predominantly hydroelectric with some biomass and at this point, quite low levels of wind and solar. So at this point, I'll turn it over to Diana just to give an overview of what electrification is.
Sure. So next slide, please. So what is electrification and why does it matter? And I was particularly struck by the commentary earlier on about just the significance at the crossroads that we're at today in terms of an energy transition. Electrification, put very simply, is the choice to use electricity, and in our particular jurisdiction, because our electricity is 98% clean, the ability for organizations, for homes, and for businesses to step into broader electricity use actually enables decarbonization. So there's a very direct link between the social overall concept of electrification and our broad social response to climate change. So it can range from anything on electrifying industrial operations to different choices by consumers. We're seeing rapid adoption across the province. You would have heard very recently, we've had some very significant announcements going out about what we're going to be looking at to address electrification, but it is real, it is present, it is part of our strategy at BC Hydro to adapt ourselves towards a future that is more fully electrified. And just to put it in context, one of the things I would note is today in British Columbia, our total energy footprint, I'm using the term energy specifically, not electricity, all-encompassing energy, less than 30% of the power and the energy that we use today comes from clean, renewable hydroelectric resources. So when you look at the totality of the footprint across British Columbia, when we're talking about electrification, we're talking about a scale and a size where it's going to require additional electricity, it's going to require other forms of technology. BC Hydro has a very critical role to play, as do other utilities and organizations. Next slide. So electrification is transforming our business. You heard Charlotte very quickly walk through our asset base as an organization. And because we are what's called a fully integrated utility, stem to stern, we have all the different components of the grid within our system and our mandate. We're responsible for sourcing supply, building generation, maintaining generation, procuring generation. We have the high voltage grid for the province. We have the distribution systems across each of our communities. And we also have accountability for supporting our customers who really are those end users of our product. And when you think about the concept of electrification, it's important to keep in mind that this is truly a scale, a perspective, and a level of investment required across the value chain that you see on the screen. And we'll be getting into a couple of those components shortly. Next slide. As I mentioned before, and I'll reinforce this, what is really interesting to keep in perspective, not all jurisdictions are starting from the same place. Where electricity is sourced is often a matter of both geology and geography in different places. In British Columbia, we have been very blessed with a hydroelectric system. That gives us the opportunity to start from a very strong position and grow from there. Next slide. So my goodness, a lot has changed in just a few years. Back in 2021, we released what was called our first electrification plan. And that was a series of customer-facing investments, support programs, access to resources and expertise that we made freely available to our customers to really start to support their journey as they go into electrification. We're now in year 3 of our 5-year electrification plan. And we have a significant amount of money that we have made available to our customers to help them on their electrification journey. We also provide in-house expertise to our customers so they're able to look at their overall energy footprint and also identify electrification opportunities in their own organizations. Next slide. So electrification buildings, we want to recognize, obviously, Vancouver has an incredible leadership role in this space. There's been a lot of amazing progress that has been made. We've actually allocated under our 2021 electrification plan approximately $26 million to help electrify homes, other businesses. This also includes dedicated support for low-income customers. Next slide. Electrification on top of everybody's mind, and what an amazing accomplishment it is to be the jurisdiction that is very much leading the way in the electrification of EVs. We're seeing this on a regular basis. We recently just struck up within Hydro a very specialized area of our organization that is solely dedicated to really ensure we're enabling EV infrastructure, the public infrastructure, the public charging infrastructure system, and we're making incredibly good progress there. Our electrification plan actually included approximately $30 million to support our customer in this transition, and all of the latest statistics are indicating that British Columbia, and in particular Vancouver, continues to be a very, very strong leader in the EV adoption space, and that's something we're acutely aware of. Next slide. As I mentioned, one of the focal points when we look at both electrification and the mandate of BC Hydro overall today, we do have accountability in working with a number of other private sector providers as well to really build that EV-enabled highway of the future. What you're looking at right now is a map of British Columbia and all of the different public charging infrastructure that we're systematically laying across the province in alignment and in partnership with the provincial government to ensure that as EV ridership grows, that they're able to get access to fueling, they're able to get access to the stations they need to all across the province, including in remote areas. So next slide. Two big questions that we often hear. I had the privilege of recently attending what's called the Natural Resources Forum up in Prince George last week, which was a culmination of a variety of British Columbia's incredibly impressive industries, local governments, First Nations communities, and it was an amazing experience to really be in a room with so many people who are relying on our system, thinking about future energy needs, and very, very similar to the questions that are being raised here. There's two big questions on the minds of folks today. When will we need more electricity? And how will we keep the grid strong and reliable? I would say for over 100 years, this has actually been the mandate of BC Hydro. What we're going to talk to you today about is a little bit about our planning processes and the different components, but we're squarely aware that these two big questions are definitely on the mind of our stakeholders. Next slide. So when will we need more electricity? One of the important backdrops and one of the important components to be thinking about when we think about British Columbia's grid is there is an intensive amount of planning, assessment, and integrated resource views that are taken in the planning of the system. We recently just went through an integrated resourcing planning process in front of the BC Utilities Commission, and we'll talk about that a little bit more. What that really lays out is the path forward under a number of different scenarios at just how rapidly or in what general timelines we're looking at to make sure that as we invest that next layer of generation resources, we invest that next layer into the wire system, that we're really being thoughtful about matching that when the load starts to materialize. Next slide. So what have we been doing? We have been on the path for quite some time in terms of investing in our system and ensuring we have the resources, in particular hydroelectric clean renewable resources, available when customers need it. Happy to say Site C continues on time, on progress, and Site C alone will increase our overall provincial supply by approximately 8%. Next slide. You may have also seen that we have, for the first time in 15 years, announced we will be going out for a call for clean, renewable electricity. That call is well on track to go forward this spring. We're absolutely excited to be working with First Nations communities and partners in bringing on the next tranche of generation for the province. And as we have mentioned in a lot of our materials, what we're anticipating is this call will be the first of other calls, depending on how and when that load materializes. One of the benefits we have in our overall planning process is that we're able to pivot and to be quite agile. When we're seeing things move quickly, we're able to speed up some of the tools in our generation toolkit to be able to match that demand. Next slide. Another proof point, one we're particularly proud of at BC Hydro, and we certainly hope our customers are proud as well because they have been a major contributing factor. Our demand side management or power smart activities is a critical roadblock in the future and in our past 30 years in terms of really meeting systems needs. The focus on energy efficiency, the focus on conservation has yielded substantive results. It's something we're incredibly proud of in this jurisdiction. It serves us very well, very deep ties and connections across all customer bases in terms of providing tools, access, resources, and funding to support the energy efficiency piece. And as we go forward, PowerSmart and energy efficiency continue to be a really a significant part of our planning model. Next slide. So a roadmap to our electrified future. You heard me mention this previously. BC Hydro has a very public integrated resource planning process. We're just in the closing portions of the most recent 3-year exercise in front of the BC Utilities Commission. And what we do within our integrated resource plan is we take a number of different data points, scenarios, perspectives, stakeholder input, and we really use all of those to formulate a series of scenarios, strategies, and action plans to address future electricity needs. We recently filed a number of months ago now what's called our signposts. Our signposts is actually a really good indicator of just how flexible our plan is. When we start to see policy changes, growing interest, we start to see things happening on a slightly faster or slower timeline than we may have originally anticipated, we're able to pivot. And that pivot through our signpost filing in our integrated resource plan actually helped lead us to bringing forward in time the call for power that we announced. We recognize that need is coming a few years earlier than had been anticipated a few years ago, so we have pivoted and brought that sooner forward. Next slide. Expanding customer choice. Perhaps the most important partnership of all, and it really is with our customers. In addition to planning for the generation portfolio for the province and making sure we have the power and the energy that we need, one of the other long-standing practices that we have, and you're going to see some really innovative stuff coming out from us over the next little while, is really working with our customers on how and when they use the power on the system. So recently we've been before the BC Utilities Commission advocating for a residential time of use rate that is an optional rate, where again, we're towards the close of that regulatory process, and we're quite excited once and if approved that we're able to start having a very meaningful dialogue with our customers about shifting the times, for example, that they charge their EVs or they use other primary sources of power. Next slide. So I'm now going to transition back to the second question that we had raised around the two primary questions, and that's how exactly will we keep the grid strong and reliable? So that is over to Charlotte.
Thank you. Okay, so back to the grid. As the leader responsible for operations, I spend every day thinking and acting on this question. So as we mentioned, we're embarking on this really big step of the $36 billion capital plan that was just announced. And that's going to be infrastructure built in every community in every region of the province. And this plan increases over our existing plan by 50%. So you can imagine the scale up of resources and planning that's involved in this. And its goal is obviously growing demand. It's to meet the growth. It's to meet growth across residential, commercial, or transportation and industrial sectors, and to play our role in offering a less carbon-intensive fuel for our customers. But it's also about investing in our existing assets, making sure that they are healthy, sustaining those, and that is across our entire fleet of transmission and distribution lines and dams and generating stations. I thought I'd call out one interesting stat of this plan, and that $7.4 billion of the investments are actually for the Lower Mainland. And that's not surprising given that is where the biggest load growths are happening right now, barring some of the very large industrial customers that are wanting to connect to our transmission system. So I call this a bit of a distribution show, certainly for municipalities. It means very large investments in new substations and the feeders, the big lines that come out of those. It's upgrading primary and secondary distribution in neighborhoods, in back lanes, and down major arteries, roads in these municipalities that have this high growth. And so that is a big focus for me. It also does include, if you go to the next slide, we obviously, you probably know that most of our power is generated in the Peace region and in the Columbia regions. And so we have to get that power down to the load centers. And we're investing in that corridor so that we can continue to get more and more power into the lower mainland to meet the load growth there. But like I said, this is a bit of a distribution show. And if you go to the slide on the horizon, I think it's one more down from this one. Next one. This map sort of gives you a picture of where some really high growth areas are, and the infrastructure we're going to have to upgrade, or new infrastructure we're going to have to build to meet this growth. And I do want to sort of emphasize Vancouver is, I know it's the municipality, we have the most infrastructure projects on the go right now over the next 3 years. The last time I looked, we have about 80 major infrastructure projects. And yeah, I think you top the list on that. Obviously, Surrey, Burnaby, Langley, other very high growth municipalities are on that list as well. And if you go to the next slide, this is just, a couple of the biggest infrastructure builds that are local. The West End substation that you know very well about. We're going to have to expand Mount Pleasant substation. We've actually built that in a way that it is easy to expand. And then we're going to need a new Vancouver East substation to meet this load. And happy to take questions on any of that later. I think for me also in operations, one of the pieces of this climate action is we're all facing way more extreme weather. And so part of our operations sort of upskilling and work is on emergency response. And I know the City of Vancouver also has a big focus on that. So when I think of operations and climate change and grid resiliency, I never omit the emergency response aspect of that, of getting the lights back on as quickly as possible. I think I just, finally want to add that, we have challenges ahead of us, customer connections being one of them, and we work very closely with your administration on this aspect of housing and a lot of new connections around electrification. And just want to, again, thank the city for, the expedited permitting that's going on the development permits. The challenge in front of us is the actual technical connections and getting infrastructure into the ground. Not easy in these very dense urban areas. And we are working on two things to really speed up connections and really support the housing and electrification initiatives on the ground. One is we're looking at changing our distribution extension policy, which is how we estimate costs for customers and allocate what BC Hydro will fund and what the customer needs to pay. And one of the things that we got comments back on is it's very hard for customers to know what their true costs will be when they're looking at new housing projects or new commercial, because they don't know if they're going to trigger a major system upgrade or not. And so the goal of the distribution extension policy is to make it a simpler policy where there's more cost certainty for customers when they're looking at their projects. So there's a bit of work ahead of us on that one, but we're really hoping this year that we'll get the new extension policy in. The other piece is just the technical and infrastructure build work that goes on with all of these new connections. And we have added 60 designers to a team of already provincially about 300 designers working on customer connections. These are the people that do the design of the small connections and the big connections. And we do about 40,000 new connections a year for BC. And a lot of those are express connections. They get done under 10 days because they're just connecting off our existing system. The ones that need design work are the ones that you probably get escalations on, we get escalations on, and those are the areas we're trying to get the timelines down. So those are the big items for us, but we're acutely aware of our role and collaborating on this in order to support your housing and electrification needs. And we really do need to work collaboratively on this. It's joint processes, and I see a huge opportunity for reducing our joint processes and speeding up timelines. So I think I will leave it there, and happy to take any questions, Diana and I, on the overall, the plans and any areas you kind of want to delve into.
Fantastic. Thanks very much. All right, committee members, you have up to 5 minutes to ask questions of team members. And I see that we have lots of people in the queue. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks for being here today. And at the outset, I will say thank you to your team. One of your team members recently helped one of our BIAs change the date of a necessary outage to accommodate small businesses. So thank you for that, and they were very appreciative. I want to dive into the distribution extension policy. It's of great interest. We've been hearing, particularly from the building community, those trying to do the multiplexes, duplexes, about the cost impacts of trying to electrify those homes. Could you just expand on, you mentioned potentially having that in place this year. What's the likelihood of that policy being in place and what that might look like? And do you have to go through BCUC for that?
We do have to go through BCUC, but we're very committed to expediting this. And the latest I heard was June filing, but we are also trying to advance that as much as possible. The key here is to get enough stakeholder input that we don't also make changes that have unintended impacts, right? When you do a broad policy change and change like this, you've got to make sure that the new formulas work. And one of the things we did check was that it didn't disincent people on the housing projects that you're looking to build in City of Vancouver. So depending on how the formula worked, people would pay. There's always winners and losers when you change a formula for how costs are allocated. We think the changes that are pretty close to being finalized are a really good balance of that. And there also will be a sort of exit strategy for very large loads that are triggering very big system improvements, that they will have to pay, for their impacts, but the more bread and butter work will be more formulaic. And maybe Diana, she's head of regulatory, so I'll let her speak.
Yes, there's definitely a regulatory proceeding involved. Where we've landed right now is the team has been in field for approximately a year, consulting very extensively with a whole range of stakeholders, the developer community, a number of different folks. We think we've got some potential solutions that will meet with some support. So we are going to be going out for a final round of consultation just in terms of where we've landed. We can work with our team who's here today to ensure that there's an opportunity for the city to be able to preview what that looks like before we go ahead with the filing in the spring. We are quite committed to that filing. The only other thing, and I will give a shout out to our regulator, the BC Utilities Commission, they themselves have just undergone an efficiency review, and they are very committed to looking at their own processes as our regulator to ensure that there's sort of timely proceedings and timely decisions. So we're quite keen and we're quite optimistic to take advantage of that as well.
Fantastic. Great to hear. I have a few more questions, so I'm going to try to go through them rapid fire. In the context of that work, would it be helpful if the city added its voice to the desire to see that accelerated, that policy?
Yes. So one of the things that I have been very vocal, and it's almost no matter which community I'm talking to or working with, your voice matters. Your voice matters, and in particular in the regulatory arena. The regulatory arena in British Columbia right now, it really is a critical area to make sure that all different communities are profiled, their needs are being put on the table, and that you're informing that dialogue and debate. So we will definitely stay connected on that. I do think your voice is important. You play a critical leadership role, and that voice matters.
Okay, thank you. You mentioned at the outset that less than 30% of our, in terms of the energy footprint today, is actually coming from clean renewables, and that there is now this call out for new renewable electricity. Would this look like we have 125 IPPs now? Would it be in that? Would it be that construct of more IPPs in the province?
Yeah, so there's a fair amount of innovation that's going to be coming forward through our call for power. One of the really important backdrops to that is we also believe in providing truly meaningful engagement, participation, and direct participation by First Nations communities. So one of the really intensive consultations we've been doing in structuring what our call will look like, it will very much be focused on clean renewable energy. It will also be very focused on enabling First Nations participation. So we're quite optimistic in terms of putting that call forward, being able to navigate through that. And then, as I mentioned, we are looking down the road at other calls as well. So this may be the start of a series, for example, especially as we start to see some of the electrification load materialize.
Okay, thanks. Chair, can I move for a second round of questions?
Any seconder? Councillor Zhou? All in favor of suspension?
Thank you.
That carries.
I'll come back on. I do want to have a few more questions for you, but I'm running out
Okay.
of time on this one. Thank you.
Councillor Montague.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks for the presentation. I noticed there was BC Hydro's, one of their latest quarterly reports talked about the snowpack and precipitation levels, which of course drive the vast majority of electricity here in BC. I think they talked about it generated 31% electricity last July than it did in July of 2022. So as a result, we were a huge net importer of electricity. I think it was 20% a net importer of electricity last year. So my question is, do you think that was an unusual year, or is this a trend that we're going to start to see?
The one thing I'm always humbled by my meteorologists and my hydrologists is you how you forecast. And so we have gone from years where we had a massive amount of surplus water. We had atmospheric rivers, if you recall, and then we went to a year which was historically our lowest. So we'll get the final snowpack numbers in sort of February, March timeframe. And then we'll know what we're dealing with for the fresh shed and really for what the state of our reservoirs will be for next year. In terms of forecasting, we always forecast on what is expected, which is like a median. If we continue to get average water, because we have such large reservoirs and they can store up to 3 years, we can ride through very low years. We can almost get through 2 low years. But if we have another very historic water year, yeah, we're going to be pulling out every measure to meet the load.
So I've heard the term low impact renewable energy, which my understanding is that includes like wind and solar and geothermal. So if we were set out to add additional low impact renewable energy, what does that look like? What will we need to replace the energy that we're importing? How much of that, those additional power sources?
So what you're trying to understand is how much more renewable energy we would need to not have.
How much would we have to build? How many wind farms, solar farms will we have to build? And how much would that cost?
Do you want?
Yeah, I think maybe we'll talk just a little bit about how the system works. So I think for many years now, at least a couple of decades, we are connected interregionally with a whole series of grids, whether that's Alberta, whether that's the Pacific Northwest. And there is a long-standing both importing and exporting practice. We actually have a subsidiary of BC Hydro called PowerX, which has been, I think, around now for over 20 years. And that is the arm of BC Hydro that's very dedicated to the participation in the market. So as we go forward, the flexibility to be able to draw on our neighbors and also to support our neighbors and participate in what that market looks like, it actually helps us keep rates down here in British Columbia to be participating in that. It also helps ensure that we're able to help one another out. You may have recently seen some challenges, for example, in Alberta, and because of the intertie that we have with that province, we were able to step in and assist them. So I think the message I would want to leave with Council is that the ability for us to exchange, trade, and participate in sort of the overall region is a good, strong practice for us. In an extraordinary circumstance like this, where you're seeing our import levels go up relative to typically what are more export levels, that is based on a situational circumstance and will fluctuate over the years. The way the call for power is looking, we're looking at this first tranche going out, seeing what's available on the market. And as I mentioned, as we start to see that need increase over time with our load forecast, we would be going out with additional calls to really make sure that sort of average year, that total balance of resources in the province matches over time. The other thing that we are looking at is how do we longer term plan the system? So from a planning criteria perspective, are we in a situation where we may have more erratic water levels going forward? And do we need to take that into account longer term?
One last question, I guess. You talked about agreements you have with other jurisdictions in the area. I'm assuming a lot of the power that we're importing, the 20% came from the United States. How do we know how that power is being generated. Like, I'm assuming some of that, or a good portion of that, is potentially being generated by gas and coal.
I'm afraid we'll have to go on to Councillor Carr now, but hold your thought on that. Maybe we'll have somebody ask that question. Councillor Carr.
Yes, thanks. Thank you for the presentation, and I'm really excited about the transition that's happening around energy and your call for power. We've, I think, all heard that one of your reports has stated that you don't project a sufficient supply to meet demand for your energy beyond 2030. Did I get that right in terms of what I've heard?
Yeah, I think the IRP pulls on many levers. If we do the power call, we have demand side management. We do all the short-term and longer-term actions that are listed in the IRP. We will be fine for 2030. Yeah, so the idea is to get ahead of the deficit.
Okay. I met a homeowner that wanted to do a complete deep energy retrofit on their home and was told by BC Hydro that there wasn't enough power on their block and they'd have to install a pole in order to, it would serve the block, but it was around 60,000 if I remember correctly. Anyway, are you looking at a way of distributing the cost of adding new energy infrastructure across the users, across the customers, rather than the new added ones that are trying to electrify?
Yeah. I mean, this is always the cost allocation around, new customers versus the rate-paying base, and who should pay for what. And as I talked about earlier, the distribution policy changes are to address exactly that, a small customer right now can trigger a large upgrade on a system that's kind of near capacity. And this distribution policy would more make that sort of spread those costs across a broader base of customers. And they would be sort of covered by a system improvement fee or system improvement budget that we would do. So you would get it out of the world of small customers triggering large upgrades.
That sounds good. When does that come in?
That's the June filing that we're trying to do, that Dinah was just talking about.
Okay, excellent. Solar at the household level. Germany requires all new builds as of January 1st last year to put on solar PV and also on parking lots. And they have a climate similar to ours. Are you looking at, that would be, the requirement is beyond you, but are you talking with government about the potential for that to amplify increasing supply?
Mm-hmm.
So another very timely and good foreshadow into the time ahead. I think one of the, and this I think goes back to one of the former questions, as we think about the role into electrification and we think about what consumers are going to need, there is going to be a whole suite of solutions that we need to bring forward. It's no longer the case that there's sort of that proverbial term, the silver bullet, the single solution to kind of advance into the future. And we very much see solar as being part of that. So currently in place today, BC Hydro has a net metering program. We've actually committed publicly to going through a very exhaustive overview and review of our net metering program, which really helps enable those solar connections. And you're going to be seeing us go before the regulator to really have a meaningful conversation around how we modernize and adapt our net metering program, and also other forms of support for customers, recognizing that they do have the desire to step into that space, and it helps.
Yeah.
It is of help. Behind the meter technology that enables people to step into that space is something we are not shying away from at BC Hydro. So you will see more from us on that in the next coming years.
I note that Ontario Hydro had a feed-in price a number of decades ago that really, really helped develop the whole industry. So that sounds good. Wind energy. Vestas offered to the province to build a whole manufacturing plant here for turbines, and they turned it down. That was a number of decades ago. I know, what a tragedy. But are there discussions happening around wind?
Yeah, I think the IRP says wind is very promising from a from a cost perspective. So we expect a lot of wind projects to show up in the power call.
Ah,
So-
okay. Okay, that's good. That's it from my time, but I can get back on the list. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Fry.
Thanks, Chair. Nice to see you both. Just following up a little bit on Councillor Carr's question about wind and solar, can you kind of explain the distinction? Because I understand there's generating solar and wind to put back into the grid, but then there's also the ability to just offset one's own consumption. And that, I think that you refer to that as behind the meter. So your stats don't really reference that right now, is what I'm gathering.
Yeah, no, I think that's very astute. So those particular technologies, I would say much more so on the solar side. Wind is a little bit more at scale. So wind is typically in the form of a wind farm. When we think about the call for power, which Charlotte just mentioned, that really is the forum, and we're pretty excited to see what's going to be coming through that process in terms of wind technology. However, when you think about solar, solar is an interesting technology because it can be individualized down right to a residential house. It can also be scaled right up to a very large commercial building. So one of the things we're thinking about is how do we look at those and enabling those through our programs and through our rates over time, understanding there's actually quite a bit of diversity in the solar field, just in terms of the scale you can go at as well.
My understanding that there is potential with wind, and I mean, we build a lot of tall buildings in the city of Vancouver, and that some of those skyscrapers could be harnessing wind as well. Is that a viable technology, or is that just pie in the sky sci-fi stuff?
Yeah, it's not something we're spending a lot of time on right now. Not to say, we have a technology group looking at all the behind the meter options, so we could certainly come back and see what they're saying, whether they're seeing the prototypes or commercially it's going to be available pretty soon.
Okay, well, actually, and so Charlotte, that's a great segue into some of my questions around the grid. So, and really the local infrastructure. So I live very close to the Murin substation, which I
Yes.
understand is being deprecated. And what does the future of substations look like? I mean, smaller footprints, more integrated with residential? How's that going to work? And are we moving our transmission underground as opposed to overhead lines? And like the real urban interface with how we distribute power.
Yeah, so the Mount Pleasant substation is a really good example of a modern substation. There are big indoor components now. It's not all outdoors, but in general, I mean, substation footprints are pretty much going to stay the same, especially if we want to build in expansion capabilities, because we're looking 2030, but 2040, 2050, the load growth we just need space to expand. I would say, yes, there has been a push to go underground because aesthetically it looks a lot better. I do commend the City of Vancouver for relaxing the overhead policy a little bit because, again, there's trade-offs in all of this. Like, in order to get infrastructure into the ground or, to our new customers, you kind of need flexibility, and overhead is often easier and cheaper. And so where you've already got overhead, if we don't have to go underground, we can serve customers off the existing overhead. It really makes the connection go faster. But our big feeder projects are underground, but there'll always be a mix given the historical footprint in City of Vancouver, given the growth that we're trying to manage very quickly.
Right. So, because I always assumed it was about resilience and that underground was more resilient, and overhead, obviously, a windstorm or whatever could knock it down. And so it's more as an aesthetic, you're saying, and a practicality of taking up the
roads. Sometimes harder to diagnose issues underground, takes us longer. And then if we actually have to fix it, it's a big deal. We can fix overhead very quickly. So yeah, there's pros and cons of both. What I would just say is, again, part of the connection timelines, and the administration knows this, is the fact that these utility corridors are full, and any infrastructure upgrades are complex. And my emphasis here is we are only going to be able to meet this load growth and our goals around electrification if the municipalities and BC Hydro develop new processes, work more collaboratively to get this infrastructure built.
And so, specific to the Murin substation, which is for everybody else, it's the corner of Main and Union. It is being removed from use. Is that the plan? It's going to be.
Yeah, it's part of the longer term plan to be replaced by an East Vancouver substation and serve those loads out of there. Yeah.
The new big footprint, no location in my mind.
Yeah, there's a location. This is public, I confirm that before I divulge. But we've already got property. It's across from the Pink Pearl on Hastings. That will be a future substation site.
Oh, wow. So interesting. Okay, well, you heard it here first, folks. Thank you.
And I know it's again, infrastructure's hard, right? Nobody wants it in their backyard, but it's the only way we're going to serve the load.
We have to keep going here. Thanks very much. Councillor Zhou.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Yeah, Councillor Frey asked some of my question as well. Okay, thanks for coming to the City Council. Question. So a couple of months ago, City passed the missing middle policy. I think one of the requirement is to do a major upgrade for the transformer, which cost $125,000, which really become a roadblock for some of the people who submit applications because it's just so expensive. Why is that? Is there anything we can reduce that cost?
For connection upgrades, and sorry, that was a
That's
commercial.
a hydro transformer.
Right, a commercial customer needed to upgrade their service, and they got a $125,000 bill. Is that what you're?
Yeah, that's the requirement for that policy.
Yeah.
In order to increase the density over there, you have to replace the
Right.
hydro transformer. Yeah.
Right, it triggered a system improvement project. And
Okay.
again, this is what we're talking about, is depending on where you decide to have your project and what kind of service level you need, you could be triggering, a transformer upgrade. Or you might be lucky and you don't. And the point of the distribution policy changes that we're making is, again, under certain loads, you would have more predictability, and that transformer upgrade cost would be shared between more customers and by the rate base itself. So, and I can tell you, costs are you ask why are things so expensive? We ask the same question, but we're all competing for labor. We're all competing for supply chain. The cost of things like transformers has gone up enormously in the last little while. All part of the inflation.
So yeah, that's the real cost for the upgrade.
Yes, yeah. And like I said, when you've got areas with high growth, you're starting to trigger a lot of system improvement work and upgrades required across the whole area.
Okay, thank you. The other question is, of course, this electrification has a huge implication for cost of living. So have you done any evaluation to see what is the affordability impact to the residents?
Yeah, this is the ultimate debate going on, is affordability versus our climate goals. So Diana can speak to that.
Sure. So there is an incredibly important balance that needs to be struck in how we invest in the system, when we invest in the system, and maintaining our commitment to affordability. Right now, we have and we benefit from some of the lowest rates for our electricity in North America, and we have a long-standing commitment that we keep our rates and any increases and adjustments to those rates below the rate of inflation. So one of the very thoughtful exercises that we're going through from a planning process is really making sure, as we're planning the system, we understand that we cannot introduce forms of sticker shock to our customers, and we need to be very methodical and balanced about keeping rates affordable. So that's front and center. That is an ongoing dialogue in front of our regulator. It's an ongoing dialogue with the provincial government. We are very much under that mandate, and we're committed to staying with very low rates while balancing the need to invest.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, the other questions, I'm looking at slide 25. So on the horizon, I guess that's the future growth area on the BC Hydro's priority list. But I didn't see a very high growth area in Vancouver, such as Cambie Corridor, Broadway, and River District. So I wonder, how does your growth plan align with city's planning?
Right. So, I mean, there was a really rudimentary map that I put up, but I would say feels like all of Lower Mainland you could call high growth. And we have these areas where the growth is there's some big anchor loads that are going in that really are pushing the grid to the extreme. So I wouldn't get too fussed on the definition here. What I would say is that joint planning is super important at this point, as you point out, and the city manager and I and the executive of BC Hydro are having many conversations and including a series of regular quarterly meetings to discuss joint planning and compare capital plans and growth areas so that we're, obviously working together on this. And there's huge opportunities, I think, for doing civil infrastructure jointly as well, given
Okay.
both our capital plans.
Yeah, I guess the answer is working in progress. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks, Chair. That's all my questions.
Thank you. Committee, I just wanted to note that we are getting very close to that 11 o'clock hour, and we will need to vary the agenda in order to be able to hear the following item later. So we'll have to hear Jericho policy when our delegation arrives. And so we'll just need to have a vote. We'll require a 2/3 vote to vary the agenda to move item 2 on the climate emergency action plan to after report 1. Can I get a mover on that? Councillor Bly, seconder. Councillor Dominato, all in favor? Very good. Okay, so we are varying the agenda to move item 2 to after report 1. So we can continue now, and Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And thanks very much for being here. My questions might not be as specific, but maybe just a little bit more kind of just zeroing in on the general discussion and the angst around our ability to pursue the electrification goals, which, and let me preface my question by saying I think that that's sort of a clearly shared goal, but I sit in many tables such as at TransLink where there's conversation around there isn't sufficient access for charging buses or electrification, and so decisions are made progressively to get towards a goal. So we're not buying all electric buses now, we're buying a combination, and there needs to be some shift there. So I want to frame the question also having heard your CEO speak at a Board of Trade about a year ago, I think, and saying that there's some pretty significant hurdles ahead in not having enough power. So my question is, Hydro's perspective on the City of Vancouver as we pursue continuing not just things like mandating electric only in new buildings, but looking to retrofit previous buildings. Do you think we need to have a similarly flexible approach? Because if we mandate electrification in everything, that we're going to run up against either a lack of supply or particularly high prices for residents and for businesses.
I'll let Diana speak globally. I do want to distinguish, we're not going to run out of energy on our provincial system grid. We're going to make sure that doesn't happen. And even in low water years, we have many tools in the toolbox, including multi-year reservoirs, to be able to manage the system and have enough supply for the provincial load. I do agree with you that at a distribution level, at a local level, we have an enormous amount of infrastructure build to do, and retrofits and upgrades and replacement of end-of-life equipment. And I guess what I would say, rather than saying we can't do it or we're going to have a problem.
We'll have to.
I don't
Sorry,
think I
yeah.
could be a time chair because I just started about a minute ago. I think there might be a clock error.
Oh, okay. Sorry, you're right. Let me reset the timer then.
I would like to say, let's figure out how, to the best of our ability, we get these the local infrastructure moving and going so that we can allow your customers and your community members to fuel switch. I can't speak to, the
So you're
local
saying,
plan.
sorry, can you just repeat the last part? So how do we get the,
So
I just want to be clear on what you're.
BC Hydro wants to be there
Yeah.
to have a local electrical grid be able to supply your communities that want to go off gas and move on to electric. And like I said, that's going to take some big infrastructure builds, but we're up for the challenge on that. But it's why there's a provincial task force. The ability to do this will be on our ability to streamline processes, work collaboratively, and move faster to get ahead of the demand.
Okay, that's really helpful. So zeroing in on that, what can the City of Vancouver do specifically in terms of like, what are the, and recapping, I know you touched on some around station renewal, et cetera, but in short and medium term, in terms of supporting those efforts?
That's a really good question, and I think more demand requires more supply. So our ask or sort of recommendation to everybody sitting around this table is, in order to build into an electrified future and ensure we're there and we continue to be there for customers when we need us, what you're hearing from us is there is infrastructure investment required. At the same time, in any point in history, we outgrow our roads, we outgrow other forms of public utility, and we need to reinvest in them to keep up with scale and to grow. So it's really important that folks understand an electrified future is building into that electrified future, and that is something that we're asking our stakeholders, including the City of Vancouver, to step with us, knowing that there will be significant infrastructure requirements to enable these things going forward. We're excited about that. We've just announced our capital plan, but it will take the village. It will take partners like the City of Vancouver taking a very critical look at our joint planning processes, our permitting processes. How can we enable that infrastructure build on the timelines that customers are expecting today versus the more historic timelines where we had a little bit more time? So I know there's an amazing amount of partnership that's happening between Charlotte and some of her colleagues here at City Hall about looking and tackling at those processes. But our ask is, in order to build into that infrastructure, we want our stakeholders to come along with us and be able to support that for us.
3 things. Streamline joint processes, and that includes permitting. I think we're staffing up because there's just a huge volume to get through here between the technical planners. And then third, demand side management. So we're really looking at how, if we don't trigger the service upgrade by good behind the meter demand side management, we all win because we didn't have to build that infrastructure in the first place, or we delay that infrastructure build. So keep pushing demand side management, smart switches behind the meter that keep the load lower than it would otherwise be.
Okay, is that analogous in sort of the electric thing to the discussions around water metering, for example, around and conserving water, and, people measure it and they know, like, how do we do that in terms of bringing the populace along, that they feel that their needs are met, but they can help us, I think, be judicious with how they use power while we are trying to upgrade the grid?
So I'll hand this over to Diana, because there is a plethora of things that BC Hydro are doing directly with the customer to encourage the conservation, the good choices. And I think joint with municipality promoting all of that just means the message will get there faster.
Yes. So we have a very strong program, both on the customer offering side and the products, services, and expertise that we provide. We also have a very strong campaign and communication and awareness raising campaigns that we do to make sure our messages get out there and people understand what the opportunities are in terms of managing their own energy footprint, the options that they have. I think pooling our voices and reaching multiple stakeholder groups with common messaging is something that we're always acutely interested in learning more about and finding ways to partner on that. So I think that could be a helpful benefit going forward as well.
Thank you. I'm sure that's my time. Thanks.
Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I just have a couple questions. I don't know where we are in terms of time.
We'll keep going until our delegation arrives.
Okay, great. Thank you for all of this information and the huge amount of important work that your teams are taking on. A number of my questions were asked. I have a couple specifics. The first is, I'm wondering, so in my family's home in Vancouver, when we got the gas out of our home and switched to an electric bike and an electric car, we put solar on our roof in order to try to cover some of the increased electricity use, and that worked well for our home. And I'm wondering what options, what the path looks like for that sort of decentralized supply as more homes and buildings are getting off gas.
You are a foreshadow into what's to come. So it's really important, and I commend you for sort of taking that energy leadership position. As we look forward, in addition to those large-scale investments at the grid level through our call for power, our assets, as you've heard us talk about, it's those customer programs. It's the ability to ensure customers know that they have choice. If they do have options, we had just actually just recently rolled out to market an EV power management technology, which is actually like a smart switch for your EV that allows you to leverage existing resources from an electricity perspective back and forth in your home. You don't see it happening, but it's able to kind of balance the use on your sort of home grid that way. When you refer to solar, when you refer to other forms of technology, those are things that we are increasingly looking at. And we're also looking at modernizing the things like the rates that apply and the programs that you go through to get there. So good on you for taking that step. That's a fantastic step forward. That's something we're quite supportive of, and you will see more from us over the next few years on that front.
Oh, great. And I've asked our city staff this, I know it's on our radar, but work between us and Hydro to make it all smoother so that you don't need to be as nerdy as my household in order to do that work. Great. Related to that, two other questions. One I get often from other households looking to do something similar is a concern about going into step 2 rates when they're getting the gas out of their home. And I'm wondering what we're doing on that front.
So we are looking right now at the rates that we offer British Columbians, and we understand that there are challenges for many customers with respect to the current rate design. One of the things that we're very committed to is taking a look at the art of the possible with our overall rate structure here in British Columbia. We're quite excited. We've started consultation with different stakeholder groups. I would want to make sure that obviously City of Vancouver is on that list. I think it's important for you to get involved in that dialogue, but we are looking at forms of whether it's customer choice, different forms of rates. It is time to have that conversation, and that's something we're actually quite committed to in the next year or so to make sure that we're getting that in front of our regulator. It is time for us to be looking at that, and the regulator has actually asked us to look there as well.
Okay, great. And my last question, looking into the future a bit more, is what's your sense of where we're at in terms of localized storage? I know when our power goes out, my 9-year-old says to me, but we're generating it right here and it's it's going into the grid and not into our home. And it seems to me there are lots of benefits in terms of timing and load to be able to have localized storage. Is that a decade off? What's that look like?
Wish I knew that answer. There are so many different technologies that are emerging right now. There are so many amazing organizations out there across many jurisdictions that are looking at things like localized batteries. They're not at scale yet. Their price point, I would say, is still a little bit prohibitive for certain customers, but watch that technology very closely. Think about how far we've come only in the past couple of years. The fact that we're even having this dialogue about that type of technology wouldn't have been happening 5 years ago. So you are starting to see rapid adoption. We spend a lot of time watching and tracking technologies like that. We're particularly interested when they're starting to come to scale and we start to see something that can kind of go across a diversity of customers. Not there yet, but excited about where it's going to go.
Okay, me too. I'll leave it there. Thanks again for everything.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bly, and I just want to, I'll pause the timer to say that our delegation is here, but we'll just quickly wrap up with a few more questions, and then we will very likely have to ask our BC Hydro delegation to perhaps respond to the additional questions in writing afterwards, as it will be a little challenging to bring them back at another meeting date. All right, so with that, Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much, and thank you for being here. And of course, there's been so many questions so far, so a number of mine have been asked and appreciate your responses. Just Drilling down slightly on the demand side management and in terms of the role that municipalities play from BC Hydro's perspective. I've had a number of questions raised to me related to vehicle to grid bidirectional chargers. And so while this is a maybe granular question, I actually think when it comes to city building and planning and infrastructure, of course, we have a new bus depot that's potentially going to be built in our jurisdiction and partnerships with TransLink and others, as well as local tour bus companies and school bus companies, and then just the individual. What's your take on the value of this sort of what's being considered, I think, emerging technology when it comes to grid support and charging?
Well said. And interestingly enough, just a few months ago, we actually did a trial out at our Power Tech facility out in the Lower Mainland, where we're really looking at vehicle to grid and that bidirectional flow concept. It was actually with a school bus, sort of connecting to our distribution system and seeing how that interplay works. Very early days in terms of those pilot projects. We know that those forms of pilots, however, are happening all across the globe, and that technology is coming. People are really, I would say, making leaps and bounds in terms of creating the technology that allow our systems to talk to one another very seamlessly. So the grid and a particular vehicle, for example, or a source of power, they're able to flow back and forth. One of the things that's super critical for that technology to really come to the forefront is scale. So when you have a very large contingent of an electrified vehicle fleet on the roads, you can kind of start to imagine almost then them acting like almost like a bit of a battery and being able to pool the resources across multiple EVs, for example, when they're all plugged in, where they're plugged in overnight. What does that look like? I would say it's still early days, but we are experimenting with some of that technology. The other add and shout out I would give in particular to the city is we actually fund embedded resources within the city of Vancouver to support community energy needs, the energy needs of the city itself, your various buildings, your various infrastructure pieces. So one of the follow-ups we can do with our team here, who's here today, is just make sure that they're a little bit more intel and a little bit more background on what's happening specifically around city properties and transportation. We can work with your embedded resources and make sure that information pops up.
Okay, great. And my last question is related to, so we're growing as a city. We have very aggressive, and rightfully so, in the housing crisis we are have high density development, transit oriented development, of course, is great. We can be using those types of services to get cars off the road. But of course, there's a huge demand, and there's a goal to have, only EV sold by whichever date coming in terms of provincial policy. My question is around where are folks going to charge their vehicles? So we just got rid of parking minimums, meaning that we have developments coming forward that have zero parking. So parking underneath a building is not going to be a thing when you consider that that's going to be more affordable for developers to build those types of residential buildings.
That's right.
Where are we going to charge these EVs from your perspective when you look at a city like Vancouver?
So I think I'll sort of parcel that a little bit. So the future of EV charging is a combination, and it's a really individual consumer centric. So there will be individuals who choose to charge from home. In a lot of jurisdictions, home charging or access at their local building, access at their residence is part of that. Access at their work is another part of that. The other very big part of BC Hydro's mandate is building the public infrastructure layout across the province. So one of the takeaways we can do to make sure that there's good, clear transparency, we have some really ambitious targets in this area. We're very aligned with the provincial targets around building out the public infrastructure across the province. We'll make sure there's sort of a good map available just to give you a sense of what we're looking at right now. With EV adoption rates, again, more demand, more supply. So as more EVs start to come on the road in the future, we do need to start scaling up what that public infrastructure charging access looks like. And that's something that we're also taking a look at longer term, is making sure the targets that we're hitting, we're going to achieve those targets, and we're really providing public charging in a more scaled way. So rather than just 1 to 2 ports in a certain area, more of a bank of access for EV vehicles. So we're starting to think about scale as well as multiple locations.
That is my time. Thank you very much for those responses.
Very much. All right, so we will have to conclude this item, and thank you very much, BC
you.
Hydro and our
Thank you
delegation
so
for
much.
coming in and answering questions. There will probably be several other questions. I myself have a number that I will be sending you that are somewhat technical and oriented around cost. So at any rate, we are going to move on to Report 1, the Jericho Lands Policy Statement. And I will have to clear... So we'll just take a moment here to allow folks to exit and enter the chamber. Okay, councilors, can I have you sit down and we can get things started? Mayor Sim. All right, we'd like to resume the committee. I'm going to. All right, we have quorum. We will begin the meeting. So we are now moving on to Report 1, Jericho Lands Policy Statement. Does any member of the committee wish to declare a conflict of interest on this item? Seeing none. Okay. So we have Musqueam Chief Wayne Sparrow, Tsleil-Waututh Chief Jen Thomas in person, and we have Squamish Chairperson Kel Salem attending virtually, here to provide a welcome on behalf of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh Nations and present this item. So Chief Sparrow and Chief Thomas, can I have you come to where are they going to be? To the podium. Fantastic. And then we've got online. We're just waiting for. There we are. Good to see you, Salem. All right. Very good. The floor is yours.
Good morning. OCM. My name is Wayne Sparrow. I'm the elected chief of the Musqueam First Nation. My traditional name is Yakalak. I am here on behalf of our community. I just want to start off by acknowledging the mayor, council. I've said numerous times that under reconciliation, the city of Vancouver, to me, is the lead on reconciliation and how when we work together, the things that we can accomplish. I don't consider myself a politician or spokespersons on behalf of our community, but by being able to sit down and working with all arms of government for the betterment of all of us will go a long way. So I just wanted to acknowledge and thank the city council and the mayor and the staff of the city. It's been a long time coming. I'm going to ask Jen and Katseelam are here to have some of that discussion, but it's a good day for us to be able to work. Our communities have the same problems that each and every one of us task in Vancouver and BC. And our goal and objective, the 2010 Olympics brought us together. We had our differences between the nations and brought us together to start working for the betterment of our families and our extended families on both sides of the water. It's so important that we have everybody in the room to try to solve those issues. We're working diligently with all arms of government to look at the problem that we're all facing with affordable housing. With us finally getting our lands back, but we want to move forward, like I said before, not in front, not behind, but walking side by side. So I just want to, once again, acknowledge, and I know I have our other spokespersons that want to take up some time, but I'll pass it over now, but I look forward, and I want to, once again, on behalf of my community in Musqueam, I want to thank you and look forward to hearing a lot of these concerns and how we can move forward together. You know, in closing, when these lands got taken away from us, we had no say. And we didn't have an opinion. Our past leaders that are not with us today are now, to me, looking down. And all the hard work that they try to accomplish is now coming to fruition. So I'd like to acknowledge our past leaders that are not here with us today and the vision that they had to move forward. So I'll once again, thank you guys, and I'll pass it over to Chief Chen. Thanks, Chief.
Good morning, everybody. I can only say on behalf of our nation how happy we are to be in a room like this today. As Wayne mentioned, our past leaders fought for days like today. Some have now seen it, some have not, because they've passed on. What I appreciate is the change of leadership over the last few years with the City of Vancouver, but the priority has not changed working with the Three Nations. That I really appreciate. I hold my hands up to the City of Vancouver. You know, our relationship with the Three Nations is heartwarming. You know, the Three Nations are family. We come together as family. I almost feel like that with the City of Vancouver. You know, we always talk about the nations aren't going anywhere. The City of Vancouver isn't going anywhere. The people of Vancouver aren't going anywhere. We have to strive to work together because we all live in the same city. It's our city. You know, we're not here to fight with anybody. We're here to work with people. So I hold my hands up to the City of Vancouver for taking that lead, because the other districts or the other municipalities have some way to go. And you guys are the eye openers for them. I hold my hands up to the staff, the city, MSTDC, our nations. You know, we all have one goal, and that's to work together. So I hold my hands up to everybody here and thanking you guys for the time.
Just, excuse me, just I forgot, out of respect, I want to thank our staff, our liaisons that are working here. I acknowledge everybody except for them, and I want to apologize publicly for not acknowledging the work that you guys do on behalf of our community. We're spokespersons, but they're the ones that are helping doing the work behind the scenes, and they can't go unnoticed for all the hard work that they're doing on behalf of our communities, and MST staff too, also for all the hard work they do. Sorry, apologize. Hi, Chika.
Ms. Halem, go right ahead, please.
Good morning, all. Tanoyap Ansakwetol, Tanoyap Seam, Sea Hotchit, Anslet Quinman, Elswat, Quiswana, Taquinate, Tens Nation Seats. Just want to say hello to each and every one of you, all the respected people here, our relatives, our elders, and really want to acknowledge my relatives from Homatsquim and Salewat. I apologize that I can't be there in person. We have a meeting with our elders this morning and this afternoon, so I've stepped out to be able to virtually join you. And then I have to step back into my meeting with the elders. It's our first time that we're meeting with our elders like this today and Friday since before the pandemic. So just really appreciate the accommodation so I can participate. I want to echo first the comments shared by Chief Wayne, who I think is 100% correct, that we really raise our hands in appreciation to our staff from the MST Development Corporation, all of our community members from the 3 communities who participated in this process, as well as all the City of Vancouver staff who helped us get to this point. And so I just really want to acknowledge them as well and thank them for all the hard work and the spirit that they put into this work. I'm here today to advocate for the significant and transformative Jericho Lands Development Project spearheaded by the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh Nations. This venture is not merely a real estate endeavor. It represents weaving of cultural identity, economic development, and environmental sustainability. The Jericho Lands Project, a collaboration between the MST Development Corporation and the Canada Lands Company, is a testament to the commitment of our First Nations to responsible and inclusive development. As we know, this development is happening not on First Nations reserve lands, but within the City of Vancouver's sort of bylaws, policies, and approval process, which the MST Nations gladly participated in from the outset. The proposed 4-phase development over 25 years comes with an estimated public benefits package valued at $1.3 billion. This package includes essential community infrastructure like community centers, libraries, childcare facilities, parks, social cultural spaces. And notably, at least 20% of the residential floor area is dedicated to approximately 2,600 social housing units, a historic opportunity to provide affordable housing for Indigenous peoples, including Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people, and a tangible step towards addressing the region's housing challenges. The Jericho Lands Project is not solely about buildings and infrastructure, of course. It is a visionary approach to transportation and connectivity. The integration of a proposed Jericho station into the future SkyTrain Millennium Line extension, I think, underscores a commitment to sustainable transportation and urban development. This aligns with the vision of the development for a car-light neighborhood, emphasizing active transportation with pedestrian and cycling pathways crisscrossing the entire site, and activating and restoring much of the original ecology and some of the environmental opportunities that exist on this land. One of the important things that I wanted to emphasize is that this opportunity of the Jericho lands is historic for, I think, our nations. Canadian courts have acknowledged that there is an, quote, inescapable economic component, quote, of Aboriginal rights. And what this means is because as Indigenous people, we have communities and we have a people and we have our history as a people of where we've come from and where we're going. As many know, our communities were decimated by successive waves of diseases that had decimated our population to a minor fraction of our former size. And in addition to that, the years of annexation by colonial governments of our lands from the vast territories that our people once owned and controlled and operated in to the small reserves that we were forced to reside on, it has alienated us from the opportunities that we would have to be able to support our people and the needs of our communities, and especially the growth of our communities. And so courts in Canada recognize that Aboriginal rights includes an inescapable economic component, and that economic development is necessary and is an Aboriginal right in order to support the growth and the needs of our communities. This unique development of the Jericho Lands development incorporates Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh values with the best practices in city building. This is the first time First Nations have partnered with a city government to co-design the future of a new neighborhood, building off the success that we've already established through the Heather Street policy statement. And I just want to emphasize that what this means for us to be able to move forward on this development. In the Squamish Nation, we've taken steps to make significant plans to invest in our community. We've taken steps to develop a land development strategy to look at how we are going to develop a number of our reserve lands, both in the North Shore, Sunshine Coast, and in the town of Squamish. We developed plans to create 600 affordable homes to house our community members and to house every Squamish person within a generation, building on the already 400 homes that are underway currently. And we've also taken steps to develop a long-range amenity plan so that we can identify what are all the amenities that our community will need in terms of childcare, elementary schools, high schools, parks, language centers, elders living facilities, affordable housing, and the list goes on. The total cost, rough estimate that I've done on the overall capital needs for my community ranges from around $500 million to over $1 billion over the next 20 to 25 years. And so when we think about major opportunities like the Jericho lands, which our communities had to fight for years and decades to be able to regain some of our lands, it represents not just a real estate development in the traditional sense where we are going to generate some revenue as a private developer. We are three governments who have come together as a nations with a shared history to this territory to work together, as Chief Jen said, to be able to generate that wealth so we can support the growth of our communities, the needs of our communities, and ultimately improving the well-being and the quality of life for our community. And so the approval of this plan facilitates a significant transformation for our communities. And we're very excited at the opportunity to continue to work with the city throughout the development process. So in closing, I just want to share that the Jericho Lands Development Project is a unique opportunity for Vancouver to set a precedent for Indigenous-led, sustainable, culturally inclusive urban development. It represents a chance to create a vibrant, inclusive community that respects the land and the history. And the potential of this project is immense in the way that it can change the lives from the youngest to the oldest in our communities, and the opportunity that it has to not just generate a change in the lives of our people, but change in the lives of the many residents and the many people from all over Vancouver who would live here, the people who want to live in Vancouver, and the opportunity that they will have to live in a well-connected, well-designed, culturally inclusive community that we've been able to develop as a policy statement in collaboration with the City of Vancouver. So I thank you for the time and consideration, and I apologize that I can't stay more to be with you today, but I appreciate this opportunity to speak with my respected relatives, Chief Wayne Sparrow and Chief Jen Thomas, and to be here as Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh to show the unity that we have of coming together to work together with the City of Vancouver in this historic way. Chinquan Mantomi Ap, Tanoyap Ansaquetl. I thank you, each and every one of you.
Thank you very much for those introductions. So we'll now welcome Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh cultural liaisons Charlene Grant, Adrian Charlie, Calvin Charlie Dawson, and William George Thomas to present to council. We have a presentation before the item continues. Thank you. So we'll have you come up here and get things set up. Right. Good morning.
Each a while, Antha Sasamkin Tanat. I am glad that we're all here together. My name is Sasamkin Tanat, given to me by my mother. My father was late Chief Percy Charles. He was Sasamkin. I take the female version. I commend my chiefs for speaking of the elders of the past, for my father was chief, Wayne's father was chief, and we are both Musqueam members, and our fathers worked hard to bring Wayne and I to where we are at this day, along with our families. I am part Squamish, Tsleil-Waututh, and Musqueam. My great-grandmother comes from Upper Squamish. She's a Harry. My grandfather is a George from Tsleil-Waututh, and my grandfather and grandmother are Charles from Musqueam. And that's a bit about who I am. I'm going to pass it off to my comrade. Thank you.
Pasquale Tanoyap, Skloutinat Queen Quishaman, Adrian Queensna, Tinachin Tla Jaquap Ochamel. On hot then squall and quiz like no more teats. Hi, my name is Adrian Charlie, and I'm one of the two cultural liaisons for Squamish Nation, and happy to be here to give you a little bit of the history of the Jericho lands today, and I'll pass it over to Calvin.
Squire Elfschneier, nächste ans zu Consten. Chinachin Tla Aim and Chiquest Ochamel on Hudson Squalling Queen's Quatchnomia 80 seats to Fnamti High States up with current so to Oath Mail hot dot else dot chinkomentomia. Good day, everyone. My ancestral name is Tsakarshtan. My English given name is Calvin. I am a representative of the Squamish Nation and give my gratitude to each and every one of you for taking the time today to listen to our presentation and to help us move forward in this beautiful work that we are all doing in the returning of our ancestral lands. So once again, good morning and Chinkumentomia. Thank you.
And William will be a little bit late today. He was doing some protocol elsewhere. As we all know, a lot of our cultural people are spread thin in the work that we do. And that has taken him a little bit of time to get here. I just wanted to talk about the cultural importance of Ialmoch, and the Jericho lands. The importance to myself is my great-great-grandfather is Jericho Charlie. He had a longhouse here. He lived there with his family, with Guatayath, Jimmy, and a lot of his family. And when we take a look at the land prior to contact, our three communities worked well together. And after contact, that was where the separation began. So when you take a look at, when we talk about our family history, and Charlene talked about it, how she descends from the three different nations. We descend from, one similar person who is a great warrior of the land, and his name is Kayat Polano. And, in those times, it wasn't uncommon that you would have more than one wife or one husband. And Kayat Polano had 3, but I was told 5, so I'm a little bit unsure there. So when we descend from the same person, we think about how our family ties have tied us to the different lands that we have in the Salish Sea. And when we're gaining back our land, and our chiefs talked about it, and it's not reserve land, it's something that's going to help the three of our three communities.
So just touching on what more of Adrian said, and touching on the future of Ialmoch. The importance of this to me is that I have the potential to be one of the first returning members to live on the lands that my ancestors once did. As you know, many of our people were displaced all across our ancestral lands. I myself grew up on the territory of the Musqueam. I have no direct blood ties to the Musqueam territory, but I grew up on the Musqueam territory myself. And then in later years grew up on the village of Homalchichen, which we now know as Capilano. 2 villages that aren't directly connected to me through blood ties, but through many family and friend ties. And it has been a lifelong dream of mine to once again set foot and call these lands my home once again. For many generations, it has been the utmost and most important thing is sustainability of our land, of our culture, and our people. Everything that we do in our position within our community is to uphold those teachings and the knowledge that we have and pass it down to the next generation. And that has to, and the work that we do today has to affect the people 7 generations from now. The work that my grandparents did, my mother did, my great-grandparents, and so on and so forth, has led me and my family and, our relatives here up to this point. Everything that they did, that they foreseen, has led us up to the returning of our lands. And everything that I do here is to help not only my children, but my great-grandchildren and grandchildren and great-great-grandchildren and many of my, what we call our Sminhim, the ones who do not walk this earth yet. This is the work, this is who that work that we do today is for. It's not for us, it's not for our children, but for many of those to come, generation after generation, to once again put Our name is Squamish, is Humatsquim and Tsleil-Waututh. Back on the map as official territory, ancestral territory of our people, as we all walked hand in hand on all these lands for time immemorial. Chinklementomia.
We, as the MST cultural liaisons, would travel to various nations, Squamish, Musqueam, and Tsleil-Waututh. We would go and get our advice from our elders, our young people, how we would like to move forward. What are their opinions? What are their heartfelt attitudes? We come from our heart. We are Kwam. We are one. We are MST, we are Three Nations, and we are family. Kwam is always one. We had our differences, as was mentioned before. We all have come together now, and we're all learning from one another. So when we go out to each different community and listen to our elders and our young people to realize the future, we bring it forward, and we're bringing it forward to you to let you understand who we are and where we are going. When this development is finished in 25 to 30 years, my 3-year-old granddaughter will be 33. And these are the reasons why I stand here for my grandchildren and the children of all of the nations. Thank you.
This was going to be William talking, but we're all quite in tune with what we've been working on. A lot of the work that we did in the communities is where we came to get some of our designing guidelines and where the collaboration of our community has come from, and the ideas that each of Charlene had said, from our youngest to the oldest. We always start with our elders, and Kalsilim is with our elders today. They're the ones who are the bridge to the past. They're the ones who were young when my great grandfather was alive. And they're the ones who shared the different stories with us, and were able to bring us in, getting us to the ideas that we have brought forward. Our history is very strong within the Three Nations. And so the importance of being able to bring this to our communities, and the ideas came from them, and we're just a funnel to bring it to our design team.
Here we have a picture of Celicia. Celicia was a scientist, an engineer, an environmentalist. She had seen the world change within, and now the greater Vancouver area is also seeing a change. Celicia was working here on a spindle wheel. She created the weaving that she sits upon. She spun the wool that she worked with. She used a whirl that she'd twirl with her hands in order to make that wool. She would present herself to the weaving and come up with those beautiful designs and figure out the math that goes into putting it together. So when you think of people of the past moving forward, think of this beautiful lady, Celicia, who is part of our past, and that had to look at the greater Vancouver area as moving into the future.
And this is where we came to be with our MST cultural whirl. You take a look at the center point that we have is starting with the land, a place of gathering in abundance, and telling the stories of the MST people and these lands. So you take a look at that. There's the 3 center points. Those are our 3 communities working together. And then each level goes out, which brought us to the different concepts that we have. And a lot of the work that we put through has to do with our culture and our language and our stories and our history. So our spin on the cultural whirl has us twining together, rekindling our threads and making us stronger, because when you have one small thread, it's not that strong, but when you're weaving it together, the three of us, we realize that we are stronger together. And I think Matt will be coming up next.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Chair, members of Council. I'm Matt Shillito, the Interim Director of Planning. I'm joined by John Grottenberg from the Special Projects Office in Planning to lead the presentation, and we have staff from across many different departments here to answer your questions. Before getting started, I'd like to acknowledge that our meeting today is being held on the unceded ancestral and traditional homelands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations, and to express our gratitude to the nations for their stewardship of this special place since time immemorial, as well as the opportunity and the privilege to work in partnership with them to plan the future of these lands.
Pardon me, Matt, I'm just going to interrupt you for a quick second. I think because your presentation is going to take us past 12 o'clock, we just have to agree to an extension to continue to hear your presentation. So, Council, can I just get a motion? Councillor Dominato, Councillor Carr, all in favor? Thanks very much. So we'll hear the presentation, and then we'll break for lunch then. Thank you. Carry on.
Thank you, Chair. The Jericho Lands Policy Statement is really a very significant milestone in this project. It represents the culmination of several years of collaborative work between the city and the landowners, the MST Nations and the Canada Lands Company, informed by extensive community and stakeholder engagement. This is obviously a very large and highly complex project. It touches on many aspects of city planning, with a uniquely rich opportunity for reconciliation at its heart. We as staff believe that the policy statement establishes a bold and compelling vision for the future of the Jericho Lands, and we're very pleased to be able to present it to you for your consideration today. In terms of the contents of the presentation, John will provide you with some background, including the city policy context and the planning process undertaken to date. He'll outline the key elements of the plan, including the public benefit strategy, and summarize the feedback that we've heard from the community through the process. And then I will offer some conclusions and briefly outline the next steps in the process. So with that, I'll hand over to John. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Matt. Good morning, Mayor and Council. John Grottenberg, Senior Planner in the Special Projects Office. So, firstly, I'm going to provide some background on the site and the policy context that informed the policy statement. Jericho Lands is a 90-acre site bound by West 4th, West 8th, Highbury Street to the east, and Trimble Park at Discovery Street to the west. The site has two portions. The eastern portion, Jericho Garrison, is about 52 acres, and the western portion, Jericho Hill, is about 38 acres. The lands are owned by a joint venture partnership between the MST Partnership and the Canada Lands Company. The Jericho Lands are part of an interconnected network of cultural sites throughout the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh territories, and for millennia was where the nations hunted, gathered, and followed their cultural customs. In June of 2018, at the request of the landowners, Council approved a planning program to create a policy statement to guide redevelopment of the site. A number of city policies and strategies have informed the policy statement, particularly in the areas of reconciliation, housing affordability, transportation, climate, and sustainability. And I'll briefly touch on three of these recent key policies and council decisions. In October of 2022, Council approved the city's UNDRIP strategy, which includes a framework of calls to action under 4 key themes. Jericho Lands has great potential to advance several of these actions through MST Nation's ownership of and self-determination in the provision of community amenities, new culturally safe affordable housing, opportunities to rebuild the Indigenous economy, and new spaces for MST cultural activities and celebrations, amongst others. The citywide Vancouver Plan was approved by Council in July 2022 to guide growth in the city over the next 30 years, with priorities including reconciliation, housing, jobs, and sustainability. The plan identified the Jericho Lands as a major project site with the surrounding neighborhood as a future rapid transit area. The proposed UBCX SkyTrain extension is identified as a key 10-year regional priority in TransLink's Access to Everyone plan. In spring of 2022, City Council and TransLink's Mayor Council endorsed the proposed SkyTrain alignment and stations with Vancouver, including a station serving the Jericho Lands. Since then, the province has assumed leadership of UBCX and is advancing more detailed technical work and development of a business case that's expected to be completed at the end of this year. So moving along to the Jericho Lands planning process, the program launched in March of 2019 with a broad array of public engagement. Input gathered throughout Phase 1 shaped a set of guiding principles and emerging site planning ideas that Council endorsed in June of 2021 in Phase 2. Phase 3 then drew on these principles and site planning ideas to create 2 conceptual site plan options that were presented for public feedback in the fall of 2021. After that round of engagement, the project was then put on pause at the landowner's request to enable the nations to carry out more engagement with the nation's community members. In Phase 4 last year, in early summer, the landowner's revised site concept was presented for public feedback in June of 2023. Incorporating the results from the previous phases, what we heard through the engagement on the revised concept and additional technical work, the policy statement was drafted and published in early December 2023. Overall, community engagement has involved a wide variety of events and activities, both in person and virtual, with over 19,000 engagement touchpoints throughout the process. And this slide shows a snapshot of those. As we just heard from the cultural liaisons, a key outcome from the additional engagement that was done with the nation's communities is the MST cultural whirl. The city recognizes the Jericho Lands as an important place of reconciliation, and the cultural whirl provides the foundation for the policy statement. The whirl was created from the knowledge, stories, and input shared by the nation's community members, weaving together a pattern of interconnected cultural design inspirations, cultural site planning elements, and cultural design principles. As we see here, from the middle ring of the whirl, the 7 cultural site planning elements are integrated throughout the policy statement and form the key layers or building blocks for the Jericho Lands site plan. So I'll now provide a brief overview of the Jericho Lands plan, including its key elements and a summary of the policy directions by topic. Firstly, with the vision. Blanketed with MST Nation's culture and design, Jericho Lands will be a high-density, mixed-use, and car-like community centered on rapid transit, which embraces its natural setting and is welcoming and inclusive to all. It will provide approximately 13,000 new homes for about 24,000 new residents. This includes about 2,600 social housing units and 1,300 secured market and below-market rental units, as well potential for attainable leasehold ownership housing. The plan also provides for a broad mix of job space for about 3,000 new jobs, including new retail, service uses, office, potential hotel, cultural, and urban light industrial uses. And approximately 30 acres of parks and public open space will be integrated throughout the site. This shows some of the key features of the plan, including the large central community park area with the Energy Oval to the south and the Canopy Oval to the north. Right next to the park to the east is the Community Centre and Vancouver School Board Elementary School site. There's a major cluster of retail and commercial and cultural uses near the proposed Jericho station, and additional retail and cultural uses along the Weave Walk connecting northeast to West 4th Avenue and the Culture Walk connecting southeast towards the Alma SkyTrain station. In the southwest corner of the site is the Watchman's Hill Plaza space and viewpoint on the ridge, and there are childcare facilities integrated throughout the site. Looking at a 3D view here, we can see how the tallest buildings are generally concentrated near the center of the site, with the 3 tallest 49-story Sentinel towers near the proposed Jericho station. Building heights generally step down towards the edges of the site to transition to the surrounding neighborhood and to limit shadowing on Jericho Beach Park. So moving along to the key policy directions by topic, and firstly for reconciliation. The city will continue to work collaboratively with the nations to advance the project within the framework of UNDRIP and through the application of the cultural design principles as we get into more detailed design phases. The project will help foster the social, cultural, and economic well-being of the nations with culturally appropriate housing, spaces for gathering and celebrations, and opportunities to help rebuild the nation's economies. Along the high point of the site's topography, the history of the ridge will be celebrated by maintaining key views from public spaces and with storytelling and cultural elements along accessible pathways. As well, there will also be significant naming opportunities for the nations for key buildings, public spaces, and other landmarks within the site. For land use and density, the directions are to create a high-density mixed-use community with a variety of housing types and affordable housing options. Existing tenants in the Jericho Garrison side will be protected by developing a tenant relocation plan at the rezoning stage. And as mentioned, a broad mix of commercial and other employment uses will meet the daily needs of residents, along with the community amenities that I'll expand on more in a moment. For parks and open space, the key directions include creating a minimum of approximately 20 acres of park space and about 10 acres of public open space, so that would include plazas, linear spaces, etc., and ensuring that these spaces are welcoming and accessible to all. Protecting and adding significant trees to the site to integrate a mature urban forest over time, and improving ecological connections between the Jericho lands and the Jericho Beach Park to the north. For transportation, the key directions are creating a car-light community that prioritizes active travel, walking, rolling, and cycling, with a strong network of walking and cycling connections and integration with the proposed UBCX stations. As well, existing streets and intersections adjacent to the site will be upgraded to mitigate any traffic impacts and to enhance walking and cycling connectivity to and from the Jericho lands and the surrounding neighborhood. To focus on UBCX for a moment, as we see here, the proposed alignment and Jericho station location have been a key organizing element for the site plan. The station location within the site is the preference of the landowners, and staff also assessed that it's the optimal location for a number of reasons, including focusing the highest density centrally within the site, including more of the site within an easy walk of the station, and to integrate with buses on the proposed transit loop to the north. In the bottom left, then that sort of blue trapezoid shape shows where the station could potentially be located from previous technical work done by TransLink. As I've mentioned, the technical work and business case development now being led by the province will confirm the alignment and station location. If UBCX is significantly delayed past the completion of Phase 1 development of Jericho lands, or if UBCX doesn't proceed at all, or if there's significant changes to the alignment and station location, the policy statement includes a break clause that would require review and adjustments to the site plan and phasing. So moving along to built form and site design, key directions, as mentioned, include centrally locating the tallest buildings, including the 3 Sentinel buildings, celebrating the MST partnership with transitions down to the edges of the site, framing and activating streets and public spaces and creating a variety of building types and forms, ensuring buildings are livable and neighborly, contribute to pedestrian comfort and interest, and mitigate shadow impacts on public spaces, and integrating significant trees, vegetation, and landscape features throughout the site. Looking at sustainability in One Water, key directions include designing a low-carbon community that's adaptive to climate change and that meets or exceeds city requirements for large sites, embracing Indigenous design and encouraging the significant use of wood and mass timber in new construction. The comprehensive One Water approach includes celebrating rainwater by reflecting the natural and historic movement of water across the site, managing groundwater to protect the aquifer, maintain flows to downstream environments and ecosystems, and to support groundwater recharge, as well minimizing the use of potable water for irrigation and in outdoor spaces. We do note that detailed hydrogeological and environmental studies have not yet been completed, and substantive studies for the entire site will be required prior to the Phase 1 rezoning application. To emphasize, this process is consistent with other major projects. The detailed findings of these studies could impact various elements of the site development, but staff will work with the landowners to develop solutions that meet regulatory requirements and avoid any adverse groundwater impacts. I'll now provide a brief overview of the significant public benefits package of affordable housing, amenities, and infrastructure for the Jericho Lands project. This package was informed by a comprehensive needs assessment, MST Nation's self-determined amenity priorities, as well as a financial analysis of the project that I'll touch on more in a moment. Firstly, in terms of housing, the project will deliver approximately 3,900 affordable homes, including about 2,600 social housing units at 20% of the residential floor area, and about 1,300 secured market and below market rental units at 10% of the residential floor area. Within that, a minimum of 25% below market rental. As mentioned, there's also potential for attainable leasehold homeownership to be explored through implementation with details that would be determined at the rezoning stage. Nearly 500 childcare spaces will be provided, including at least 259 spaces for 0 to 4-year-olds and 240 for 5 to 12-year-olds. And as mentioned, the development will include about 30 acres of parks and public open spaces. For arts and culture, approximately 15,000 square feet of space is proposed, including MST Nation's self-determined spaces. The details of these spaces would be determined at the rezoning stage, but for example, could include artist studios, space for carving, food, dance, music, weaving, etc. Community facilities include a non-traditional library or house of learning of about 10,000 square feet, which would be co-developed with the nations and includes significant teaching and cultural components, as well as some traditional library functions. There's a new 50,000 square foot community center and about 15,000 square feet of social spaces, again, including spaces self-determined by the nations, details to be determined at the rezoning stage, but could include, for example, space for ceremonies, space for healing, space for employment and training, and space for youth, family, and elders. For public safety, the project will contribute to the expansion of Fire Hall number 19 south of the site and provide space, temporary space on site during the expansion construction. Touching on the transportation and utility infrastructure, the project will provide a new network of streets and walking and cycling paths on the site in integration with the UBCX station, as well as street and intersection upgrades adjacent to the site. Storm and potable water upgrades, green infrastructure, and other improvements will be delivered to service the site and to manage rainwater. Other amenities and infrastructure on the site that will be funded and delivered in partnership with other agencies include the new Vancouver School Board Elementary School for up to 550 students, and the proposed UBCX SkyTrain, including the Jericho Station. It is expected the landowners will contribute towards the UBCX project, which could include financial or cash and or in-kind contributions, such as land for laydown and construction areas, through station integration with adjacent development and integration with the new transit loop. Looking at the financial implications for the project, the city retained Coriolis Consulting to undertake a pro forma analysis to determine the financial viability or funding capacity of the Jericho Lands to fund and deliver the new amenities and infrastructure. The total cost of the package is about $1.3 billion, of which about $550 million is for non-housing amenities and about $760 million for affordable housing, and that would be the social housing component. Total funding capacity from developer contributions is about $1.15 billion, and so the non-housing amenities and infrastructure can be fully funded by the project, and the remaining gap of about $160 million is with the affordable housing component. So as we see here, the total funding capacity on the left in yellow with the gap in red at the top, and that's what the amount of senior government funding that would be required to fully deliver on the social housing target of 20%. In working collaboratively with the nations, we agreed on several principles for approaching the financial considerations of the project. As noted, there is a funding gap for the social housing, which requires senior government funding to achieve the full policy target of 20%. On its own, the project can deliver about 16% social housing. As well, the analysis is not yet accounted for potential contribution towards UBCX. Any cash contribution required would thus increase the funding from senior government required to deliver the full 20% social housing. The city has also agreed to explore opportunities to reinvest DCLs generated by the project into off-site infrastructure upgrades that will also serve the larger neighborhood. And finally, the city will work with the nations in developing an innovative co-management model whereby the nations own all of the social housing and community amenities, with a city operating some over the long term. This approach is very similar to and will build on the learnings from the recent Heatherlands project. Looking at build-out of the Jericho Lands development, it's expected to develop in 4 phases over approximately 25 to 30 years. Phasing will be guided by a number of objectives, as noted there on the slide, with the final phasing strategy to be determined through the official development plan process as part of implementation, which Matt will touch on at the end. I'll now cover the results from the most recent round of public engagement during Phase 4 last summer. Through all of our engagement activities in Phase 4, we heard a number of key themes. We consistently heard strong support for how the nation's culture, values, and history is embedded in all aspects of the site plan concept. We heard that parks and open spaces are important for livability and quality of life, and that with the increase in density, more green space would be needed than was proposed. We heard support for the active transportation elements and the concept of a car-light community with the emphasis on walking, rolling, cycling, and taking transit. We certainly heard mixed opinions about the proposed density. Many folks did feel that the density is too high, while others expressed a need for more housing options close to rapid transit on the west side of Vancouver and were supportive of the proposed density. We also heard concerns about the proposed building heights, including potential impacts on the area's natural beauty, neighborhood character, and overall livability. And finally, we heard consistent general support for the concept of a compact, complete community with daily needs within an easy walk, and some concerns about whether the proposed public amenities would be sufficient for the future density and population on the site. Through Phase 4, we undertook 2 surveys to receive feedback on the landowner's site concept: a Shape Your City survey on our project webpage, which was open to anyone and self-selected. We also had hard copies of that at our public open houses, and a citywide market research survey where staff commission sent us to undertake representative public opinion research with feedback that was reflective of the opinion of the city's adult population. The same questions were asked in both surveys, and the same materials, the information boards, were available in both as well. Firstly, for response to the overall concept, you can see here lower level of support on the left from the Shape Your City survey at about just over a third, while from the market research there was nearly 2/3 support. Moving along to the topic-specific questions, generally there was support for the Parks and Open Space Network, the car-light transportation approach, the land use mix, and the proposed public amenities. For density and building types and heights, support was significantly lower from the Shape Your City survey at about 1/3 support, while about half of the market research respondents were supportive, including those who lived in the northwest quadrant of the city. Again, throughout all of these questions, there was consistently higher levels of support from the market research survey compared to the Shape Your City survey. So with that, I'll now turn it back to Matt to provide some concluding remarks and next steps for the Jericho Lands project.
Thank you, John. To conclude, we believe as staff that the redevelopment of the Jericho Lands, as envisaged in the policy statement, brings a wealth of opportunities. This is first and foremost a project of reconciliation. It represents a generational opportunity for the nations to reaffirm their relationship with the land, to honor their heritage, to rebuild their communities, and to celebrate their identity. And it has huge potential to tangibly advance the goals of the city's UNDRIP strategy. Just a few examples include opportunities to rebuild the Indigenous economy, creation of cultural safe and affordable housing for Indigenous people, MST Nations ownership and self-determination in the design and programming of community amenities, and new spaces for MST cultural activities and celebrations. The development will also make a major contribution to the city's strategic planning goal of delivering more homes and jobs close to rapid transit, including almost 4,000 rental and social housing units. And in doing so, it will both catalyze and anchor the city's highest priority transit project, the SkyTrain extension to UBC. Of course, housing and job space don't make for a successful place on their own. So the vision is for a complete community with a wide range of supporting amenities and infrastructure. A 50,000 square foot community centre, 30 acres of parks and open space, it's about a third of the site, 5 childcare facilities, a non-traditional library, a variety of social and cultural spaces that support community well-being and provide opportunities for cultural expression, a public elementary school, and a wide array of improvements to support active transportation. The plans also embrace a variety of important actions to address the climate emergency, such as reducing greenhouse gas emissions per capita by accommodating more people and jobs in compact, complete communities by rapid transit, advancing the city's goal of 80% of all trips being made by sustainable modes of transportation, delivering greener buildings, including through lower carbon construction methods such as mass timber, and introducing holistic, sustainable approaches to rainwater management. Turning now to next steps, pending council approval of this policy statement, staff would immediately begin work to prepare the official development plan. And I would just note on that the official development plan is not in fact a city planning requirement for the site. Instead, it's being prepared at the request of the landowners for the specific purpose of enabling them to secure financing from lenders. And the ODP does that by providing greater certainty on development allowances and amenity and infrastructure obligations across the whole site by way of a bylaw versus a policy. In parallel with the ODP process, we will begin work on the Phase 1 rezoning, and that'll include a substantial pre-application process during which we'll work with the landowners and the province to further explore and provide clarity on the outstanding issues around the SkyTrain alignment and the groundwater conditions. Pending and following council approval of the first phase rezoning, there would then be a series of development permits and building permits, followed by construction, with build-out of the whole site expected to take about 25 to 30 years. Community and stakeholder engagement will continue throughout all of these steps in the process. And of course, City Council will be involved in making all of the key decisions along the way, such as the approval of the official development plan and the approval of each rezoning. Thank you. That concludes the staff presentation.
Thank you very much, staff. Okay, we're going to break for lunch. I'm going to take a quick straw poll on the time that we want to come back. Either come back in an hour or so to 1:15, or we can continue at 1 o'clock. What would council like? You're in 1? Okay.
Can I ask a point of clarification?
Yeah.
I know that we extended here the presentation and perhaps not speakers, but will the representatives from the MST be here for questions after the break?
I'm seeing nodding. Yes, they will.
Okay.
Okay. All right. We will.
And we don't want to consider doing that now potentially while they're here rather than having them wait?
Okay. Do we want to? Okay, council. Do we want to do questions with or I'm looking across at our delegation here. Do you want to break and come back at 1 o'clock, or would you like to proceed right now? Okay. What do you think? Okay, then we'll take a break and we'll come back at 1 o'clock and resume the discussion. Thank you.
are using human-scale design to create livable and climate-resilient communities.
Welcome to TELUS Conferencing. To join the
Hey, Elise, can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Amazing, thank you.
All right, we have quorum, so we'll resume the meeting. We have committee members, we have a number of people in the queue. You have 5 minutes to ask questions of our team members. So it looks like Councillor Dominato, if you're ready to go, we will proceed. Councillor Dominato.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair, and thank you for all the presentations this morning. Yes, I have a couple of questions. There was a slide referring to, and I can't remember who presented it, around the affordable housing component and the financial gap of meeting that. I'm curious if you could provide either, whether it's MST or staff, to provide an update on the discussions with the provincial and federal governments about anticipated support for bridging that gap and supporting the affordable housing components of this project. Not sure who wants to take that one, but I'll.
Good afternoon. My name is David Negrin. I'm the outgoing CEO of MSC Development Corporation. So with the province, but mainly the feds through CMHC, we have a number of programs that fund the construction of the project. We have what's called an RCFI fund. And just to give you an example, on Fairmont alone, that RCFI fund totals about $300 million, which helps you with the construction of the units, and it's also at a lower interest rate. We're also working with the CIB Canada Infrastructure Bank, and also through other housing programs that'll help fund the infrastructure of these housing projects. And I think what it's really important for council and the mayor to understand is that through the nations, these programs are very accessible for Indigenous communities and Indigenous projects. So that's typically how we deal with the difference in terms of the money we need to finance a project and to get it built. CMHC is giving us up to a 50-year term on some of the loans. So it's a really good program that does assist nations to build these out. Thank you.
No, that's great. Thanks for clarifying that. I appreciate that. So it sounds like there's lots of opportunity. I'm curious if staff could and also maybe comment on the public process around public input and engagement, because I think we had the Shape Your City and other open houses. If you could comment on that, you presented 2 different polls, and how that community input and feedback has been considered and incorporated into what we're seeing today.
Thank you. Yes, that's right. We took 2 surveys at the same time last summer. One, a Shape Your City survey, which is our normal approach to gauging public engagement, alongside a series of open houses and stakeholder meetings last summer. And we also commissioned a third-party public research company to undertake an objective survey across the citywide voice that leveled out for demographics. In other words, the most representative survey of demographics in terms of age, gender, and so on, home ownership, and location within the city, to really give 2 gauges of public opinion. The Shape Your City survey skewed slightly more locally to the local community. About half of the respondents were from West Point Grey and Kitsilano. The citywide survey was, of course, more balanced across the whole city. We heard, as you saw in the presentation, a real spectrum of opinion. I think it's fair to say that where there was concern, and there was concern, significant concern, particularly from the Shape Your City survey and from, therefore, the local community, it was around density and building heights and the change in scale that this project would mean for the neighborhood. Nevertheless, even within the Shape Your City survey, there was significant support for the basic concept of the project. In other words, a complete community, an affordable housing package, an array of public amenities, a car light project, those kinds of things. And the citywide survey was more positive over all of the issues. It still was slightly less positive with respect to heights and densities, but overall it was more positive. And the overall response from the citywide survey was about 65% support. This project has been going on for 4 years now, and we've heard a lot from the community and the citywide voices about it. There have been numerous refinements to the site plan as we've gone along. But the consistent things we've heard is people want to see a complete, sustainable, livable community with amenities supporting it, with park space, one that supports the ecology of the area, and one that deals with the housing crisis. Nevertheless, with a caveat, a strong caveat from local voices, that heights and densities are a concern.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that. And then for those who maybe didn't hear the presentation this morning, I just want to reflect back what I heard and could confirm it, is that we had many letters and emails about the hydrogeological survey that'll be undertaken. You did affirm that that indeed will take place prior to any kind of development on the site, correct?
That's right. A full site-wide detailed hydrogeological survey will be required prior to the city receiving the first phase rezoning application.
Okay.
Thank you. That's my
Thanks
time.
very much, Councillor. We'll go on to the next. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Chair. And thanks to everybody for the presentations and for being here together with us today. I have a question. I think it's probably for David. And it's with respects to looking at the, and obviously this is a long-term generational phased, kind of bold vision, but looking at sort of the contemplated housing mix currently, there's a reference as a potential opportunity to potential attainable leasehold home ownership. And I'm wondering if you can speak a little bit more to that, and if there's a chance for the city to sort of throw its weight behind that opportunity as it relates to really delivering on that need for middle-income housing in our city.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think it's a really important question. I've been in the development industry 35 years, and I've never seen a program that works for middle income. And middle income today, it'll change as inflation rises over the next 20 years, but today it's at $80,000 income in a household to $180,000. What we're really proud of is that the nations have been working. I can say this, we're very close, but we're not there yet. I did speak to the province before I came up here today. We're working with the province of British Columbia on a housing program that will directly relate to that middle income housing of 80,000 to 180,000. We're not there yet, but I can say this, and the nations can confirm it, that they're fully behind this program. We believe it will come into fruition very soon, and that there will be a substantial number of units on nations' lands that will go forward. So again, we're working with the province. The province has worked very closely with us in a very positive manner, and I can say this, we will really need the support of this council in order to make this happen in the city of Vancouver. But it's something I'm extremely proud of that we're working on it. I think the nations, again, to the chiefs here, they're extremely proud, to the cultural liaisons. So again, we'll keep you informed as we go forward, but I can say that our discussions have been very, very good so far with the province of British Columbia, and that we are in discussions with the federal government too.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. That's great to hear. And then I want to also follow up on Councillor Dominato's question to staff around the hydrological piece. And I know that staff responded. This is a concern that we've heard raised in a lot of letters to council. And I know that staff responded that needs to be conducted first. I wonder if you can just extend the thought process to share so the public's fully understanding if an issue arises, something significant related to the aquifer, et cetera, how does that impact in terms of the timing and trajectory and the process around the land policy statement and actually moving to any future development?
Good afternoon. Thank you, Councillor Jimmy Zamar, Director of Urban Watersheds, Sewers and Drainage. As indicated, there is a slate of technical studies required that cover multiple aspects of hydrogeology, geotechnical, environmental, water, sewers, drainage, and other interrelated water management requirements for the site. These studies need to be completed before we can look at a rezoning in totality. And we have laid out these studies to the applicant, and they are committed to working with us on that. As the information comes in, that will inform the kind of design of the future development and the rezoning, and the applicant would have to take into account the findings and will have to comply with city policies, including the groundwater bulletin around discharge of groundwater into the sewer system and around impacts, adverse impacts to the environment within the site and downstream from the site.
Okay, no pun intended on the downstream. So fair to say then, if there is an issue identified, then plans would need to be adapted in order to address that issue and accommodate anything to do with supporting that?
Absolutely, and we've done this with many applicants before. This is consistent with our approach. This site will have to comply with the policies and the applicant, so there will be adjustments to all the aspects of the development to work within that. And we feel confident that the process right now, with about 6 or 8 years of really intense learning for the city on groundwater, starting with the Canby Corridor and subsequent updates to the groundwater bulletin, that we're taking a really proactive approach on groundwater relative to how it was in the past. So we feel we have a really good standing point to get into this phase of work with the applicant.
Okay, and then just to confirm then, you said we've done this before, so the city has done this at scale or with respects to sort of, significant site planning or large area planning?
Yes, this is consistent with all of the sites. This is consistent and exceeds our experience with all similar sites, major sites in the city in the last decade plus.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Montague.
Thanks, Chair. This question is probably for Matt. You touched on it very briefly in the presentation, but I was hoping you could expand a little bit. A lot of the correspondence that council got, I'm hoping your answer can alleviate some of the questions that were in those letters and emails. You mentioned a break clause with regard to UBCX, and I'm just wondering if you could expand a little bit on just how much this development relies on UBCX moving forward, how that break clause really looks, and if it relates to any other potential issues like the groundwater studies.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's important to say that the UBCX SkyTrain extension is a crucial underpinning to the project. We're planning on the basis that it's when rather than if the project proceeds, and we have every confidence that it will. We have, though, out of an abundance of caution, introduced a break clause into the policy statement such that after the first phase of development, if UBCX is not to proceed or is delayed by many years and decades, then we would revisit the site plan for the remaining phases and make sure that the project doesn't exceed the capacity of the site and the surrounding area, including the transportation capacity, which will be crucial. I think the other factor to mention here is time. The first phase represents about 8 years of development that wouldn't likely get underway until 2027. So we have at least until 2035 before we need to invoke that break clause and make that decision. And in the meantime, we have several check-in points. We have the official development plan in about a year's time, by which time the province's business case will be complete, and we'll have much better clarity on where that sits. And also the first phase rezoning. So there are further checkpoints in between now and 2035 when the break clause could perhaps be invoked, when we'll be able to adjust and move along as necessary. And of course, we'll bring council into those discussions and those all decisions of yours at that time.
Thank you. I just want to get that clarified.
Thank you, Councillor Meisner.
Great, thanks, Chair. This is likely a question, I imagine, for the developer. I was looking for some more information on the social housing units that are to be included in the development. I understand there's the gap, but I'm wondering what phases those social housing units are going to be delivered in, given the build out of up to 30 years.
Thank you. First of all, we're meeting the requirements of the city on 20% social housing plus 10% rental. We're also, which is really important from the nation's standpoint, is the Indigenous housing that we're providing here. That's on top of the 20 plus the 10. And I think that's really important for council to know. I'll use examples. Fairmont, phase 1. This is a project that's well on its way. It'll be the same when we deal with Jericho. They're within all phases. They don't just fall within one phase. For Fairmont, we have it in phase 1, we have it in phase 2, and it'll flow through the phases here.
Interrupt you, sorry. Fairmont is Heatherlands?
Yes, that's correct, yeah. And so it's in every phase. We try to make sure that it falls within each phase.
Okay.
Again, if we're successful with the negotiations that we're having with the province right now, what I call the middle income workforce housing, it may be that'll be focused completely up front, along with the housing coming in, social housing coming immediately after. But again, the answer I want everybody to understand is that it's within each phase of the development. Yeah.
Okay, I'm encouraged to hear about those discussions with the province,
Yep.
and hope to see that come to fruition. Maybe this is a question for you as well, although I'm not sure. I understand that MST is going to retain ownership of the public benefits.
Correct.
Which is a little bit different from other developments. Obviously, this is a different development, it being Indigenous-led. Just wondering a little bit more about the rationale of that model.
Well, the nations is a government. I think we all have to understand that it's government to government. The relations here with the city that you've heard from all the chiefs this morning and the chair has been fantastic. And therefore, as a government, they have every right to operate the social housing and also the community centers. And they're a business. We're running as a business. We've been a very successful business. It's a business that's worth over $4 billion today. And so therefore, I'm very confident that we'll run those in a professional manner, in a manner that suits the city and falls within the guidelines of social housing, community centers, and everything. And I think it's really important. I think this is a really important, we heard this from the nations when I first started. They said, David, we're a business. We're here to succeed. We're going to run it properly. And that having that Indigenous, what I'll call Indigenous ownership, is really important for the nations that lost their lands, years ago and have been, as I said, the past 3 years have been incredibly successful for the nations. And they want to move in there with ownership and operating with an Indigenous, I'll call it cultural flavor to everything that we're doing. I think that's really important. You'll see that within the site, within the architecture, within the design of these community centers, within the schools, is that, why in Canada is the Indigenous, why is it we have social studies that looks upon America, right? And everything that happens. It's really just becoming part of the community and operating it and telling that story of how nations operate. I think that's extremely important within the cultural centers, within the daycares, within if we have an ice rink, within if we're running programs in social housing. But the social housing program is a nonprofit program for the nations. It runs as a nonprofit. They're a government, and therefore they're going to go forward with it.
Okay, thank you for that.
Yep, thank you.
This one is for staff, City of Vancouver. I'm just wondering in terms of public benefit, because it's obviously, I guess my question is are these public benefits calculated in a different fashion, considering the fact that the nations will retain ownership as opposed to the city? Is there a different formula or maybe some of the considerations there? I just want more information.
Yeah, no, we've used the same formula. At this stage, the financial analysis has been focused on the capital cost of delivering those amenities and infrastructure. So we've used the same approach we would for a normal financial analysis at this stage of the project. There may be differences in terms of operating costs as things move forward, and that'll have to be worked out through operating and management agreements with the landowners in due course. But that's a normal thing to work out through a later stage of the process.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thanks. So I'm going to start off also with the topic of the day, which is the hydrological studies. And I'm wondering what the timing of that would be prior to, I know it's prior to any applications for rezoning, but what do you expect the timing to be?
Thank you, Councillor. Specifically, the hydrogeological study requires monitoring of the aquifer and the water table and how it varies over time. So it will be a multi-season study. And that study, for that study to happen, a number of approvals from the province are required. So there's basically going to be a time lag to allow this study to happen. So it would be easily 12 months or more for a solid package to come through.
Before it starts?
Before we have the completed hydrogeological study.
Oh, okay. And when are we planning to start?
I think the applicant can probably answer that.
Great.
Good afternoon. My name is Elisa Campbell. I'm Vice President with Canada Lands Company, and delighted to work with our MST partners on this great project. We oversee the project management, and that's why I'm up here to answer this question, because we go through a lot of the work to procure consultants and guide the work on a technical and planning perspective from the landowners' side. In terms of the hydrogeological, it is a hallmark of the project, as you've seen, in terms of the planning work and a lot of attention to water. It's a core feature for the nations. But in order to undertake the studies, we're now ready to do so, I'm pleased to tell you, but it has taken some time because we need permits in place to allow for the soil to be disrupted, that permit the wells to go into place, that can put the monitoring equipment in. And so we needed to get an archaeological permit in place. We now have received that, and we have procured the consultants so that they can start their work. As you've heard, it requires multiple seasons in order to track the flow of the water under different conditions. And so that can now take place over the coming months and years.
Okay, that's great. Thank you for that detail. Appreciate it. Back to staff for how that would impact the actual ODP, which is coming up. How much could it, depending on the results from those studies, would heights of buildings, locations of buildings all be impacted or could be impacted?
I can start, and then I might pass it to Matt in relation to other development and planning components. Based on the findings, the applicant typically adapts their rezoning and their plans to work with the conditions and to meet the city bylaws and bulletins. So in this case, for example, we wouldn't want to see groundwater in the pipe system, and we wouldn't want to see environmental and adverse impacts from groundwater. So examples of what applicants can do to mitigate that could be managing groundwater, meaning putting equipment for pumping or putting tanking, recharging the aquifer through with groundwater. They could redesign their buildings and their parking to work around constraints with aquifer being close to the surface. Limited parking underground, district parking, above grade parking, limited parking overall. Basically, there's a slate of solutions that would be looked at based on the context of the site and specific buildings within the site and the zone, because it will vary given how large the site is.
Excellent. Okay. Excuse me. Chair, I wonder if I could move for a second round. That was really good detail, but took up only just one question of mine. So move for a second round.
All right, we have a mover and a seconder. Lenny, all in favor of second round? Carried.
Thank you very much. Okay. One water. The green rainwater infrastructure is important, I think, in this particular case. The drawings show some surface water. I don't know if that was just like, do you think that there an imagining of sort of channeling of some surface water? It looked like there was a stream coming down or something like that.
Might have to wait for that answer. You're just running out of time now, Councillor. So we'll.
I'm sorry. You're
no
right.
worries. We'll get you back on. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much, Chair, and thank you for all of the work, and very much appreciate the opportunity to be looking at this policy context at this point. So I just wanted to ask a few follow-up questions in starting with our city staff related to the ODP, and maybe this question, but just to sort of make it more succinct, and how long will it take for this ODP to be developed? And I'm curious what you can advise council in terms of how it will interplay with the provincial housing legislation that references ODPs, and if there isn't one or if there is.
So the ODP will take as long as it takes to bring clarity on the SkyTrain alignment and the groundwater issues. And we think both of those things we will achieve clarity on within a year. So that's roughly the time frame we would expect to bring the ODP back. Really, the official development plan is just a progression of another more detailed planning tool. It's not strictly impacted by the provincial legislation. I'm not sure if you meant the transit-oriented area legislation.
Yes.
So, but to touch on that for a second, at this stage, the future UBCX SkyTrain stations are not defined as transit areas within that legislation. However, we understand that they will be when the funding commitment is made to the line. So it's really at that point that they will come in. With respect to Jericho, we've essentially future-proofed the plan on the basis that transit will come, as I mentioned earlier. And the plan as envisaged and as proposed to council significantly exceeds the minimum densities that will be in the future required by the provincial legislation.
Okay. But to put it plainly, that if, for example, the densities happen to be less in this particular policy context, the provincial government legislation would trump our
That's correct. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So we could make changes now, but regardless, we know what's coming down the pipe with provincial legislation. So it would essentially outrule, in a way, whatever this policy, unless we match it or exceed it. And so then that's what we're doing, in a way.
That's correct. Exactly. Yeah. The steps are transit committed.
Yeah.
TOA legislation applies to those transit areas, and then as of that moment, that would apply, and we would have to meet those minimum thresholds.
Yes. Okay. And just remind for council and the public that ODP comes to public hearing.
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay, so that'll be about a year. Do we have any sense of, and we talk about it won't start until I think David said 2027, and then 8 years to sort of build out phase one. Do we have a sense of the density planned in phase one and how that is relative to how we expect the city to grow in the same period of time?
We haven't done that calculation. I can tell you how many homes we expect in the first phase. It's about 4,000. In about 8 years of development, we can certainly do a calculation and come back to you on what that would mean versus the population of the growth of the city as a whole. What I would say is that the anticipated growth of the city over 30 years, which is about 260,000 under the van plan, so the roughly 24,000 people in Jericho over a roughly similar time frame would be about 9% of the total. Just haven't worked that back to what the first phase means, though.
Okay, no, that's great. That's very helpful. Do we have, and I know this is a sort of point of contention when we look at large-scale development across the city, active conversations happening related to schools? It seems that the sooner we get ahead of that conversation, the better. And maybe the broader context around school capacity that's current in what we expect it to be in 8 years.
Absolutely. And so we've been in discussion with the school board throughout this process, providing them with progressively more detailed information, up to now, including detail on density, on housing types and tenures, on even the form of development. And the school board staff put that into their model to generate a student yield from the project, both elementary and secondary. And then they put that up against their own demographic modeling and expectations around school capacity in the existing surrounding schools. And through that work have come to the conclusion that an elementary school of up to around 550 students is needed on the site.
In what phase?
To be determined. It's currently shown in the fourth phase, which is late in the project. They've indicated in the short to medium term, the existing elementary schools have capacity to accommodate it, again, based on their modeling. And so they are comfortable with the phasing of the school. That's essentially the process we've been through.
Thank you. I'll come back on. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Zhou.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So many of my questions related to the hydrogeological study has been answered. But one follow-up question. So if the study will take 12 months with multiple seasons required, and then we expect to receive the first application by the end of 2024, which is this year, so would that study further delay the whole process?
I think it's impossible to answer that question because it depends on what the study finds. I think if the study finds that the ground conditions have no impact, the hydrological conditions have no impact on the development envisaged in the first phase, then we would proceed. If it finds that there's an impact and something needs to be amended, that would then potentially delay the submission of the first phase rezoning. But I suspect we'll also know more as we go along through the year as well. So it won't. I think it's unlikely that we'll learn all of this at the end of the year. We'll have a better understanding as we go along.
Okay, so there might be, even like the study shows there's no problem, everything's good, that still take 12 months. And we are already at the end of January. And then we are unlikely to see the first application by the end of this year.
I think it's unlikely based on the timing that Canada Lands have indicated in terms of the study.
Okay. Thank you. The other question, shift the gear a little bit, about childcare. So it's really good to see 500 childcare spaces, but there will be 24,000 new residents. So 500 childcare is like 2%. Is this 500 childcare enough for the new residents?
Yeah, maybe I can give a high-level answer, and then we have Alex Sales from ACCS online. We undertook a needs assessment for all of the public amenities across the site based on needs generated by the new population, and the 500 spaces was what was identified as needed.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know whether Alex wants to add any color to that.
I think Kristen Lambertson will answer.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me? Can you repeat the question, please?
Councillor, can you repeat the question?
Oh, so yeah, the question is this 500 childcare space enough? because that's only like 2% of the new 24,000 residents. And most likely all those most of the residents will be the young family. So just asking, have we done any evaluation to see the demand of the childcare space?
Sorry, I'm going to have to defer to my colleague Myra. Are you there in childcare?
Yeah, apologies.
Hello, this is Mayra de Avila Wilton, a planner with the childcare team. Yeah, just to confirm, we do have a model to estimate need based on the number of units, and it's not an exact measure, but it gives us a baseline to come up with, the number that we think should of childcare spaces that should be delivered. I could follow up with more information on that.
Okay, thank you. Last question. Oh no, not the last one. But okay, the 349 storage tower that would be in phase 4, right?
No, that would be in phase 2.
Phase 2. Okay. And what is the timeline? Phase 2?
Well, the first phase is roughly 8 years of development, starting roughly 2027. The second phase, the beginning of the second phase might even begin before the end of the first phase and therefore overlap with it. That will really depend on the SkyTrain extension, though. So if the SkyTrain extension moves forward, earliest that might be in places by 2033, and that would enable the second phase to essentially get underway while the first phase is still being built out. And those three Sentinel buildings would be part of that because they're in and around and integrated with that SkyTrain delivery.
Okay, thank you. My last question about this non-traditional library. Can you expand a little bit? What is this non-traditional library, House of Learning? What is the difference between the traditional library?
Yeah, thank you. We have, at least I'm hoping we have Julia Morrison from VPL online to help with that.
I have 20 seconds left. Please.
Quick answer. It's essentially a library with the program defined by the nations to celebrate their history, their culture, their knowledge. Would also, though, have it's envisaged a sort of traditional library element as part of it as well. So it's an entirely new thing for the city of Vancouver to be defined by the nations, but with a traditional component as well is the plan at the moment.
Very good. Thank you. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks so much. Most of my questions have been asked, including my library question. I just wanted to follow up on Councillor Bly's question about the school because I think we're all conscious of the Olympic Village example where we are many, many, many years behind the need for a school now and are going to have a generation of kids having had to drive all over to get to their closest school. Is there more we can be doing on that front to ensure better timing and delivery of that?
I think it's always helpful when City Council sends a message to the school board and our provincial partners about the crucial element of schools and sort of underpinning the project. The reality has tended to be that the provincial government and by extension the school board have been funding schools as needs arise rather than sort of getting ahead of them. But we're always in partnership and in discussion with the school board, and any additional emphasis that council can put on that is always helpful.
Okay. Maybe we can. That was not going to be a question. I stopped myself. I will send a few questions on that and see if we can compile the right information that helps with that advocacy. A couple questions on the climate end. Are we hooking any of these new buildings or amenities up to gas, or will the whole area be electric?
I'm Brad Vidal, Director of Sustainability. Thank you for your question, Councillor Boyle. A couple of responses to that. So under the current Vancouver building bylaw requirements, very little of the energy supplied within the buildings will be by gas. The space heating and domestic hot water will be primarily by electricity. So only a small slice, even today, would be by gas. Through the policy statement, the applicant has indicated they're going to explore further reducing that, but that's as far as we're at the moment. They're also looking at a neighborhood energy system using a nearby sewer utility to recover heat from that as well. So also in the exploration stage.
That was my next question. Great, that's all. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Fry.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you. And obviously, most of my questions have been answered, and I'm sorry I missed the first set of questions. I did have a couple, though. And number one was that we're hearing some members of the public questions around the survey. And I'm just wondering if you could just walk us through the methodology on the survey. I understand the Shape Your City is more of a self-selecting survey, and the other one, which I forget already, is more of a random survey.
Yep, thank you, Councillor. Andrew Misiak, planner with the Special Projects Office. So the first methodology for the market research study, it was commissioned by Centus. The results, the demographics of the pool were weighted based on the geography, the gender, homeownership, language of the city of Vancouver. And Centus used three panel groups to collect responses. When it came to the Shape Your City survey, the methodology was the same questions, the same information that was shared in the market research was on Shape Your City, and members of the public were able to go on to Shape Your City and respond to the same questions.
So, and is it conceivable that multiple people could fill out this Shape Your City more than once if you had multiple emails? Is that? Not suggesting that's the case, I'm just curious.
We haven't looked at that specifically, but it's something that we can look at. But it's possible if people want to go through.
Yeah,
do that.
it's just it's curious because they're so different in the results and the kind of for obviously the same questions, and I know it's going to come up in some of the comments from the public. So okay, thank you for that. Appreciate it. And the other and this is more of a very general question. I mean, 30 years is a long time. Hopefully I'm still around in 30 years. I'm pretty confident with that. I'll be around in 30 years. But how does this future proof? How do we actually, I mean, a lot of things can change in 30 years. The climate is changing, demographics, population trends, housing needs. How does this kind of policy statement today respond to changes over the course of 30 years, potentially?
Thank you. And I mean, it's the challenge which encapsulates our work in city planning, really, is to look ahead with our best vision and both deal with the current issues we have around high housing, job space on transit, climate, and so on, and also what the needs of the future are going to be. These are mainly perennial planning issues. We're inspired by the nations who look 7 generations ahead to do the same thing. The other thing we do, though, is we create a flexible framework to roll out through this 30 years. So the policy statement before you today will create that framework. It's robust, it's clear, it's a vision, but it's a 2024 vision. And therefore, it's open to enable some flexibility for things to be implemented differently as we go forward, as different challenges arise, and different solutions to those challenges also arise.
Perfect. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Second round here, Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. It's a perfect segue. I also hope to be around here in 30 years. The question I have in the context of this is a 2024 plan and vision is, maybe back to David, as I understand we were talking offline there about that this proposal includes, I think, upwards of 40% wood components in terms of the development. And so my question to you is, if the technology is there and the ability there, capacity to do increase that with a more mass timber, do you envision that being possible if, again, given this is multiple phases and how things look today or may look very different 10 years from now?
Thank you for the question. Being an architect by education, not by practice, I think it's important that we look at different materials as we move forward with the design of our neighborhoods. And what I like about the timber construction, mass timber construction or timber construction at what we call the ground plane, it's much more pleasing to the eye than a concrete building. We're committed, we have, and through our drawings, we've shown approximately about 40% of our project right now as timber / mass timber. And really with Mass Timber, what we're doing is we're working with Dialogue and we're looking at the technology right now for buildings higher than 8 to 10 stories. It's not there yet. I'm not saying it's not possible, but through the nations, we are committed to timber and mass timber development. In our projects, it's extremely important as part of the urban design, and that's the feeling of when you're walking through, you're riding through, or you're having a coffee, what's the difference between concrete coming right down to the ground and having wood? So our commitment is to continue working with Dialogue to ensure that, you know, what we do build is obviously we're in a business here and we want to be financially successful. We want a successful neighborhood, but I can say this, that the nations are committed to the wood frame and timber construction. I know that Squamish is looking at their own mass timber plant at this point in time in Squamish itself. So I think you're working with 3 partners who are very, very positive in looking at mass timber construction. But again, right now, because we have low rise, we're at 40%.
Okay, that's great. I have a couple more quick questions I want to get through, and just flagging my timer wasn't reset at the beginning. Just in terms of the concept we're seeing today, is some of the vision for it, did it contemplate the need for student housing? This has been top of mind around the world, around the lack of student housing, and given the proximity to UBC, was that part of some of the conceptual discussions in design?
I mean, that's an important aspect. Obviously, when we're talking about traffic patterns out to UBC, I went to UBC years ago and the traffic was terrible. And if you go along Marine Drive today, it's terrible. Yes, we're looking at that, but also I can tell you that Musqueam is looking at their developments that they have for housing for students. But again, you know, successful communities are those that have all different levels of life, students to elderly people, to Indigenous people, to locals living. So again, I'm really hopeful. I know I've said it a number of times today. I think if we can't succeed in getting our governments to support 3 nations that are taking a large portion of their development to create affordable workforce housing, that's the key here. Because if the housing is more affordable, then more students can also live there. So that's really where we're headed. And our commitment has been unwavering since we've started this development to get there. So again, I'm looking at you because I know you're looking at us. We're looking at you and saying, we need your support on this, right? We need you to say, let's get this done. I can tell you, I've been a Liberal all my life, but I'm an NDP today because of their commitment to getting housing out for that workforce and that middle income housing. And that's what we need, and we need your support. And if we don't work together, what I love about working with the nations is they're a government, and the only way you're going to get housing for students, housing for those in the middle income, is government to government to government to government. What I mean by that, First Nations, cities, provincial governments, municipal governments, and federal governments. That's the success.
That's a perfect segue to my last question, Chair, which was around, given obviously there's the affordable housing component reflected in this concept. We heard from a number of residents about the desire to see even more affordable housing. And so if we were able to achieve that through discussions with the provincial and federal government, would that be a possibility of increasing the percentage of maybe below market rental in this project if the funds were there?
I will just say this, that our discussions with the government, I have to be careful how far I go here because we're not there yet, but our discussions with the governments directly do address those issues, right? And the last thing I wanted to say, which hasn't been said enough today, our partners, Canada Land Corporation, we have to remember they're a business and that they're there to continue on working. They have been extremely supportive of the 3 nations and how we've gone forward. I can tell you that they're subsidizing a lot of our programs right now that we have and our costs, but they're also on board with us here. So and the reason I'm saying that is everybody that's involved in design, development, zoning of this has this in mind to be successful and have a really successful project for everybody.
Great. Thank you. I think that's
Thank
good.
you.
Thanks a lot. Councillor Carr.
Yeah, I'll be taking nothing short of a miracle for me to be here in 30 years, but I still care what happens to this development. And Jamie, I'm going to come back to you. I have some questions I want to ask about fire services, and so I should just lead with that. You're planning a temporary fire hall on the site, which I gather is going to house Fire Hall 19 during expansion. What's the timing for that? Like, when do you need it for Fire Hall 19? When do you need that to be on site at Jericho, the temporary hall?
Thanks, Councillor, for your question. Maybe I could ask Dave Usugi with Finance if he could speak to that piece, if you're there, Dave, on WebEx.
My clock.
That might have to be a takeaway, and we can
All right,
confirm that and
okay.
follow up with you,
Are
Councillor.
all of my fire questions going to be takeaways then? Because I want to know the timing, how many more firefighters are going to be needed? You know, are all those questions, am I going to have to send them all in?
I could say, generally in terms of Fire Hall 19, it would be in the medium term. Can't speak to exact, specific time frame, but in the medium term, there's a need to both replace that and with the additional population of Jericho to expand that fire hall.
I'm just going to put my questions for fire on public record, and I'm going to send them in so that I can get a response back. So I want to know the timing, how many more firefighters are going to be needed to serve this development, along with the expansion anticipated for Fire Hall 19. Will the development, this development and its impacts for fire protection be part of the Vancouver Fire Rescue Service review being completed this year? So is that being included in there? And how did the city determine what capital contribution this project will make to the expansion of Fire Hall 19? Because it says in there that it's going to, but there's no details at this point. And in general, just have we contemplated, with this many people and, really the visitors there, et cetera, businesses there, what impacts this will have on the current resources for firefighting. So I'll send those in. So let's get back to Jimmy and the One Water.
Sorry, Councillor, I can answer that really quickly.
Oh, yes.
In terms of the operational review, we would not be looking out this kind of time frame into the future around determining Vancouver fire resources. It's much more current state.
So for this year's operational review. Okay, got it. Thank you for that answer. Great. I won't send that question in. I've got that. Okay, back to One Water. I'm interested in knowing in terms of One Water, the drawing shows this surface stream, and I'm assuming there's lots of green rainwater infrastructure, but I wonder if you can go over what that green rainwater infrastructure looks like or is contemplated like at this point in time, and if that surface stream was just an artist's vision or if there is actually an idea of surfacing water.
Thank you for the question. Some of the details might be best provided by the applicant, but I'm interpreting their summary, One Water summary published in November 2023, and what we have been in discussions with them about, which is to meet and exceed the Rain City strategy goals, the city's One Water approach goals around capturing rainwater, slowing it down closest to where it falls, including major storm events and extreme events, and conveyance pathways for stormwater from upstream of the site through the site and downstream. The idea being to put water back into the ground, recharge the aquifer, capture pollutants from right-of-way water. And what I'm seeing on their plan on page 7 and 8 is basically a blue-green network with nodes that act as wetlands ponds. And I see here they're referencing year-round permanent pools that collect and unify the water sources. So there's an element of infiltration along bioswales and rain gardens, as well as pools. The one comment around streams, there won't, in my understanding of this and our assessment, there wouldn't be a true daylighting of a stream. The streams that were there prior to urban development have been converted into culverts that have turned into pipe system. And while there is a very strong emphasis on the culture of bringing water back to the site and the benefits of livability and environmental and others, there's not a true element of having a permanent flow of a stream through the site, in my understanding.
So,
Okay.
In the daylighting sense.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that detail.
Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks. I wanted to follow up. We seem to be ping-ponging a bit across the chamber there on Councillor Dominato's earlier questions about mass timber. And I was really interested to see if you have any further insight around sort of what's possible. This is something that we're grappling with, it being a new technology, but just around what your sense is, because you mentioned you've hit that 40% target with the kind of the mid-rise on the site. But what are you sensing in terms of what's possible? Are there any limitations on building form? Some of the key dependencies around the ability to construct some of the larger mass timber. It'd be interesting to have some insight there because we're getting different proposals coming forward that are citing different constraints or considerations?
Thank you for your question.
Interested in kind of, I guess, your real life dive into what does it look like right now?
So there's different combinations of mass timber that are happening right now. One is where the core of the building stays concrete, and the remainder is your mass timber. And I mean, really, you've seen a number of companies, I know Peter Busby was trying to do probably the tallest one in Vancouver at one point, and there's been one down at UBC we went to see. It's not that the technology's not there yet, it's the cost, right? And so when the technology goes further, then the cost comes down and it becomes more attainable, more affordable, and you can build it. So really, where we are today is we're comfortable when we hit that 8 to 10 story for the mass timber today. And as I said, we're working with Dialogue, who just completed a study looking at towers at about 30 to 35. I believe by the time we get into this project, you will see 30 to 35 stories with mass timber development. And again, the strides they've made in the last 2 years are way further along than where we were then. It's just sort of getting that tail wagging behind the dog and getting everything forward in it. So I wish I could be more specific, but I'm confident. First of all, I'm confident that the technology will get there. And what we're seeing now is a combination of concrete core with the timber. And that's where most of the developers are going right now. But again, the way even with AI, which is becoming a big part of design in terms of these types of buildings, the technology, I'm very confident by 2-3 years from now, we will see a design that can accommodate the mass timber at an affordable scale.
So kind of that technology early adoption phase where it's harder, more expensive, more happens, and then it.
That's right.
Anything around, do you have any ability to comment or not? If it's no, that's fine at this point, on any constraints on building design as you go higher? Like, are you seeing balconies are good, balconies are not good? Is there anything that would change the way our buildings might look as we move to mass timber?
I sure hope there's something that'll change the way our buildings look. I can say that. It's funny. If I go back to my early days at Concord Pacific, the design and structures of building has not changed at all. It's still rebar, forming, concrete. But what you are seeing now is you're seeing through technology of buildings. We've seen some West Bank buildings that are completely different, and that's through the technology of the structural aspect of a building, through the columns, through the tension, through the steel, that you're getting different designs. I believe with wood, I'm a firm believer. If I'm living in a place, if I want to move in from my home into a multifamily unit, I'm moving into a wood frame. Right, I just like the feel of it. But that's not to say that there's been some really successful designs in concrete right now. I think that the Butterfly Building is a really interesting building in Vancouver, and that's technology. But what's happened there, and I'm saying this pretty respectfully, Ian's a friend of mine, and West Bank is a developer. The costs that ran up in that building were exorbitant, and it's made it difficult in order to finish the building. So it's really about that technology coming in, and it meets up with the cost of the building. But we've seen designs in concrete that have changed from 30 years ago, but still the same sort of, that concrete hard feel. But I do believe the timber frame is, you'll see that, you will see that. I mean, your policy is to get as much of it as possible. It is, and I think that's a good policy. And again, and I'll leave with this, if you look at our design, a majority of the low rise in that 8 to 10 is mass timber. And we feel confident. We're confident today that we can build that at the same cost that we can build concrete.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor. Thank you to staff and everybody who just spoke. We will now hear from registered speakers for this report. I'd like to remind council and members of the public that the public speakers may only speak up to 3 minutes, and council may not ask questions of the public. Members of the public should state whether they are in support or in opposition to the recommendations and may only speak once. I will also ask if speakers are residents of Vancouver. It is not noted on the speakers list. Following the last speaker on the speakers list for each item, we will go back through the list for those who are not present when their name was initially called. A reminder to speakers that Council is committed to ensuring that all people who participate in meetings are treated fairly and respectfully. The language we all use in these meetings should reflect respect for all residents. No form of discrimination is acceptable or tolerated. Discriminatory language includes attacks on groups of people and individuals. Vancouver's procedure bylaw prohibits council members from the use of words, tone, speakers, or gestures that expresses a negative view of the character of any person or groups of people. Members of the public are expected to not engage in improper conduct, which includes the use of expressions that promote hatred or are defamatory as outlined under Section 7.8 of the Procedure Bylaw. The creation of a safe, inclusive environment for the public, staff, and council to participate is all of our responsibility. Members of council may call a point of order if language used by another councillor during a meeting is not respectful. As chair, I will ask the speaker to modify their language to ensure they are using respectful language. All right, would someone like, oh, I'm sorry, here we go. So we will begin with our first person on the speaker's list. I have Murray Hendren here in the chamber. Welcome, Murray. And you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Murray Hendren. I'm a director of the West Point Grey Residents Association, the community association, member of the Jericho Coalition, and vice chair of the Jericho Lands Working Group. I'm also president of Mayfair House Strata Council, located immediately across Highbury from the development. But I speak today as a citizen of Vancouver. I'll be speaking today about 3 words: frameworks, crisis, and excellence. We've heard that the proposal being debated today is a framework to allow progress along with the project. But I maintain it isn't. It has the appearance only of a political statement. We've heard that our frameworks imply strength and certainty, and this document is nothing of the sort. Not 1, but 2 critical studies are missing, and there are no backup plans for either. A framework implies the hard baseline work is complete, when in fact it may only be beginning. Now, I understand the importance of making political statements. Transportation studies do require a signal of intent. We do have to make progress. The housing crisis is challenging, perhaps one of the greatest failures of government in recent times. Simple supply-demand arguments are naive. Zoning land does not create supply. Land and construction costs are high. There are reconciliation issues to consider. Transportation systems are expensive, and environmental issues crop up everywhere. And new construction has not accounted for families, and if there are no families, there are no city. Excellence, nothing less will allow us to move forward. Here are some thoughts on how to reach it. Cooperation, who knows what the next groundbreaking idea will come from. All levels of government and citizens groups have a responsibility to help. No one group or government should dictate what appears to be a simple answer to the problem, because no simple answers exist. We need focus, openness, and a willingness to try new approaches. You'll no doubt hear today about the alternative plan set forward by the Jericho Coalition. It is just one example of how a few motivated individuals can help provide vision and ideas for a difficult problem. It should be explored. I admire all your courage and dedication for leading the city in this time of crisis. Please treat this document for what it is, and more importantly, for what it isn't. And remember, we require excellence to get this crisis behind us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, our next speaker is on the phone. Robin Tavender, are you there? Robin Tavender? Okay, let's try Frank Heinzelman. Frank, are you there on the phone?
Here, thank you. Yes.
Okay, you have
My
2
name
minutes.
is Frank Heinzelmann. I'm a past member of the Jericho Lands Working Group. I'm in opposition to the project. I want to show a video that introduces the alternative concept plan of the Jericho Coalition. Please show that video now.
Around the world, architects and planners are using human-scale design to create livable and climate-resilient communities. The Jericho Coalition advocates a human-scale design for the Jericho Lands as an alternative to the high-rise tower plan. Our vision includes diverse missing middle housing types that provide social, economic, and environmental benefits. This design focuses on 4 to 8-story buildings with open courtyards. Residents and the public feel immersed in nature as they enjoy usable green spaces on rooftop gardens and between buildings. Promoting healthy lifestyles, encouraging social interactions, reducing isolation, and helping people create meaningful connections. Our vision provides public accessibility throughout, including a town center plaza, First Nations Cultural Center, community center, school, and sports field. Lower-rise buildings maintain the views from the lookout ridge at Trimble Park and provide more sunshine within and around the development, creating a livable and vibrant community. Our vision respects the land by building climate-responsive housing. Lower-rise buildings lead to lower embodied carbon, lower energy consumption, and thereby reduce greenhouse gases compared to high-rises. Dual-aspect units, with windows on both sides, allow sun access from 2 sides and flow-through ventilation, increasing climate resilience. Narrow streets and limited street parking allow for wide sidewalks. One-level parking garages within the footprint of each building minimize the impacts on the aquifer below. Lower-rise buildings, built with prefabricated modular wood and mass timber, are more cost-effective to build than high-rise towers, potentially making more units available to middle-income earners who work and live in Vancouver, and encouraging local businesses to serve this diverse community. We see an excellent opportunity to build capacity for an Indigenous-led prefabricated modular wood and mass timber component industry by making Jericho Lands a showpiece, thereby diversifying the revenue stream for the landowners. Taking ownership of the supply chain creates jobs and results in a significant return on investment, creating resilient economic benefits. Missing middle housing at a human scale with its lower-rise buildings will result in significant density, super attractive livability, and will benefit the landowners, the city, and all its residents for generations to come. To learn more, visit jerichocoalition.org.
I brought my cell phone.
Sorry, I just had my mic off here. Yeah, Mr. Sharp, go ahead. You have
wait a
3
minute.
minutes.
I've got a timer here.
Get you going in a sec.
Hello, my name is Randy Sharp, and I live and work in Vancouver. I'm a landscape architect and member of the Jericho Lands Working Group appointed by the city. It is a privilege to work with the Squamish, the Tsleil-Waututh, and the Musqueam nations. I've thoroughly enjoyed reading through all the embodied values or cultural values, as well as guiding principles. That first half of the process was very articulate, very clear, and although we didn't participate in much dialogue, that could happen ongoing. Anyway, the city and the MST and CLC are transforming the largest development site in Vancouver with 50 or 60 massive concrete high-rises from 20 to 49 stories. Instead, in a different world, We would be building new forms of housing with mass timber and other innovative products, and a much more forward-thinking, climate-resilient infrastructure with ultra-low emissions. Jericho will likely invite the world to celebrate West Coast indigenous culture and performance art. The town center will be a mecca for enterprise and education with a vibrant scene night and day, maybe a bit of swagger. We strongly support the cultural values and the guiding principles articulated in the MST cultural world. Hot topics include the climate crisis, water for life, focus on wood, attainable housing, and a fine-grained urban fabric. Early in the public process, the city brought in 5 speakers, part of the Inspire Jericho series, and they brought in great, outstanding examples from precedents around the world. We adopted many of these alternative forms of development for housing and worked with architects and other specialists in the area and came up with an alternative plan which is very viable. There is, and in the plan, I want to emphasize that our plan is based on the elements. I just wanted to wrap up and say that we would like council to defer the application and defer the adoption of the policy statement. Instead, complete the hydrological and traffic studies. We request the city to organize a Jericho Lands
Mr. Sharp,
working
you're
group.
at your time there, so, but thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yep, you bet. All right, Susan Fisher, are you in the chamber? Hi, Susan, please come to the podium. Very good.
My name is Susan Fisher, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I oppose the policy statement. I was a member of the Jericho Lands Working Group, and I want to assure you that despite the emphasis on consultation, very little input from the working group was allowed to influence the proponent's plan. The proposal was developed in isolation from, perhaps even in contradiction to, concerns that were expressed throughout the community. As Mr. Sharp pointed out, the policy statement begins with some 40 pages devoted to guiding principles, very admirable notions about respecting the land, water, and tree canopy, etc. But these pages are mere wrapping paper, disconnected from the real contents of the plan, from what the proponents actually intend to build. I'll just focus on one example here, climate, obviously the topic of today. The proponents claim that their project will, quote, demonstrate a firm commitment to climate action and reducing emissions, but building some 60 high-rises will require a huge amount of concrete, as indeed will the SkyTrain extension. One engineer's estimated that would take 40 years of full ridership on that extension to offset the concrete that will be required to build it. Concrete accounts, as you know, for 8 to 9% of all human global CO2 emissions. And even if eventually, as hopefully been stated here today, mass timber can be safely used in taller buildings, that will not, of course, eliminate the need for concrete. As a timber structure gets higher, concrete and steel are needed for stability and strength. Elevator shafts, parkades, stairwells, foundations still require concrete. The consensus view is that timber is best suited to low and medium-rise structures. And high-rises, however you build them, whatever you build them with, are energy-intensive. A UK study found that total emissions from high-rise buildings were twice as high as those from low-rise. Even a local BC Hydro study found that in newer high-rises, even those that boasted energy-efficient appliances and LED lighting, the energy usage of the overall building is about 4 times that of older low-rise buildings. So if the proponents are determined to build high-rises, they simply have no basis for their claims of climate responsiveness. Another claim that this development will be, quote, a visionary blend of ecological and urban systems. Visionary here must mean something like fantasy, clearing the site, destroying topsoil and microhabitats, erecting high-rise buildings, tunneling for a subway will wipe out whatever ecological systems might still exist on that already disturbed site. Planting a few salal and salmonberry bushes is not going to compensate for that kind of destruction. Finally, the proposal promises that Ailmook, the Jericho lands, will, quote, become a global precedent for stewardship and sustainability. Really, whoever wrote
Sorry,
that.
you're
Okay.
gone just over time. So
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. All right. Our next speaker is Devin Hussack. In person, Devin, welcome. Come to the podium.
Hello, Chair Clausen, Mayor Sim, and members of City Council. I apologize if my voice is a little dry. I've been here since about 10 o'clock. My name is Devin Hussack. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I have served on the city's Jericho Lands Working Group from its inception in 2019 until its conclusion last month. I'm not here to speak on behalf of that group, as you've heard, as though many of us, I think, left on good terms, as you can imagine, and as you've heard, we have vastly different opinions. Rather, I'm here as a homeowner, as a person with a disability, and the son of a Canadian Forces veteran. I'm also a huge nerd with an in-depth knowledge of city policy, which is why I feel confident in supporting the Jericho Lands policy statement today. I truly believe this will become the latest piece of Vancouver planning policy to win international recognition. That award collection speaks volumes to the professionalism of your staff, as well as their dedication to the community. I've seen firsthand the efforts they've taken over the years to foster a welcoming environment where everyone's voice is heard and respected, even in the worst of these times. Of course, they weren't alone in this, and though the MST Partnership and Canada Lands Company are described as developers, in my view, that label isn't quite accurate. This homecoming has laid out the foundation for a flourishing neighborhood. It's complete with homes for a variety of incomes, hotel rooms, shops, offices, a school, a community center, and the large open spaces envisioned in the guidelines many of you voted to approve. I know it will be many years, decades even, before this vision is fully realized. And given my parents' short lives, as a 39-year-old, there are days I won't live to see it. However, I also know firsthand that there's a comfort in watching things stay the same. That there are these physical reminders, the built skate, the hedge wall that goes around the site, it can lock us into our own memories. This nostalgia makes it easier to say, let's just wait a little longer. We need to study this more. I need more time to adjust. What about this alternate vision? Yet the truth is, there'll never be enough time. There'll always be some reason for another delay. Unfortunately, elders need a place to retire. People my age can't wait any longer to start their own families. And students graduating from UBC must be able to begin their careers. It's these voices who have told me about the hope Ialmo has given them. My friends see the chance to remain Vancouverites, to build a life here, to prosper, to give back to the city they love. Vancouver needs them. West Point Grey needs this. The suffering businesses along West 10th Avenue are proof of that. It's time to move forward. Yes, there may be unexpected challenges ahead, but I'm confident that these applicants, these nations, as stewards of the land from time immemorial, will continue to give us hope if you support them, and I know your staff will do the same. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, Russell Wong is our next speaker, and he's on the phone. Russell, are you there?
I'm a resident of Vancouver. I don't work in real estate. I'm a member of a pro-housing group called the Vancouver Area Neighbours Association. I'm calling to support the Jericho Lands policy statement. We desperately need more housing. Housing being so scarce and expensive is driving younger people and renters out of Metro Vancouver. People move where the jobs are. At a geographically central location with easy access to jobs, a lot of people will want to live there. So land values are high. Allowing more height and density greatly reduces the cost of land per dwelling, so that each household doesn't have to pay huge amounts of money for a lot of expensive land. Restricting height and density is like pushing down on a balloon. The people who would have lived there don't vanish into thin air. They end up moving further out, spending more time commuting to and from work, burning more fossil fuels, and adding to traffic and parking congestion. Opponents have argued that a better plan would be to have shorter buildings and a more filled-in site, like Olympic Village. But the trade-off is that you would then have less open space and less public green space. As a side comment, I find it ironic that it's easiest and fastest to get approval to build the most expensive housing, a single detached house, at the very top of the housing ladder. It's much more slow and painful to get approval to build apartments and social housing. As I understand it, after the policy statement, there's then development of an official community plan, and then finally rezoning. This could easily take another 5 years. It's an extremely slow process when we're in desperate need of more housing. It's not just the Jericho lands, which are sitting mostly empty. We have land all over the city which is underused because it's so labor intensive for the city to give its approval to build anything which isn't a single detached house. I understand that people in the neighborhood are afraid of change. I sympathize. But there's a choice between two kinds of change. We can keep the buildings the same and watch Vancouver become more and more exclusive and expensive, like an exclusive country club. Or we can let the buildings change so that younger people can afford to live here. That includes our own children, as well as the nurses and doctors who we need to run the healthcare system. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker is on the phone is Joan Jackard. Joan, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Right, you got 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Joan Jacquard, and I'm a Vancouver resident, and I oppose the draft policy statement and ask Council to defer decision and send back to staff for supply of critical missing information. I do support the human-scale community-creating alternative proposal of the Jericho Coalition. I acknowledge reconciliation with First Nations in all its forms. And I do not believe this necessarily translates into a 92-acre block of extremely high-rise towers creating unprecedented density in the city and forever negatively impacting not only the neighboring community, but the residents of Vancouver as a whole. Locally, the Sea of Towers will block public views from Trimble Park and will disallow those views for the residents in the back rows of proposed towers who may have appreciated those publicly accessible views. I'm particularly alarmed at the lack of consideration for the lands, wetlands, and species of Jericho Beach Park and the detrimental environmental and social impacts with the extensive shadowing of the park. This seems at odds with MST-claimed guiding values and at odds with city policies that protect shadowing of public parkland. 24,000 additional residents will negatively impact the quality of enjoyment of nature at Jericho Park by residents across the region. As discussed in committee earlier today, in our present and future insecurity of water sources and reserves brought on by climate change, can Vancouver predictably sustain developments of this massive scale? We have recently experienced water restrictions, and it seems folly to expect to increase demand at this proposed scale when the supply of water is increasingly tenuous. Despite the proposed density at FSR 3.5, unprecedented in Vancouver for a site of this scale, it will have minimal impact, if any, on the unaffordable housing crisis. It would be irresponsible of Council to approve this extreme density on this remaining largest tract of land in the city without ensuring a significant contribution to the supply of family-oriented, affordable rental housing. For the vitalization of this west side largely single-family neighborhood, increased density of mixed income levels and in multiple housing typologies is desirable and welcome. What is not welcome is a concrete jungle of social vitality-draining condo towers, primarily marketed to the wealthy, that turns its back on the neighborhood in what feels like a gated fortress. There are other successful precedents of low-rise community-creating developments in our city. Arbutus Lands, Olympic Village are just two. I invite Council to seriously look at the exemplary model of a human-scale, mixed-income, environmentally sensitive, and sustainable alternative proposal presented by the Jericho Coalition. I remind Council that you have a responsibility to not only prospective residents, but to existing citizens, your electorate, who expect you to consider our desire to retain a quality of life in the city and to respect the unique features of our urban fabric that have made this a desirable place to live and hopefully allow our descendants to remain living amongst family and friends. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Okay. Speaker number 9 is Leslie Bisler. And Leslie, are you on the phone?
I just wanted to let you know that I am against the project as it is currently presented, and I'm a 40-year resident of Kitsilano. I also believe in social democracy, which works best with fiscal responsibility. This project reflects very little in the way for the social needs of the 24,000 plus people who are expected to live and commute from this community. Nowhere do I see a medical clinic, a long-term care facility, a police station, an outreach health care center, nor a high school on the books for those who cannot afford private schooling. And as for the proposed elementary school, take a look at Athletes Village, which still does not have an elementary school to date. Well, I commend City Hall and MST Canada Lands for informing us of their detailed grand vision through Vancouver Talks and the various community displays for the last 4 or 5 years. I just want to know if any of these surveys and processes will actually amount to substantial design changes. It will be most frustrating for us voters to know that these outreach processes are just a feel-good method if Council has no ability to bridge the gap between what has been proposed and what needs to be addressed. I have a quick question about the aquifer. If it's diverted and degrades the wetlands, who would then be legally and financially responsible for putting it back to its natural state? Secondly, it seems that this development is not about creating a new community for all incomes, with its preference being given to long-term, unaffordable leases, nor does it seem to display sensitivity to the adjacent Jericho wetlands. It appears to be a vehicle to monetize, densify outrageously, and impact all the neighboring communities with its impending traffic flow and by the lack of health supports by building towers of concrete and siloing thousands of people in vertical towers. Seeing as First Nations often claim to be the stewards of our natural world, perhaps more thought on the project's height and density and its impact on green space should be reconsidered as a better option for financial and moral success. I commend MST and Canada Lands for their detailed report and efforts to be economically at the table, but it's also about being socially responsible, self-sufficient, and hopefully a democratic process where all neighbors help and respect one another and not just look out for themselves. I hope that these comments are actually heard and not just listened to, and wish all the best on your journey to economic self-sufficiency.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker, number 10, is Owen Brady.
Hi, Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, carry on.
Good afternoon, Chair Klassen and Council. My name is Owen Brady. I'm a director at Abundant Housing Vancouver, and I strongly support this plan. This plan is reconciliation, it's climate action, and it's also housing action. I wouldn't call it revolutionary, but it is bold. Far too often in the Lower Mainland, dense transit-oriented areas are bisected by busy arterial streets. People living in the dense communities have to suffer the consequences of the people that get around by car. With all the public space included in this plan and relatively few cars running through the site, we will likely look back and realize that this site could have supported thousands more homes. The market rate apartments likely will be fairly expensive. They'll be new, and living there will be really nice. I don't think anybody's going to feel siloed. Council and planners don't really need to worry much about the neighborliness of buildings at Jericho. Since the same proponent owns the whole site, there are strong incentives to make the whole site as functional and as enjoyable for everyone as possible. Even before UBCX gets built, I'm sure there are thousands of UBC students who would love to live here and have easy access to campus. Apartments should really be allowed on the blocks to the south as well. We do have a dire housing shortage. We need this plan and more like it. Please approve this policy statement without additional conditions or delays. Then I hope the city will turn its attention to expediting UBCX, which can't get started soon enough. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay. Speaker 11 is Skylar Sauer. You're on the phone. Skylar, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yep. Please go ahead. You got 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I want to say that I support this policy statement, and I mostly want to echo the previous speaker. He said a lot of things I agree with. Thank you. And I also like to clarify that the following are only suggestions, and that I respect the absolute sovereignty of Indigenous nations on all of these stolen lands. Further, I recognize that many residents of this neighborhood have been here longer than me and oppose the specifics of this development. You may have been, and I want to say that you have not been here longer than the Indigenous nations that, as far as I know and understand, support this development in its current form. Nevertheless, I believe my suggestions are in line with all of these goals, especially the Indigenous goals, and I mainly want to show my support for this current form. I agree with the previous speaker that I think we can do more, and I support and appreciate residents' concerns over healthcare and affordability. These are important questions, but I don't think they're part of this document. I think they come in the details. Okay, I would encourage a reduction in the quantity of car parking. We have the opportunity to make a community that is not just car light, a goal that I appreciate, but completely private vehicle free. The proximity to rapid transit, the mixed-use nature of the development, and car share platforms have the capacity to serve all needs of the community and of the residents, many residents outside of the Jericho lands. So I would encourage you to reduce the reliance on cars by this community. I would also welcome an increase in the overall building height across the site, increasing the number of towers for more effective and dense transit-oriented development, connections between the towers to improve the floor-to-wall space ratio for cheaper construction costs and more density. And I think, as the previous speaker mentioned, that we should consider expanding the zoning to the human scale thing that the Jericho Coalition was talking about to the surrounding neighborhood. But I think the Jericho lands themselves are an excellent site for high-rise development. And I want to address the emissions per capita. So if you have a high-rise and the people aren't in a high-rise, they still produce emissions. So per capita, high-rises have lower emissions because they have more density, less car dependency, and less infrastructure per person. And I also want to encourage the council to look at north-south transit options. Currently, the 7 and the 2 are the main bus lines running this way, and they're honestly not very reliable. I want to make sure that people have the opportunity to use exclusively transit, and they don't even have to rely on car share modes. And I don't think car parking should be included at all in this development. I understand that that's revolutionary, but I want it to be considered. I also want to advocate for more below-market housing. Again, I echo concerns of affordability and the housing crisis. By the way, we have plenty of missing, quote-unquote, missing middle housing. Check Dunbar. There's tons of it. We need high-density housing.
So I just wanted to let you, Speaker, you're at your time there. So thanks very much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your time.
Very good. Speaker number 12 is Helen Louis on the phone. Helen, are you there?
Speaker 12 is not on the line.
Okay. Speaker 13 is Ann O'Sullivan. Ann, are you in the chamber? You are supposed to be here. No? Speaker number 14, Elizabeth Botman. Hello?
Hi.
Yep, absolutely. Go to the podium there. Yeah, you bet. Thank you very much. You've got 3 minutes.
Ergonomic, great. Good afternoon, Mayor, councillors, representatives of the Musqueam, Squamish, Tsleil-Waututh, and CLC and city staff. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Elizabeth Botman. I'm a long-term Vancouver resident, 45 years, now living in the West End. I'm a retired physiotherapy instructor in seniors health, recently retired from Capilano University. I oppose the current plan as described in the policy statement. Instead of using only 40% mass timber, I hope that the MST nations demonstrate even further leadership by expanding the entire project to be built in mass timber, thereby creating a future-ready, sustainable, carbon-friendly, and affordable neighborhood. The MST nations could skate to meet the puck where it's going over the next 20 years, not to meet the puck where it's going now. I think this reconciliation project is a fantastic and exciting opportunity. The MST nation's cultural world describes many values, including at its center, start with the land, then focus on wood, finally build for future generations. I agree wholeheartedly. So please be guided by the MST nation's values and insist that Yalmuk, excuse my pronunciation, Jericho be entirely built with mass timber. Mass timber meaning 1, use BC forests in a less wasteful, more thoughtful manner, selectively logging, which also helps build resilience to forest fires. 2, developing the mass timber industry in BC, creating design, engineering, and manufacturing jobs for the First Nations, efficiently building modular units throughout BC. 3, reducing our carbon footprint, leading the way to meet or exceed future standards of greenhouse gas emissions, with the nations deciding best how to set and meet their own and city and Canadian climate targets. And 4, taking the lead to provide positive economic benefits because permits and inspections can occur off-site during the manufacturing process, thereby reaping economic benefits for the MST nations much more quickly and providing future residents with more affordable, completed housing choices more quickly. So in summary, I strongly urge the MST nations to reconsider the current plan and show even more world leadership by increasing the use of mass timber to 100% of Yalmuk Jericho. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Our next speaker is number 15, Chenyan Boone.
Hello.
Hi. Go ahead.
Hello, Mayor and Council. I'm here on behalf of Vision Zero Vancouver, as well as myself, in enthusiastic support of the Jericho Lands Draft Policy Statement. We are absolutely in love with the connections, movement, and transportation policies outlined in the document and believe it sets a gold standard for how transportation networks should be designed throughout the city. Within the site area, active transport modes are clearly delineated, protected, and separated from vehicle traffic, which is the safest possible design. And this network is built to be efficient and useful, with a fine-grained design and high-quality transit connections. We cannot wait to be able to stroll through the many walkways and pathways easily accessible by SkyTrain and the greater cycling network, able to wander through the greenways lost in thought without the fear and real danger of high-speed traffic rushing by. Where vehicle traffic and unprotected road users on greenways cross, the policy statement outlines safe and visible priority crossings designed to minimize conflicts. This, to our strong delight, clearly follows the hierarchy of controls with respect to safety, eliminating as many dangerous crossings as possible, followed by engineering safety where elimination is not possible. We are also impressed with the network-level safety benefits to surrounding streets in the area. Highbury and 8th has a surprising number of cyclist crashes, the second highest in the entire neighborhood. The plan to install unidirectional protected bike lanes on Highbury will improve safety tremendously, preventing injuries and possibly deaths. Anyone who's been on 4th near Jericho in its current state can also tell you that it is a scary place to be, with that unsignalized mid-block crosswalk through multiple lanes of fast traffic. The policy statement addresses this with widened sidewalks, protected intersections, and protected bike lanes, patching up a sizable gap in the city's protected network. As a UBC employee and former student, I have always been wary of cycling to UBC due to the lack of infrastructure on both 4th and 8th. In fact, there is no AAA bike route to UBC at all, despite significant and increasing demand for one with the new bike share stations on campus. I also never had the opportunity of living on the west side closer to UBC after moving out of residence. Thus, I am extremely supportive of the opportunities that will be provided to 24,000 people to live near UBC, and that the project will be providing the logistical means for SkyTrain to UBC and safe, protected, active transportation, things all of us wish we had in our time there as students. And so I and the rest of Vision Zero Vancouver urge you to adopt this policy statement without delay. We applaud our Indigenous leaders for their compassionate design and forward thinking with respect to land use and transportation safety, and are excited to see what they could accomplish with more land and more local partnerships. The Jericho lands are a blueprint for our future, and we hope to see the design found here reflected in the rest of the city as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, our next speaker in person is Andrew Hawryluk. Andrew? Okay, no sign of Andrew. We have on the phone speaker number 17, Cheryl Webster.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can. Carry on. You've got 3 minutes.
Great. Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Cheryl Webster, a resident of Kitsilano on the unceded territory of the MST, and oh shoot, my computer just died. One sec. Can you just let me log in again, by any chance? There we go. I was a member of the Jericho Lands I oppose this policy. I was a member of the Jericho Lands Working Group for the past 4 years, and I was very much in support of the council-approved guiding principles, but I'm not in favor of the built form that has resulted, nor the amenities. On page 9 of the policy statement, a map outlines the surrounding community amenities, but does not show the current public amenities on the site, such as the community center, gym, or pool. These existing facilities are well utilized by community, providing venues for schools, swimming lessons, courses, and classes of all kinds. Therefore, the proposed amenities are perhaps not as much of an addition as they appear to be. Some of the guiding principles and emerging ideas seem to be in contradiction to what has been proposed. With the guiding principle, respect the land, the ridge is often highlighted as a lookout of deep significance. It has been honored by the creation of the Watchman's Hill Plaza. On page 67, it states, the intent for this space is to celebrate and honor MST culture and stories and provide a public gathering place to view the Princess and Sisters. However, as seen in the rendering on page 174, the plaza will have little to no view as it is blocked by towers. A low-rise, terraced approach to building heights here would be a more appropriate way to respect the ridge and all of its significance. The two guiding principles of welcoming all and a place to call home propose to provide diverse housing and foster an inclusive community. However, this falls a bit flat as it seems that families are not that welcome with the provision of only 550 elementary school spaces for a population of 24,000 people and no high school at all. I have inquired many times about this. The answer is always, this is the number the VSB gave us. Apparently, the VSB's forecasting consultant does not consider families to be living in one-bedroom apartments. Clearly, a large number of those are proposed for this site. This is an outdated view on how families live in this very expensive city. I hope that this can be reviewed and that this project can change how the ministry, the VSB, and the city work together to set realistic estimates for school spaces in densities that are becoming more and more a reality. For a quick comparison, Squamish has the same population, 24,000, and has 3,000 elementary school spaces. The West End has a similar spaces per capita to what is being proposed, but we all know those are grossly insufficient. Plus, there is a high school in the West End. I've also been told the surrounding schools will absorb the overflow. However, in the surrounding schools, there is a total of 240 available elementary school spaces and only 180 secondary spaces. By the time this project is complete, these spots will most likely be filled. Please defer this proposal for reassessment. Vancouver needs more housing for families, and families need schools and related amenities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is number 19, Nathan Hawkins.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Carry on. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Nathan Hawkins, and I live in Vancouver, and I want to acknowledge that we're here on the traditional, ancestral, and unceded lands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh peoples, and I think we should go a step further than that. I think we should be bold and be brave and give all of this land back to Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh Nation, because there's been such a legacy of displacement and of harm done by settler colonial governments like the Government of Canada and BC and the Government of Vancouver. And frankly, it's the least we can do. But I'm extremely in support of this development. I love what the previous speaker was saying about protected spaces for pedestrians and for cyclists. I think this is a really revolutionary project, and kind of the whole world has their eyes on this right now. Indigenous development in British Columbia, and specifically the Jericho Lands, is completely redefining what communities can be. And I think it's a really positive transformation. And frankly, I don't think anybody has any right to tell the Indigenous nations what they can't do here, because frankly, it's their land and we should legally give it to them. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, number 20, is Gail Ralphinel. Gail?
Raffinell. Yes, my name is Gail Raffinell. I am a resident of Vancouver, and I oppose the plan, the Jericho Development Plan proposal as it is currently drafted. It's really a gut reaction. I haven't analyzed all of the density and school issues the way some of the previous impressive speakers have. It just comes down to feelings. When I first came here to Vancouver almost 45 years ago in July 1979, I had just graduated and I wasn't really intending to settle here. But the friend that I was visiting took me down to the beach at Spanish Banks in the early evening, and when I looked at the ocean and the city and the mountain range beyond the city, I just knew I didn't want to live anywhere else in the world. It was a magical moment, a turning point in my life, and one I've looked back on many times over the years. Now I think of that moment, and I wonder what the effect on me would have been if I'd turned around and seen a concrete mountain range of high-rises looming over the south sky. It's just so jarring that it makes my mind seize up. The scale of this development is completely disproportionate to the surrounding environment. The apartments in the West End and Yaletown and the office buildings have the backdrop of the coastal mountains, but these proposed giant towers would just stick out like sore thumbs on that gentle rise from English Bay back to sea level. I understand that our Indigenous sisters and brothers may well feel that Europeans erected unwelcome structures on the wild and gorgeous nature they conserved for so many years. And I know that their Indigenous mothers tried to teach them the same thing our European mothers tried to teach us. Two wrongs don't make a right. If we can learn anything from our First Nations relations, I hope that we can assimilate their ancient value to tread gently on the earth. To me, this MST Canada Lands proposal is like Bambi meets Godzilla, innocent nature assaulted by a monstrosity. I support the alternative vision proposed by the Jericho Coalition. This vision seems and feels a much better fit for the land, for the past and for the future in every way, and feels more respectful to our place on the planet. I listened carefully to the MST Canada Lands presentation this morning and the objectives they're seeking to realize. I believe that the alternative vision meets all of those objectives, including increased affordable housing, just on a less aggressive, less colossal scale, without dominating the south shore of English Bay. I urge you to reconsider this project and reassess its impact. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, our next speaker is Richard Campbell. Richard, are you there?
Hello?
Hi. Go ahead. You've got 3 minutes.
Hi. Okay. Well, thank you, Mayor and Council, for the opportunity to speak. And I acknowledge here on the territory of the Squamish, Tsleil-Waututh, and Musqueam. And furthermore, I want to acknowledge all of the hard work and how hard it has been for them to get to this point where there can be something, so amazing and so great for the rest of the city. So I think we all should do that because it's been, a long and very difficult journey, and I have no idea just how hard it's been, but I want to acknowledge that. First of all, I fully support that. Apologize that all of us aren't on the same page and aren't, respecting their right to choose to what they want to do in their land, and then trusting that they are using their own knowledge and their own experience and can make these decisions on their own. And I think they have a lot of knowledge and wisdom, and I'm learning more and more from them each day, which is super exciting. I'm sure we'll all learn a lot more throughout this process, and it will be even more amazing than it is presented today. Now, I have a few comments and a few maybe recommendations and things that can be looked at in partnership with the nation. First of all, and I understand why this hasn't been included, because the province has introduced its trans area policies rather at least recently in the process. But note that the heights allowed for the buildings near the Alma station are likely going to be significantly higher than what they are today. So I think it's more than reasonable to expect the southeast of the site to reflect higher buildings instead of what currently proposed in the policy statement, which is lower buildings, because the buildings that aren't on the Jericho lands are smaller, but that's probably not going to be the case 20, 30, 40 years from the future. So let's design this around the future. And then let's also include, incentives for, rentals, which unfortunately wasn't included in the provincial government's transit area policies. Furthermore, another thing I think needs to be looked at in partnership with the nations is in the policy statement. Is that all of the land remains with the with MST, with the exception of the roadways, and I think there's actually a strong argument to include the roadways as well. All three nations on the roads that they currently have authority on them, they make a the priority safety. The maximum speed limits are 30 kilometers an hour. In some areas are lower, and they have speed bumps and raised crosswalks because they really, know that higher speeds
Sorry,
are
Richard, you're at
deadly.
time. We're going to have to move on to the next speaker. Thank you very much.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Okay.
Point of privilege, Chair?
Pardon me?
Point of privilege?
Yes.
I just, request has come in, if you could reference speaker number, but also out of how many are registered to speak, so folks know about when they need to return in.
A few withdrawals, but the gross number is 63, but there's probably about 3 or 4 less than that. So we are at number 22 of 60.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Very good. All right. So Tamara Heitner, are you on the line?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. And I apologize. I just had a migraine come on a moment ago, so I'm going to do my best to read my notes here. So good afternoon, Mayor and Council, and representatives of our Indigenous nations. I live in Vancouver, and I am opposed to the current proposed policy statement. I'm a resident of Kitsilano and a person with a disability. I've been an urban dweller my whole life, but also appreciate neighborhoods, and I've always chosen where I live in a city based on livability. I just want to say that speakers 9 and 20 and many others spoke so eloquently on the subject, and I concur with a lot of what they have to say, but I'm also going to express some things that are some key points that I've noticed. So while I am for a development on this land, I am for a development of low and mid-rise buildings. I'm highly opposed to the current policy statement and the plans because of the density of the proposed plans, because it ignores the ecological impact of the density. While the statement talks about respecting the land, I don't feel that it respects the surrounding parkland and shoreline and the lands in general, and as well the impact on surrounding communities. Factors in this are, just the impact on the parks, shadowing of buildings, which the shadow studies were only certain during shortened daylight hours, and showed part of the parks being in the dark all winter long, and comments from planners when I mentioned this were, well, they're in clouds anyway. Well, it's not quite the same thing. Anyway, I believe the current plan has a lack of accessibility for the masses based on the building height and the low vehicle nature of the development. People with disabilities not only include those in wheelchairs, but the range of individuals who will live on those lands, which include people of all ages, including young children and seniors who may not be able to get around effectively, limiting it only to walking and to cycling. I don't feel that the current plan really respects the land and communities around it. I just want to say that affordability is a key topic, but I also don't believe that a development of high-rises will provide that affordability, because discounted rents on already extremely expensive homes will not achieve that. I want to say, just because I know I'm running out of time, very quickly, that I think that, just bear with me, because I just want to say that I think that a more reasonable density and building height would meet the goals of the Indigenous communities in this project and be more beneficial to all. And I just really think that I am in support of the reconciliatory nature of this project and the return of the lands, but I do feel that a more appropriate plan could be put in place more in line with what the Jericho Coalition is proposing. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Okay, You're at time. So Speaker 23 has withdrawn. So Speaker 24, John Givens, are you on the phone?
Yes, I am.
All right. Go ahead. 3 minutes.
Hello, I'm a long-time resident and born in Vancouver, and I'm in favor of the Jericho Coalition as a community-based supportive group. I think the speakers that were talking about the Carless Society is a pipe dream, believing that the scale of this project could live without tradespeople or ambulances or so many other vehicles that are needed to take disabled people or people to schools or daycare. And the project working with the Indigenous Coalition is great, but I believe it's working 50% with the developer, Aquilini, and you just have to be careful that the city doesn't get developed by developers. I have a good friend who was a city planner at Surrey, and she said that the city council there doesn't run Surrey, it's the developers that run city. So I would exhort the council to really think of this, that who is running the city? Are you running the city, or are developers running the city? And I imagine if there's a show of hands, how many have gone to Europe and seen the capitals like Berlin and London and Paris, Madrid, etc., where millions live in 4 to 6 story, perhaps 8-story apartments, and it is livable with parks and amenities. Thank you very much. That's all I have.
Thank you, Speaker.
Yes.
Speaker 25 is Rex McLennan. Rex, are you there?
Hello?
Hi, you've got 3 minutes.
Okay. You can hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon. I'm Rex McLennan. I'm a third-generation resident of Vancouver, and I oppose council approving the current Jericho Lands policy statement. The Jericho Lands are the last parcel of undeveloped land in Vancouver. It's not some industrial wasteland ripe for development. It's not the downtown east side. It's a tranquil hillside with its views of the ocean and mountains, a special place, an amenity for all citizens, and it deserves something better than ugly concrete towers cloaking the area in shadows. There are 3 compelling reasons for council to reject the current Jericho Lands policy. First, the Jericho policy is based on a flawed Vancouver plan, a plan rammed through by City Council in July 2022 without meaningful community engagement or respect for broadly based opposition. It's a flawed plan. It's based on flawed objectives and assumptions. It is a blanket, one-size-fits-all policy that imposes objectives, assumptions, and identity politics values on citizens who mostly disagree with them. It would be irresponsible to approve this land development policy when a majority of its citizens in the area have for several years thoughtfully voiced their objections to the principles and assumptions on which it is based. For example, the Jericho Coalition of Local Citizens have presented a very thoughtful alternative proposal for a livable, lower-rise community for the Jericho Lands, and it should be considered. Second, it's inconsistent with sustainability principles. For a city rightly concerned with the future impacts of climate change, a premise of ever-increasing population and housing density in any residential location makes no sense. And I'm not opposed to increasing urban density, but it must be done responsibly and not by a one-size-fits-all approach. We should not support plans that encourage population growth in Vancouver, and instead we should focus on sensibly increasing density in our neighborhoods to accommodate changing needs. And third, 2 critically important technical studies, hydrological and transportation, are missing or lacking. These studies are essential to understanding the impacts of such a massive increase in density in such a confined and environmentally sensitive area? How can the council responsibly vote on such a critical and sweeping lands change policy without having first considered these essential studies? In conclusion, it seems to me that the only winners with the proposed policy and plan are the developers and their sponsors. The community, neighborhoods, and taxpayers are all losers, and so are our international visitors witnessing the continued degradation of what was once viewed as a world-class city. The council has the opportunity now to do the right thing and reject this plan.
Thank you, Speaker. We're at over 3 minutes. Thanks a lot. Okay, our next speaker, 26, is Lauren Waldman. Lauren, are you there?
Speaker 26 is not on the line.
Okay, we'll go on. Speaker 27, Julian Mentasti.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, you have 3 minutes.
Thanks. I'm Julian Mentasti, and I'd like to begin by acknowledging that I'm calling from the unceded lands of the Squamish, Tsleil-Waututh, and Musqueam people. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I'm a member of the Vancouver Area Neighbors Association, and I'm calling in strong support for the project. Just looking at this project, I'm super excited by it because it's going to create a lot more affordable housing options in that area than what there currently is. I graduated from UBC less than 2 years ago, and my whole time as a student, whenever I wanted to live near campus, there weren't enough housing options, and the ones that were there were either not ideal, and like super expensive, and most of them were a combination of both. I think this project is going to, it's going to improve the area. It's going to make it way more livable, a much more livable neighborhood for, people from all kinds of backgrounds. On another note, I think it'll create a much safer environment to commute by, whether it's UBCX, but also just improving the biking infrastructure. The only times I've wiped out were right beside the Jericho Lands. So for me, that's a significantly welcome change. And if I had one suggestion for the project, now that we have the transit-oriented development guidelines set by the province, I would question why we need the 6-story transition period on some of the sections of the project. Maybe we could make it slightly bigger so more people can enjoy this wonderful neighborhood that the First Nations dreamt up. All right. Thank you for your time.
All right. Thank you very much. Speaker number 28 is Wei Zhang. Are you there? Speaker 28, Wei Zhang. Okay. We think we may have a technical issue. We will try and get your call back after this one. I'll go back. Speaker number 29, Flora Zhang. Speaker 29, Flora Zhang.
Speaker 29 is not on the line.
It's not? Okay. Should we try Speaker 28 again? Wei Zhang.
No, not on the line.
Speaker number 30, Zhongjian Hu. Zhongjian Hu.
Hi, my name is Zhongxian, and thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. I'm a resident of Vancouver, a Canadian citizen. I'm calling to oppose to the current Jericho Lands policy statement because I have some areas of concerns with the policy statement from few aspects, same as some of the other speakers. So my first concern is about the impact of the height and the density to the environment, because there are about 60 towers, 3 of which would be the 49 stores, and which will bring in about 28,000 people on the Jericho Lands. This is completely out of the scale for the surrounding neighborhoods and bring in big impact on the wildlife habitat in the Jericho Park. And also the high-rise concrete building will bring large amount of embedded carbons, and they consume more energy per unit than low or medium-rise buildings. The density of the 3.5 FSR, which is more than twice as big as somewhere else, and there's no reliable hydrogeological data. So the impact of all of this in the long run to the neighborhood is unknown at the moment and should not be ignored. And next, my concern is the house affordability, We all know that Vancouver has a big housing crisis. It appears from the policy statement that the developer wants subsidies from the senior government in order to provide affordable units. But most of the Jericho land development, about 70%, will be the luxury condos. So if the Jericho lands are converted into an overscaled playground for the rich people, then my question is how it can improve the affordability and the housing crisis. And as a resident of Vancouver, I do care about the community and the neighborhood. I support the alternative plan proposed by the Jericho Coalition to have less density and more low-rise buildings. Therefore, I would like to urge the city to reconsider the plan and defer the Jericho land policy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, Speaker 31, Ellen Kai? Ellen?
Speaker 31 is not on the line.
Okay, Speaker number 32 out of just under 60 is Nikki Renshaw.
No, not on the line.
On the line, okay. Speaker number 33, Beverly Ramey. Hello, Speaker. You have, are you there?
Hello?
Yes, Beverly Ramey, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. And thank you to counselors for hanging in there through all these presentations. I'm a 40-year resident of Vancouver, living in Point Grey. I recommend that council delay its decision on this policy statement. The policy statement does present many excellent components of MST culture and design, but the proposed density is way too large. The many high-rise towers are beyond a reasonable scale for a new village for the Jericho lands. The proposed population increase of estimated at 24,000 residents is unfathomable, spread over only 90 acres. To try to comprehend this density, I compared with Vancouver's West End. The Jericho lands proposal would be 2 3/4 times more residents than live in a comparable area in the West End. To imagine the density 2 3/4 times that of the West End is dismally shocking and would be overwhelming for servicing and livability. Please lower the proposed density. Another comparison of density can be made with Squamish, as a previous speaker did regarding schools. The population of the district of Squamish is similar to what is being proposed for Jericho, but that Squamish population is spread over a land area 288 times larger than the 90-acre Jericho lands. The proposed density does not fit with the policy statement's description of blanketing the Jericho lands with MST Nations culture and its many well-presented, welcoming design principles. The many high-rise foundations will impact groundwater, and the many concrete foundations would generate high carbon emissions. Consider that if buildings were scaled back to 6 stories, then wood framing could be used, thereby greatly reducing the carbon footprint. Earlier today, I have appreciated the speakers mentioning the mass timber technology improving and allowing for higher structures, and I do hope that it does. The policy statement explains that it is dependent on 2 critical factors, the hydrogeological studies and the decision on proceeding with the UBC-X SkyTrain. I appreciate the councillors' earlier questions on these critical factors, but I would like these to be completed before this policy statement is approved. In questions, it was mentioned that the proposed population for Jericho lands exceeds the requirements for the proposed UBC-X SkyTrain station. That
Speaker,
minimum population size should be made public. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Okay, our next speaker is Speaker 34, Christophe Simon. Christophe, are you there? Christophe, are you there?
Hello?
Yep, you've got 3 minutes. Go right ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, well, first of all, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak up during this meeting. So I'm strongly opposed to this project, not that much about its footprint, but simply because of the height of the buildings. I am a professional engineer, and I know the impact on the environment and the impact on climate change for structures that high, typically more than 6 to 8 story high. And but I also understand by experience that given the magnitude, the financial magnitude of the project, which I assume that the overall property value is likely in excess of $8 billion, so there's very little that can be done. So with all due respect, I think this is a done deal. But also, I would like to point out that the impact on the environment is twofold. There's now and there's later. In 10, 20, and 30 years, the energy expenditure that will be required to upkeep the buildings will increase, and nobody knows by how much. And the city will need to deal with that at that point, together with all the other issues bound to energy in the future. And a project like that can be started, very easily started, but cannot be undone. I've seen that in Western Paris, and once buildings like that are off the ground, that's it. They are there forever. Maybe a last thing, which is my impression about the city, and I made Vancouver my city 30 years ago. I've seen the effect of this type of projects in Europe, in Western Europe. And by the way, it would be virtually impossible to carry on right now in France or Germany because of new rules and regulations. But be also very much aware of the way the projects are rendered and the models that are being shown and proposed. They don't represent reality. So I'm very sorry to see the defacing of the city, but I don't think, unfortunately, given the financial implications and the value of land, there's really not much that can stop investments. Altogether, I would wish that there will be a more considered policy for buildings, and to avoid, on one hand, the low and medium density of urban sprawling in suburbia, and at the same time, given the land value, this high-rises and monster projects in the core of the city. For one area that I really love, Jericho, and that will never be the same again. So thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Speaker. Our next speaker is Suzanne Simon. Are you there, Suzanne?
Speaker 35 is not on the line.
On the line? Okay. Speaker 36, Randy Helton. Are you there, Randy?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead. Got 3 minutes.
Coming through. Okay. Thank you very much, Mayor and Council, for the opportunity to speak. Today, I comment specifically not on my own personal opinion, but on public opinion. Support versus non-support for this Jericho Lands project as proposed, and how it has been portrayed by staff and reported in the media. I think it's very important for you as our elected officials to have a correct and clear understanding of what the public thinks. An original article by Dan Fumano in the Vancouver Sun on January 19th was based on the staff report that is before you today, and the article tried to emphasize an inaccurate message through the title that said, citywide poll shows more support for Jericho plan. It went on to draw what I think are flawed conclusions on 2 stakeholder surveys referenced in the report, and in addition failed to report both the report and the article failed to mention another important citywide poll that is relevant. In an article on cityhallwatch.ca today, we analyzed 3 different types of surveys. Shape Your City is an online survey. The Census survey commissioned by the city is an online panel, and Forum Research, which was done by the Jericho Coalition, is an interactive voice response by telephone type of survey. Each type of survey may be relevant in its own way, albeit imperfect. And just respectfully, each one requires very careful scrutiny by staff and council regarding the pros and cons and the decisions that can be drawn from them. The most important point is that today, for me, is that the city's Shape Your City survey and the Forum Research survey agree with each other. They show that there's strong public disapproval, not approval, for the current proposal. And in addition, the Forum Research poll indicates there's strong that the disapproval is citywide, not just local. So the city staff go through considerable effort for public and stakeholder engagement, and obviously, as a local government, you believe that it is important to correctly gauge public opinion in order to justify any proposal. So I encourage you to receive this report today, the policy statement, for information, but I don't think it's appropriate to adopt it until more revisions are made and more work is done. And that should include further discussions about an alternative vision and something that all citizens across Vancouver could warmly support and welcome for generations going forward. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. All right, we have Speaker Sandra Hopley, possibly in person. Okay, we will move on to the next one for now. Speaker number 38, Tatiana Bervlova on the phone. Tatiana? Oh, sorry, Speaker 37 is now walking in, so we'll just put a pause on Tatiana. You can go to the podium right there with the little light on. Thank you very much. And when you're settled, we'll give you 3 minutes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Sandra Hopley and I live in Vancouver. Primarily, I object to the high-rise component of this development. I support the low-rise alternative proposed by Jericho Coalition. I'm concerned about affordability and the lack of livability that correlates with density and the sheer number of high-rises. The proposed 70% of units allocated to luxury condos is unacceptable. We don't need more investors and speculators buying up property in Vancouver. We need buyers who will actually live in the homes. And 30-plus towers, including 3 at 49 stories, is completely out of scale for the area. Susan Leonard, director of the Making Cities Livable International Council, says, tall buildings offer increased profits for developers. The taller the building, the more expensive the construction. The tallest buildings tend to be luxury units, often for global investors. Tall buildings inflate the price of adjacent land, and thus they increase inequality. High-rises are unhealthy. Psychologist Daniel Kaplan writes in the Canadian Journal of Public Health that high-rises keep children and the elderly from getting exercise, and the extra effort it takes to get outside encourages them to stay at home and flip on the TV. High-rises deprive people, and especially children, of neighborhood peers and activities. He believes that the level of alienation and isolation, proven to negatively impact health and even shorten people's lives, increase with the height of the building. Now, environmental impact. UBC Professor Patrick Condon says that high-rise buildings are not at all green. Their all-glass skins are inherently inefficient, not good at keeping excessive heat out or desirable heat in. High-rises, according to our own BC Hydro data, use almost twice as much energy per square meter as mid-rise structures. High-rise buildings are less adaptable than mid-rise structures. Built largely of steel and concrete, they are less sustainable than low-rise and mid-rise buildings, but built largely of wood. Steel and concrete produce a lot of greenhouse gases. Concrete is 10 times more greenhouse gas intensive than wood. The timing for some amenities is backwards. The community center, the central community park, the library, and the elementary school will not come until phase 4, 20 to 30 years from now. Currently, in the city, there is 1 elementary for roughly every 8,000 people. If we have 24 new residents, we'll need at least 3 new elementary schools. Where are these kids going to go to school? Your own Shape Your City survey illustrates the proposal is getting it right when it comes to culture, values, history, parks, and open spaces. However, regarding density and building heights, the story is completely different. Almost twice as many people really dislike the proposed density compared to those who really like it. Regarding building heights, an astounding 2.5 times as many people really dislike the proposed heights compared to those who like the proposal. This study had over 3 times the respondents in the citywide survey. Are you going to listen? Would you rather live in a community that's more like Paris or a high-rise environment like Hong Kong? Please listen to your conscience.
Thank you very much for your time. Okay. Speaker 38 on the line, Tatiana Bervlova.
Hello, can you hear me?
You bet. You have 3 minutes.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. I am a long-term local resident, and I strongly oppose the draft statement. There are multiple serious reasons for opposing it have already been discussed. I will mention only 3. The first one, the lack of general proactive approach to the social and ecological aspects of the development. And you can think 30 years ahead, it will be even more outdated, both architecturally, socially, and ecologically. Second, the development as it is proposed will cause detrimental ecological impact, degradation of the neighborhood, and ecological impact. The wetlands will be destroyed just across the road below the 4th Avenue there. Third point, the staggering absence of 2 studies, hydrological study and transportation study, are also the reason I am opposing this draft proposal. I really hope that the City Council would consider the Jericho Land Coalition proposal as a viable alternative to this really outdated vision for the development of this precious land. It's only really indicative that out of 28,000 new residents proposed to come to this land, only 600 are devoted to the indigenous families. It says a lot about how much indigenous values of ecological commitment and respect to the land are taken into account in this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Our next speaker on the line is Marie Geisen. Marie?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes. Go ahead. You got 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm a local resident, and I'm in opposition to this project, and I would like to show you a video, and I believe that's already lined up with your
June 2023, the MST Development Corporation and Canada Lands Company unveiled their revised plan to build about 60 high-rises on the Jericho lands. This plan is substantially bigger despite strong community opposition. A total of 13,000 units housing more than 28,000 people. That's 76,000 people per square kilometer, 3 times denser than Hong Kong and Vancouver's West End. A recent citywide opinion poll shows that 72% of Vancouverites oppose Jericho Land's luxury high-rise tower proposal. Towers support developers' profits, but they are not designed to support the best possible family living, aging in place, or social interaction. These massive towers will permanently alter Vancouver's cityscape. They will block public views and shade the site and the surrounding neighborhood, including Jericho Park. Towers require deep foundations and multi-story parkades that could extend into the underlying aquifer. Producing the concrete and steel needed for high-rise towers creates significant carbon emissions. Even after they're built, high-rises require more energy per unit to operate than low and mid-rise buildings. It doesn't have to be this way. The Jericho Coalition is proposing a neighborhood of 4 to 8-story buildings with courtyards, resulting in 7,200 units for about 16,000 people. That would still be 75% denser than the West End. This urban density can be achieved by building at a human scale. Low to mid-rise buildings with courtyards create family-friendly spaces where children can play and neighbors can meet. Green streets with minimal curbside parking create vibrant neighborhoods with retail and services for local needs. There would be plenty of green space, including semi-public inner courtyards and rooftop gardens accessible to building tenants. Buildings would be designed to ensure daylight from 2 sides and natural flow-through ventilation. These low to mid-rise buildings could be constructed with modular wood or mass timber, thus storing carbon rather than emitting it. Building components could be prefabricated off-site, and buildings ready for occupancy in under 2 years. Low and medium-rise timber buildings can be built more cost-effectively, more efficiently, and faster than high-rise towers. And with engagement from senior governments and the Canada Lands Company, the Jericho Lands could provide much more housing affordable for locals with moderate incomes. There is a choice. City Council can approve a big developer's plan that doesn't serve Vancouverites and ignores environmental challenges. Or it can support a proposal for livable urban density at a human scale. Together, we can create a livable community that protects the land and its residents for the future and provides a significant return for the landowners.
All right. Thanks very much. We will go on to, so Speaker 40 has withdrawn. Speaker 41 is Ian Clegg. Ian, are you there? Okay. Ian, are you on the line? Hello? Ian, are you there ready to speak?
Oh, yes, I am. Right there. Hang on, please. Sorry, I was just between phones. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead. You've got 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Ian Clegg. I am a longtime resident of this area of Vancouver. Today I'm speaking on behalf of the Jericho Stewardship Group. The Jericho Stewardship Group is a registered society, nonprofit, volunteer-run, and we have been working with the Vancouver Parks Board and City of Vancouver since 2004. Our mandate is to remove invasive species and plant native species, trees, shrubs, and flowers to renaturalize Jericho. We are opposed to the proposed policy for several reasons. One of which is the density of this development. Jericho Park is about 44 acres. The Jericho lands are about 90 acres. They propose to put 25,000 people into this area. This is probably going to double the neighborhood area population. This means that the park will be much more impacted by the increased development and the population. We're also concerned about the towers and the height of the towers. The towers, as formulated here, would be visible basically anywhere in Jericho Beach Park, and as well, they would provide shading or shadows for a large part of the park. Our primary concern with the policy is the lack of detail about the effects this development will have on the park. The park relies on natural water sources. There is no irrigation system in the park. As we know, the last few summers, there's been a serious drought in the 3 or 4 months of the summer. What we're concerned about is the groundwater or the surface water that feeds the park will be interrupted by this development. The policy statement makes little or no comments about this. They talk about recharging the aquifer and whatnot. The problem is that might very well affect the surface water or the groundwater that is going to be needed in the park in these increasingly arid times. Currently, there's only one.
Speaker, you're at time now, so thanks very much.
Thank you very much
for your comments. Thank you. Okay, our next speaker is Joanne Haramia. Joanne, are you there?
Yeah,
I'm the chairman of the board of Brockhouse Society, and I'm also a resident of Vancouver. Our position is pro the process with several recommendations and suggestions for inclusion. As you know, Brockhouse is the largest senior centre in Vancouver with 1,600 members offering a broad range of intellectual, social, physical programs. And we've been lessees of the Park Board for 48 years, maintaining the heritage building. We support the MST Canada comprehensive set of principles and values and the open approach to the cultural values and acknowledge the staff for the quality of their work. However, we see issue with the major change in FSR. The increase from 2.5 to 3.5 projects an increase to 28,000 residents. And we think that council and citizens deserve an analysis of impact. We question if the goals of the guiding principles can be met with such a drastic increase. The document does also not deal with surrounding Point Grey neighborhood. Staff said they can't deal with this until a decision on rapid transit's made, yet the Jericho Lands concept assumes that expansion. How can residents and community organizations like ours plan without some context and projections? Specifically to Brockhouse, our model is member-driven, cost-effective. We respect the principles of reconciliation and rights that are committed to strengthening our relationship with MST. It's begun already with Diversity Committee and 5-year Indigenous Studies program. Throughout the statement, though, there are very few policies which acknowledge the capacity of community organizations such as Brockhouse. We're a member of the West Side Hub, which is 17 agencies that identify, respond, and evaluate programs for older adults. We want to offer our experience and resources to consult and contribute to achieve the MST goals of inclusiveness for seniors and residents residing both within and beyond the boundaries. We request that there be an official policy added to the statement to ensure that organizations such as ours will be recognized and included as the Jericho Lands planning moves forward. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Peter Walkirch. Are you there, Peter?
Hello, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Great, thank you. Council, I'm here to support the Jericho policy statement. I'll start out by pointing out that it advances at least three objectives that I really believe are among our society's very top priorities. First, it advances reconciliation. This policy supports Indigenous economic capacity and self-determination. Second, it contributes to relieving our crushing housing shortage. Thousands of homes will be built in the West Side, which is exactly where we should be focusing new housing development. I'm sure you've all heard about how West Point Grey businesses are struggling, and this is exactly the sort of thing that can revitalize the entire area. And last, but certainly not least, it responds to the climate crisis and supports climate resiliency. This sort of compact, car-light, mixed-use development is exactly what we should be pursuing across the entire city, in every single neighborhood. So it's clear that this policy advances crucial overall societal policy objectives. But on a personal note, I want to tell you that I think this looks great. The plan for this car-light, mixed-use neighborhood is exactly the sort of place that many people, especially young people today, want to live. It's a place where you'll be able to walk through plazas and streets safely in a public realm that isn't dominated by cars, surrounded by vibrant urban life in one of the most beautiful locations on the entire planet. It will connect 4th Avenue and the rest of the city to UBC and to Jericho Beach. It will be a real nexus of life in this city, and I'm just so excited by it. I really think that when this is done, it will be one of the very best, most desirable neighborhoods in the entire city. So I'm urging you, look to the future and remember that this is a vision for the next 25 years. I'll be lucky. If I am lucky, I will be an old man when this is done. And just to put this in a bit of perspective, the movies Minority Report, The Tomorrow War, and Lost in Space were all set in the 2050s. And yeah, sometimes it feels like apartments in the west side of Vancouver are more science fiction-y than those movies, but you here today can take a step towards changing that, because I guarantee you, in 2050, no one is going to say, damn, we built too many homes here. They're going to say, why didn't we do more of this? Why aren't there more neighborhoods like this in Vancouver? Thank you, and those are my comments.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you for the movie references. Appreciate those. Okay. Speaker number 44 out of approximately 60 is Linda Jones. Linda, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. Good day to you, Mayor and Council. I was born and raised in Vancouver on this stolen land by British colonizers. I currently live in the Sunshine Coast. I have a background in alternative wind turbine technologies and net zero housing, integrated health and living solutions. I stand strongly opposed to the MST development plan on this very eco-sensitive land, as it will not provide the affordable housing to the many that need it. Now, the previous video really has said it all, and many of the speakers that have gone before me have said everything I want to say in a more eloquent way, but hear me out. There's no doubt in my mind that this will leave a negative impact on the environment and the people of this area as it stands. This policy needs to be deferred, and I think you all know it. I am in support of the alternative development created by Jericho Lands Coalition with plenty of density. You see, my father immigrated here from England in 1909 and lived in Kitsilano, where he played lacrosse with the Kitsilano Band. My father, Charles Jones, was also a close friend with Chief Dan George, as well as his father. You see, he was born in 1900 and died in 2000. I wonder what they see. I wonder what they say about this monstrous development on these sacred lands. I believe they would be outraged. My father taught me, I'm going to skip back here. My father taught me that these first people were the only true Canadians, and to never forget it. As he witnessed the suffering and colonization of the Indigenous people firsthand. Now, if the land could speak, while researching this notion, I found the following on the front of the United Nations website. If Mother Nature could speak, I believe she would weep. And our own future and the health of all life on Earth depends on us making peace with nature. It goes on to say that Indigenous peoples are the best stewards of the environment. Now, I understood that our First Nations people here value Mother Nature above all else. Is this right? You see, I have attended the housing forums, and I have discussed these critical housing issues and the economic metrics that are behind it with people such as Andy Yuan and many other professionals, which I have gained great consensus with. This proposed development has the potential of leaving a great and lasting legacy. This could be an example of great innovation and good stewardship of the land for many generations to come, as previous speakers have mentioned. This does not include erecting massive concrete glass towers with this level of density, no matter what these so-called comprehensive studies show. In fact, that high-rises are not human scale, that high-rises equal gentrification and inequality. Simply put, high-rises are not a healthy choice, no matter how you spin this. Simply put, 2,600 units of social housing is not sufficient, especially as this only supports 16% of the cost.
Speaker, I'm afraid you've reached your end of your time, but thank you very much for coming to speak. Okay, so our next speaker, number 45, is David Fine.
Yeah, hi.
Hi, David.
Thank you. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I appreciate the opportunity to share my thoughts here. I am excited about the redevelopment of the Jericho lands and welcoming thousands of new residents, as well as the project benefits to First Nations, but I am opposed to the current design plan. I note that with Shaker City, respondents found many positives with the plan in terms of amenities, cultural benefits, and the desire to welcome thousands of new residents to the area, and I do too, but so many are concerned about the incredible density and the propensity of massive towers, as well as the lack of schools for that many residents. We can build a very dense and beautiful development without overwhelming towers, which are as high as 49 stories, and I think we should. To be clear, essentially, no one opposes a significant and beautiful development in one of the most beautiful locations in Vancouver. But Jericho, as proposed, would be 144 units per acre, and that compares to Olympic Village at 58 units per acre and Oak Ridge at 104. So that's very dense. The city asked for feedback via the Shape Your City website, and 52% of respondents had either mixed feelings or significant issues, especially with the density in towers. Only 36% really liked it as it is. And this represents views not just from the surrounding Point Grey area. The majority of input was from across the entire city, excluding Point Grey. And this input should be meaningfully considered. Otherwise, I wonder what the point is of asking. On the other hand, the Census survey showed more support, but relies on a demographically correct but much smaller representation. But it's a random sample in terms of engagement and knowledge about the Jericho development. So I think it's far less reliable than engaged and informed citizens speaking up on the Shape Your City site. By way of reference, I remind you that a survey on the eve of the civic election claimed that Kennedy, Stewart, and Ken Sim were in a virtual tie. That's how unrepresentative surveys like this can be. In summary, no one is saying that this should not be a beautiful and dense development to welcome many thousands of new residents, but so many are saying that the propensity of towers and the unprecedented level of density proposed should be reconsidered for this wonderful location. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker, number 46, is Jessica Hanna. Jessica, are you there?
Speaker 46 is not on the line.
Okay. Speaker 47, Suju Fu.
No, not on the line.
Okay. Speaker number 48, Yanni Yang.
No.
Okay. Speaker number 49, Tom Quilly.
Not on the line.
Speaker number 50, Eva Gersbach.
Yes, hello, I'm here.
Eva, go ahead. You've got 3 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Eva Gersbach. I live in Vancouver, West Point Grey. I have called Canada my home for over 43 years. I lived in Toronto, Montreal, Quebec City, and most recently for the last 35 years here in Vancouver. I am an immigrant, and I was welcomed, and I had found places to stay even as a student. And Vancouver has a really difficult time right now with affordable housing. I'm a senior. My rent is 2/3 of my income. So I would welcome more affordable housing for us as well. And I'm opposed to the current project policy. I have lived in high-rises in Toronto, and it's not a nice place, not a nice way to live, to have to wait for the elevator when the elevator breaks down. It does not make communities. There's lots of wind, there's lots of issues. I just think that Jericho Land needs better vision than what currently is proposed, despite, and I can't speak to hydrological, geological surveys and aquifers. I can just speak from the human experience. If I imagine towers the height of what I see in Brentwood, where my partner is in a retirement home, and I imagine this size of tower at the Jericho lands overlooking the water. That's great for people who can afford it, but it's really not nice for people to live around it. So basically, yes, I would support the Jericho Coalition's alternative plan. Living in Quebec City in low rises is much more desirable than living surrounded by huge towers and all of what that entails. So thank you for your attention, and please make a better choice. I would really be very grateful. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Teresa Jiwa. Teresa, are you there?
Hi.
Thanks for listening to me. First off, I want to say that I hope Council closely listens to all the input today, as it should in a democracy, which we seem to be losing. I don't value autocracy. Second, I strongly think a hydrogeological study must be undertaken. There are many creeks running underground in Point Grey area. Third, density is unhealthy from a number of perspectives, and I think the proposed density is way too high. The thinking should be to home people, not house them. Fourth, the Jericho Coalition's sensible alternative proposals should be strongly considered. And last, I congratulate all the people who have taken time today to provide Council with the valuable information they need to make the Jericho land special and not ruin this part of Vancouver. Don't rush, and please be sensible and responsible. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Our next Speaker 52 has withdrawn. So Speaker 53, Roberta Olenek, are you there?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, you've got 3 minutes.
Okay, I live in Vancouver and I'm opposed. To consider the Jericho Lands policy statement right now is to put the cart miles ahead of the horse. We don't know if this development is even feasible because a complete hydrogeological study has not been done. Drilling into the pressurized aquifer that appears to underlie the site could result in massive sinkholes that would, sink the development while damaging surrounding homes and Jericho Park. If Council approves this proposal now, what sort of liability will the city and taxpayers face? Council must postpone any decision until the groundwater study has been done, made public, and the proposal adjusted accordingly. It must also postpone any decision until the transportation study of the UPC SkyTrain extension is done. The extreme density plan for Jericho assumes SkyTrain will cross the site, but the study has yet to determine if the extension will proceed at all, let alone where. These two studies cannot wait until rezoning. Including the Jericho plan in Vancouver's official development plan right now will make it much harder to make future changes, no matter how essential groundwater and transportation issues may make them. And it would forever rob Vancouverites of any say about a project that may end up not looking anything at all like they expected. The proposed density for Jericho is 3 times that of Hong Kong, more than doubling the population of Point Grey. Will we taxpayers be on the hook to fund all the infrastructure needed to support this density? The proposal contains just 1 elementary school for 28,000 people. Alarmingly, the developer intends to retain ownership of everything on the site, including that 1 school, all parks, and every other public amenity. Normally, ownership of these would revert to city or park board. Why, in this case, is a private developer retaining ownership of public amenities? City staff evaded this question when I posed it, saying First Nations hold the land, so regular rules may not apply. That's misleading. This is not reserved land. The nation's own shares in MST Development Corporation, and MST with CLC owns the Jericho lands. MST is a major development corporation. For any developer, First Nations or otherwise, to retain ownership of these amenities is not in the public interest. The public would effectively just be renting these public assets and could be turfed out if and when MST decides to expand development for its own financial gain. This issue was not included in the Jericho public consultation process. It should have been. Speaking of consultation, please see the just posted City Hall Watch article indicating that public opposition to the massive heightened density of the Jericho plan has been significantly downplayed. Even so, the developer's own presentation this morning could not deny that these aspects are of huge concern not only to nearby residents most affected, but also citywide. So how is it that the current proposal is so substantially higher and denser than the 2021 version? Who is listening? Polls show that 70% of Vancouverites, including me, instead support the Jericho Coalition's low-rise alternative plan.
Speaker, you've reached time, so thanks very much for calling in today. All right. Speaker 54 is Larry Benge?
Correct.
Very good. Larry, you've got 3 minutes.
I'm assuming I'm heard then. My name is Larry Benj. I'm a member of Westcott's Residents Association, as well as I was a member of the Jericho Lands Working Group, obviously a resident of Vancouver. I oppose this policy statement. And it generates a number of questions, which I'll now enunciate. For one, for such a large, important project, why has there not been any public workshop to consider options, including charrettes, following good urban design principles, and real planning as a part of the design process? Why has no apparent consideration been given to an alternative plan proposed by the Jericho Coalition, and no public discussion undertaken? Number two, Canada Lands Company, in my understanding, will be selling or ceding or passing the ownership of the Jericho holdings, representing roughly 25% of overall project area, to the MST Development Corporation on approval of this policy paper. Why are there no strings attached to that transaction or some other facet of the project, which guarantees that at least 25% of the built residential units will be available for rent at or below rates tied to the median income of Vancouver residents, not market? Three, why are high-rise developments seen to be the best way to seek affordability when their construction is more expensive and their maintenance and operational costs are higher than those of low to mid-rise buildings? Our recent history has shown only that the result is ever-rising rental or ownership costs. Number four, who will be tracking embedded carbon issues and their effects in this project? Five, why is an FSR of 3.5 easily beyond the typical 2.5 FSR used as a goal for similar projects by city planning across the city? Increased density is needed, but when is it too much? Dropping close to 25 to 30,000 residents in a neighborhood of 13,000 will have profound effects on the surrounding built environment and parklands and community. One project alone will not solve the housing issues in the city, especially one which will have little or no effect on true affordability, which should be our major concern. The existing infrastructure is woefully inadequate to handle this proposed project. How will we provide the needed upgrades? Who will be paying for it? 7, the proposal includes a plan for the MST Development Corporation to own all the public amenities. How is the construction, maintenance, operation of these amenities, such as community centers, parks, schools, etc., financed? How would such an ownership structure interface with existing facilities? 8, surveys, including one by city planning, indicated that a majority of Vancouver citizens were unhappy with the proposed density of this proposal. Is anyone listening? 9, the proposed high-rise will shadow large sections of Jericho Park in a city that starves for sun. Also, a forest of high-rises will result in outdoor surrounding spaces within the development bathed in shadows much of the time. Is that livable? I trust the City Council will defer the Jericho Plans and Policy Statement for further consideration by staff and other stakeholders in order to review the issues of residential density, lack of rental housing supply, and true housing affordability.
Thank you, Speaker. You're at time. Okay.
Yep.
All right. Speaker 55, Patricia Murno. Patricia? Oh, she's supposed to be in person. Yeah, I see that now. Okay. We will go on to Speaker 56, Maureen Sharon. Maureen, are you on the line?
No, not on the line.
Okay. Speaker 57, Elizabeth Murphy, are you on the line?
No.
Okay. Speaker 58, Jan Alexander.
Not on the line.
Okay. Speaker 59, Cheryl Grant. Okay. Cheryl, are you there?
$59 is not there.
Okay. Speaker 60, Sandra Lonsdale.
No.
Okay. Speaker 61, Rebecca Hartley. Okay. Rebecca, are you there? So I'll go to the next one, and then then we'll take a short recess to kind of reorganize. Okay. Speaker 62, are you there? Catherine Phillips?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, great, Catherine. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. My name is Catherine Phillips. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I oppose the Jericho Lands policy statement. I'm a renter in Vancouver. I have been for 10 years, and I do not think the proposed development at Jericho will make the renting situation any better for local people, the people who actually live and work here and whose lives are embedded in the local communities. Simply, the proposal does not provide enough affordable housing. With only 30% rental housing proposed, and 1/4 of 10% of that rental housing being proposed through below market moderate incomes, this is hardly enough for local Vancouverites. Also, the promise of below-market housing is disingenuous, since it will be dependent on additional funding from senior government, that is, us taxpayers. Essentially, this constitutes an avoidance of responsibility on the part of the MST developers, as I gather that the norm is for developers to secure a percentage of affordable housing unconditionally. For whom is the majority of the residential floor space being built? Clearly, it is not for us local people with normal incomes, but rather for international buyers. Clearly, the developers are only interested in the profit they will make, and I am under no illusions they are interested in doing anything good for the people who actually live here. No amount of official propaganda contained in the policy statement can hide that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so I'm going to propose that we take just a short recess, maybe about 5 minutes at this time, and then we'll just allow we'll go back to the start of our list of the callers that we missed. Thanks a lot.
Welcome to TELUS Con.
Thank you.
Hi, Elise. Can you still hear us?
Hi, Cassie. I can hear you. Yes.
Amazing. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks. With the speaker with the digits ending in 2332, please identify yourself. We don't have you registered.
All right, everybody, we will continue the meeting. So we're going to go back to our list of caller speakers and go back to speaker number 2, Robin
Yes,
Tavender.
hello.
Are you there, Robin, on the line?
Yes, good evening. I'm there.
Very good. You got 3 minutes.
All right. I do not support this proposal, and you can talk about numbers. Well, 24,000 bodies is quite a number of people. People have commented about the density and how that compares excessively to places like Hong Kong, which is, you know, some people like to live some places, others like to live others, and I suppose it's an aesthetic question. So, I mean, I find it aesthetically ugly. I don't see how this is a thing that will make the city more beautiful. And now there's diversity of thought about whether aesthetics is an objective branch of philosophy or whether it's subjective, you know, the old, there's no accounting for taste. When it comes to things like architecture, I do lean toward there being objective architectural sensibilities, and I don't believe that any way you slice it, 24,000 people, even over 25 to 30 years in this small amount of area, especially given that we are taking away, as I understand it, space that is undeveloped. So it's not a matter of taking land that has, say, smaller structures and putting larger structures. This will involve the wholesale concretification, if that's a word, of an area that doesn't have concrete on it right now. So really, that brings me to the sort of greenwashing or whatever. Canada's now entering a situation where the federal immigration policy is drawing most of our population increase from international migration. So unlike, say, Canadians were having too many children and we need a place to put them, we need bedrooms for all of our children, that's not what's going on. So the city and province are certainly not responsible for federal immigration policy, but, you know, in the big daily newspapers, we now see this issue being discussed. And who's going to live here? Well, most of our net population increase is going to come from international migration. That's something the federal government definitely has control over. It's not like, you know, having to have a policy of one child or something to prevent our excessive reproduction, because Canada has a birth rate below replacement, or fertility rate, whichever term I should use. So I guess this isn't green. Most of the population growth in Canada is going to come from countries that have a lower per capita CO2 figure than Canada does. There's only a very few countries in the world that produce more CO2 per capita, and they're mostly oil-producing countries. Not that Canada doesn't produce oil, but so none of this is green. It's disgusting that we're contemplating paving area for any reason, and of course it will, I'm surely, help climate change by paving things and building large concrete and glass structures, and I really salute the council, and I hope they're brave enough to pave over a park to do their part to combat climate change. God be with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Okay, we're going to continue down the list here. So I believe that Speaker 12, Helen Louie, is not available. Speaker 13, Ann O'Sullivan, is not available. Speaker 16, Andrew Halriluck, is not available. But this brings us to speaker number 26, Lauren Waldman. Lauren, are you there?
I am here.
Very good. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, thanks. I'm not going to take up my 3 minutes. I'm going to keep this short. I'm a resident of Vancouver. I live very close to the proposed development, and I'm opposed to it. And, you know, the key thing that needs to be considered in any development really is the amount of change and the rate of that change that's being imposed on the surrounding community. We're all reluctant to change, but listen, we have to accept that there's going to be new developments. But this development is imposing a rate of change that's just way too fast, and I think you've been hearing it through other people who have spoken to council. But we need to consider an alternative that is going to be giving a change that is accepted by the surrounding community. Anyways, thank you for the chance to talk, and I hope, Council, that you really do consider the wishes of the community.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay. Speaker 28, Hui Zhang, is not available. Speaker 29, Flora Zhang, is not available. Speaker 31, Helen Kay. Helen, are you there?
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Helen. I moved to Vancouver over 20 years ago from a very high density country, and I decided to settle here because it's the most beautiful city of the world. Vancouver is the only city around the world that we can ski, golf, and enjoy beach activities in one single day. As you may tell from my accent, I'm immigrant, and English is my second language. Normally, we are reluctant to speak up in such public hearings, but this time I have to speak up. I guess everyone enjoys the view of city Vancouver from North Shore. Imagine skiing down from Cypress or Grouse or standing at any viewpoint in West Van or North Van. On the left-hand side, it is modern international city view with countless skyscrapers. On the right-hand side, it's breathtaking UBC forest. People want to see forest view, not super tall buildings pop out of the forest. I would feel extremely guilty if we cannot protect this view for our future generations. As a Vancouver resident, I strongly oppose to the Jericho Land development proposal for so many super tall buildings at the gate of UBC Forest. Any buildings over 20 floors are way over UBC Forest height, and it is completely destroy the beauty of the Vancouver west side. Vancouver already has so many super tall buildings along Cambie Street, from Marine Gate to Oak Ridge Mall to Yaletown. Vancouver should not make an exception to breaking the existing building height limit for UBC and Kitlano area. The development of Jericho Land has to fit in with its surrounding area, such as West Broadway and Kitlano. It is not just for Vancouver City. It is for Canada and the world to keep such beautiful, massive forest view in the core of our city. City growing should not compromise Vancouver landscape and city view. City of Vancouver has been doing great job to protect Vancouver's view. It protects view from Queen Elizabeth Park, view from Granville Island, view from Olympic Plaza. Why there's no view protection from UBC Forest? Why there's no view protection from North Shore? Why there's no view protection from air? I have no issue with developing the Jericho Land with mid-rise buildings. That is in line with UBC building height limit. I beg the city to listen to public voice. Please seriously consider restrict the building height limit on Jericho Land development. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Okay. So just going down through the list here. Speaker 49, Tom Quilly, are you there? Tom?
Yes, can you hear me?
You bet. Go ahead. You've got 3 minutes.
Okay, I echo the sentiments of the previous callers. I do not support this project. I think it is a blight on Vancouver, like many of the other projects the city has allowed the developers to put through. The high rises are unsustainable from an environmental perspective. They block the skyline. There's too much density for that fragile piece of land. I like to enjoy the beach. It is dramatically different than the character of the neighborhood, and there's far from enough proposed rental housing and low-income housing. I think it's time the city stop pandering to developers. I know they contribute to their campaign, but it's a beautiful like with the high rises papering over, and a lot of these units are used as vehicles to park money.
Tom, are you there?
So I'll conclude with yes.
Sorry, you were breaking up.
Okay, so I'm not sure when I was breaking up, but basically, I don't think that the project is aesthetically nice. It's congested. It's not sustainable from an environmental perspective, and it doesn't include enough social housing or enough rentals. And I think it's time we stop letting the developers drive the agenda and paper over Vancouver with these ugly high rises. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Okay, moving on. Speaker number 55, Patricia Murnau.
Can you hear me?
Indeed, we can. You have 3
Can
minutes.
you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. My name is Patricia Jane Monroe. I was born in Chilliwack and moved to Vancouver when my father came home after the Second World War. This city is where I raised my family, studied. I hold a doctorate in adult education from UBC, earned a living, and wrote most of my books. I oppose the Jericho Development Plan proposal, and I support the alternative vision of the Jericho Coalition. This is my letter to Mayor Ken Sim and Vancouver City Council. You were elected to make wise decisions, choices that will create, sustain, and protect Vancouver. But here you are, about to plunge into a hasty choice that will destroy, torment, and squander prime lands and important values. Wait. Please wait. In the long run, waiting will save you and the city coffers from catapulting into a disaster. Why not set aside your illusion of urgency to decide on a plan for the Jericho lands until the critical hydrological study is completed, made available to the public, and you have negotiated all the necessary anthropological permits? Can you not foresee the problems, the hugely costly problems, you and Vancouver would face when you cannot dig foundations or raise the towers to create this massive project? When contractors you hire are stymied, when an artesian aquifer erupts and overflows into existing homes, roads, Jericho Park, when your contract and promises cannot be fulfilled. Imagine the press and the pressures, the shame of mounting debts in such a disaster. Protect yourselves from destroying iconic vistas, making a mess of the UBCX SkyTrain plans, and ruining your reputation as a city council. It's simple. Do not go ahead precipitously with the current plan for the Jericho lands. Open your minds and hearts to a comprehensive rethink and redesign. Learn in depth and detail what lies underground. Work with Indigenous people, scientists, engineers, historians, city planners, and the public. Be thorough. Open your ears and hearts and minds to those who love this place, know it, live in it, and share your intention to create, sustain, and protect Vancouver. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Your time. All right. Moving ahead, Speaker 56 is not available. Maureen Sharon. Speaker 57, Elizabeth Murphy, is not on. But Speaker 58, Jan Alexander. Jan, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. I'm just pulling over because I am trying so hard to get to the meeting. I've just pulled over because I really wanted to be in council chambers to meet our neighbors, the Musqueam, the Squamish, and the Tsleil-Waututh, and be able to say my words to them and council directly. However, I'd like to say that I'm opposed to this development proposal because I really feel that towers are not the way to go. I feel that we should be remembering that sustainability does not include, for instance, walls and walls of glass, which views are wonderful, but ultimately when we are in a tower and we're sort of looking out, it sort of becomes like another TV screen or computer screen where we look at the view and we enjoy it, but we're not engaged with it. So let's look at ground-oriented architecture, human-scale living, where we're maybe as high as maybe the treetops, but we're connecting to nature that way. We might see a bird or a butterfly go by, or even have a feeder on our balcony, which wouldn't be so high that the wind just whips around and we can't even be outside in those towers. I recently discovered the Jericho Coalition document, and especially they've got 2 fantastic videos on their website. The URL is www.jerichocoalition.org, and I really encourage everybody listening to please go and look at the videos because they so clearly outline what it can be like to have ground-oriented, human-scale, livable architecture. And, I think we talk a lot about families, and families are a big, huge part of this, but really, ultimately, as we learned in the pandemic, we have to know about our neighbors. We have to connect to our neighbors. We have to meet them across the park and in that school and in that sorely, actually not very many numbers daycare. So please, Council, reconsider the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh. Please, let's work together and take another look, and let's remember the values of being connected to the land and to each other as neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. All right, moving to Speaker number 60, Sandra Lonsdale. Sandra, are you there?
Hello.
Hi, go ahead. You've got 3 minutes.
Sandra Lonsdale.
Can you speak up, please?
I've been a resident for 59 years, and I'm strongly opposed to this proposal.
Pardon me, ma'am, we can't hear you. Can you?
Developers have already acquired the land at a fire sale price of $7.88 million per acre, as opposed to the Canby corridor purchase at $38 million per acre.
Hello.
So the current proposal is just sheer greed in terms of the profitability for the developers. The current plan of housing 24,000 people at Jericho pays no regard to its surroundings. It's an architectural aberration designed without any thought and knowledge of what the immediate area is like. Housing crisis. This is not going to solve.
Chair, I wonder if we need to do something here. We can't hear the speaker regardless.
Excuse me, Speaker. We're having problems hearing you. If you could speak up, please.
This is not going to solve the housing crisis. The proof will be that in 10 years' time, after it's built, the housing crisis will still exist. The reason is that everyone wants to live here, but there isn't enough room for everyone, and there's an infinite demand for housing. Density, this level of excessive density may be environmentally correct from a land efficiency perspective, but it will be a human disaster in terms of the human mental health perspective. It's environmentally unsustainable from a human and community health point of view. It's a desecration on the city of Vancouver, and the city will live with the consequences forever. Also, it does not address the affordability housing crisis, as more than 70% of these units will be at market rates, being one of the most expensive places to live in Vancouver, and probably costing more than the units at Pearl Harbor. It's a desecration on the city of Vancouver. The impact will be felt because of the massive increase in population in a very small area, worse than Hong Kong. It's more than twice the population density of the Leland site at UBC. It's off the scale and therefore should be rejected. But I am in favor of a low-rise development as suggested by the Jericho Coalition proposal. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Speaker. All right, it looks like our last speaker is 61, Rebecca Hartley. Rebecca, are you there? Rebecca? Hi.
Hello?
Yeah, hi there. You have 3 minutes. Go right ahead.
Okay, perfect. My hello, Mr. Mayor and City Council. My name is Rebecca Hartley. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I'm using my afternoon break from work to call in today to voice my support for the Jericho Lands policy statement. I strongly believe this mix of 13,000 homes, over 500 daycare spaces, 30 acres of park and public space, and 75,000 square feet of community space will be such a valuable asset for our city. As a UBC alum, I know how priceless the shorter commute to school can be. I had friends who regularly had to travel from Surrey and beyond to attend classes, and they would have gladly taken the opportunity to live a 20-minute bus ride away. In the warmer months, I would occasionally bike to UBC, and I can say that going down 8th Avenue sometimes felt like a slog. It would have been nice to have an inviting space along the way to relax, a coffee shop to drop in and do some last-minute cramming, or even just a place to use the washer. Allowing us to move forward will also create the perfect opportunity to make travel to UBC even more seamless. The province would have a good reason to allocate funding to the UBC SkyTrain line, meaning everyone would have a faster commute. The MSTC value in this as well, as they are even offering their lands as a staging ground for the SkyTrain's construction. All that being said, I do think it is important for the site to adjust to the context of the area. The new provincial rules around transit-oriented development indicate buildings should be 18, 12, and 8 stories moving out from a SkyTrain station. Given this, the existing plan for the southwest side of the site going down to 6 floors no longer seems appropriate. This might be a good argument for the height of the 3 symbolic watchtowers, representing each one of the nations, to be increased so they can still stand out. That said, I believe that should be left for the nations to decide, and I'd fully support them. Either way, it's clearly time to undo the zoning freeze in Kitsilano and come up with a real area plan for this neighborhood. The existing context is not single-family homes. It is the future. It is the Jericho Lands. I hope you will join me in support of this policy, and I thank you for your time.
All right. Thanks very much, Speaker. That concludes our speakers list. All right, Council, would somebody like to move a motion for Report 1? Councillor Boyle, seconded Councillor Carr. All right, so we have moved that. Councillors, any discussion? I see Councillor Kirby. Oh, yeah, we're going to move to the main queue here. Sorry. To the question queue? No, the main queue. Councillor Kirby-Yung. Okay, great.
Okay, can I go ahead now?
Yeah, Councillor Kirby-Yung, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I before getting into discussion, I just wanted, and I know that people have had a long day and we're hitting the dinner hour, so I just wanted to get the logistics complete. And so before commenting broadly on the application, I wanted to move an amendment to the report. Chair? Okay, all right, so I don't know if you want to move us to an amendment queue? Yes. Thank you. So I wanted to move an amendment to the report, and it's, I mean, this is a long-term generational plan that will happen over a period of 30 years. There's a lot that has to happen before it moves forward, but I think it's a real opportunity to expand the availability and the diversity of housing options here. And I was particularly struck by the one reference in the presentation to potential attainable leasehold home ownership. And I think that that has a lot of possibility for our city. We look at things like co-op housing that provides leasehold ownership. You look at the UBC Land Trust and what they have done while retaining ownership of the land is obviously the important component here. But it provides more options for people. And we are losing a lot of the middle income workforce folks in our city that we actually need to support and make our city run. And so I would like council to throw its weight behind that emerging opportunity in the Jericho Lands policy. And so the amendment that I proposed on the floor asks council to affirm its interest in opportunities for the inclusion of attainable leasehold home ownership in the housing mix for this community towards the goal of providing a diversity of housing options in the city and achieving critically needed middle income workforce housing. And further that council requests the landowners consider that potential for including that within the Jericho Lands policy statement. And as I said, I see this as a beginning point, certainly not an end, but I think there's a real opportunity here to, I think, demonstrate and lead the way on what is possible in terms of a real mix of housing choices. And I think that working together and with council throwing its full weight behind, both from an advocacy perspective, but also a policy point of view and looking at the opportunity to build on what we've heard here today, but to evolve to include that additional component certainly would help. And I think that can also be a contributor towards achieving one of the things that we heard from all of the feedback was around the importance of more attainable and affordable options for people. And I think that's something that we heard loud and clear. So that's really the spirit of the amendment.
Happy to second.
I think noted. Councillor Bly, second. All right.
Thank you.
Very good. All right. Councillor Boyle?
Thanks. I'll be really quick just to say I also think there are interesting possibilities here. I know there are a lot of different pieces in play on this project and we're a ways from these decisions. So I appreciate that this language is kind of explore and interest and continues to create a lot of flexibility, knowing how many moving parts there are in this project, given that I'm happy to support it.
Okay. All right. Seeing no other. Oh, Councillor Meisner, are you on?
Yeah, thanks,
Go
Chair. Yeah, happy to support this amendment. I think it's fantastic to see the social housing component, the below market rental components of this project, but there is really a missing piece in the housing mix in Vancouver, and that is that attainable ownership piece. So very supportive of exploring if there's opportunities there for that. And happy to support the amendment and thank Councillor Kirby-Yung for bringing it forward. I think it's a really important option for middle income earners in Vancouver.
All right. Thank you, Councillor. All right. Seeing no other discussion, we'll, Clerk, can we go to the voting panel and vote on the amendment? Voting. Okay, that passes unanimously. Okay, I'm going to go back to the main queue, but I'm going to just do a little moving around here, folks. I'm going to try and get Councillor. We just had a little sidebar here, and we just had a discussion. We lost
Can I just note that my clock is still going, Chair? Can I just note that my clock's still going?
Are you? Would you like to continue to speak on this right now, or should I?
Are we going to speak to the main motion at this point?
We're in the main queue right now, but I was going to, I think, all right, well, if you want to continue to speak to this, it's fine. I think I'm trying to get Councillor Dominato next in the queue here, which is always a little tricky here. What? Yeah, advance it? Okay. Okay. All right, so I'll continue, I'll restart your timer, Councillor Kirby-Yung, and you can continue to add any remarks you think.
Thanks, Chair. We got a lot of correspondence on this one, and I think Council really paid attention to that and read it. There's a lot of change happening in our city, and I think that there's a general recognition that the city is evolving and changing. I often say with a lot of large plans like this, the change is not happening overnight. This is a 30-year plan, so it's generational. So people that are sitting in this room will be in a very different place in their lives by the time this is potentially fully realized. And there will be new folks who are young and growing up and trying to find somewhere to live in the city. I was particularly compelled around hearing sort of the story of the land. It was important to me to see things like the 20 acres of park space, the 10 acres of public space and everything else. And just the notion, I think, of a community that had services to support it from I think a lot of opportunities to look at things differently and be guided by the MST and the partners such as the Indigenous Library, I think are particularly noteworthy. And so for me, there are a lot of dependencies here. I think the concern that was raised with respects to the hydrological study was a fair and an important one. I think that was well explored and paid attention to by council. That is a requirement. We cannot move forward with rezonings until those studies are fully complete and there's an understanding of the impacts there. And if there are any, then plans and policies will have to be adapted accordingly in terms of the vision. So I want to sort of recognize that concern that was heard and speak in support of ensuring that council did its due diligence and I think are satisfied. And this is I should say, not a consistent process, as we heard from large sites. So valid and fair concern and heard for. I do think that we have the extension being built now of the rapid transit. We have the long planned UBCX. Again, that's a dependency that will potentially shift or evolve as conversations around transit do. But I think that we are at a point where housing is going to look different than it looked like when a lot of other folks grew up in the city. And we're hearing about exciting things like mass timber forms. We're looking at ways to build in common and other space. And I think what was noted here too, which struck out for me in addition to meeting the city's requirements, is the vision from the partners with respects to Indigenous housing and providing that, which is something that we have heard, whether you're talking to any of the nations or Musqueam, and for example, and people having to live off reserve because they can't come home. So you're really building, I think, a community for the future. And I appreciate the fact that people are desiring that level of sustainability. I am confident that by the time a lot of the buildings move forward, things like mass timber technology will have evolved. So you won't necessarily have to have 50% with the concrete core. You'll be able to see higher, greater percentage use and so on. So I'm going to save some of my comments because I think there'll be some other dialogue amongst my colleagues. But to say, I think we've heard the community feedback, and I think there's going to be lots of opportunity to continue to shape this project. This is a high-level policy piece, but it certainly does set the stage to continue the transit conversations and continuing to maximize the type of housing that we really need in the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, I'm going to give the floor to Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. I've circulated 3 amendments, and I'm hoping the clerks could just bring them up all together, so we're not having to deal with them, treat them, and I'll just speak to them one by one. And this is in addition to the staff recommendations based on things I've heard today, things I've heard through correspondence, and also looking at our broader strategies, both around housing and climate in the city. So I'll address each one individually. The first proposed direction is to have staff explore opportunities to increase the percentage of below market rental housing through provincial and federal support. It is noteworthy that this, the Jericho Lands proposal does...
Can we get a seconder for second, Councillor Kirby Young? And should we go to, we're going to go to amendments. Okay. Sorry, just, no problem. You don't mind, just you can put yourself on there. Very good.
Noteworthy that the proposal does include substantive affordable housing, both in terms of social housing as well as market and below market rental. But what we hope, and it was identified that there is still a gap around provincial and federal funds, but I think there is a great appetite right now on the part of both our provincial and federal governments to invest in housing. And so if there's an opportunity to increase a below market rental component, I think that would be a huge benefit to residents, very similar to Councillor Kirby Young's proposed amendment, and which I also support, in recognizing that we have gaps in our housing continuum in terms of housing attainability, whether it be ownership, but also in the rental space as well, and that we need to support individuals to live in our city and work in our city. The other 2 amendments are really tied more to our sustainability goals. The first around increasing the use of mass timber within the development where possible. And again, recognizing right now it contemplates a significant use of wood and mass timber. But given the long tenure of this project, I think there's an opportunity to be doing more. And I think, as was noted earlier by David, commented on this earlier about as the technology changes, reduces the costs, the more uptick on this. And so I think there's a great opportunity to advance more mass timber in this development. And so it's in the hopes and signaling that, a strong signal from council for that. And then lastly, again, recognize this is a long term, but the opportunity potentially to relocate some of the existing housing there for the benefit of other communities. There are companies working in this space currently here in Vancouver to relocate homes to rural communities, to other First Nations communities. Recently saw this with the Yellow Schoolhouse that was relocated, barged across to Squamish Nation. So I think there's also another opportunity there. So those are the three amendments for council's consideration.
Thank you. Councillors, any other discussion on the amendments? Okay, seeing none, then we will go to the voting panel. And that passes unanimously. All right, so now we'll go back to the main queue. Councillor Domino, further comments?
Thanks, Chair. I'll just offer a couple of more closing comments. I want to thank our partners, Musqueam, Squamish, Tsleil-Waututh, for being here today, and to our staff for the collaboration and bringing this here today. Councillor Kirby-Yung touched on a number of points I would like to touch on, and I don't want to duplicate. So what I'll reflect is this: is one of the things that really stood out for me this morning was around the opportunity that this presents in terms of a legacy piece. And one of the speakers noted the opportunity for his children and for future grandchildren. And in the interest of reconciliation, I was really reflecting deeply on what this means and the important part of working together and the historical wrongs and the opportunity this presents, not just from a social perspective, but an economic perspective. I also recognize that we heard from many community members where this is, from their perspective, significant change, and it is change. And one of the things I've reflected on in the past is that we deliberate on change in the city, is that the city today didn't look the same 100 years ago. It's not going to look the same 30 years, 100 years from now. And I appreciate the considerations that people raise, but we do need to think boldly and long-term about what the needs are for the city, both in terms of housing and other community amenities. And the Jericho lands present a great opportunity to deliver on our commitment to reconciliation, our commitment to housing, to complete communities, and to addressing climate adaptation resilience in the city. And so while I appreciate there is some opposition and to this, it is the right thing to do. And I think there's been a lot of thought and consideration put into what's being proposed to council today. And so I will be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I know it has been a long day, but I just want to say that I think this is an incredibly exciting project. And as noted by leaders from Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh many hours ago, it's a historic project. I'm excited about these badly needed homes in a beautiful neighborhood close to UBC, with close access to the beach and much more. This is still just a high level direction, and there's a lot more work to come. But I was really struck by the beautiful design of the buildings and of the public space, the significant amenities, including that public space, arts and culture, childcare, and more, and also struck by the commitments to a low carbon community, the really people-oriented transportation plans, the low emission buildings, all absolutely where we need to be going. And like others, I strongly hope I am still around through the life of this building. And my children, Pete too, Councillor Fry as well, we're all hoping we're still here 30 years from now. I have 2 young kids who I hope will be able to live in Vancouver and that we have housing where they can live. So recognize the need for these homes for all of those reasons, and the really beautiful, thoughtful ideas included in this plan, and the important opportunities for us to live into our UNDRIP commitments in partnership with Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh in the future of these lands and more. And I had a couple stories I was going to share, but it's late in the day. I'm going to stop there and just say that I will be supporting this. And I know it's been a long day, but thanks to the MST folks who have been here all day, and look forward to continuing the work on this together.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Meisner.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'd like to thank everyone who participated today and shared their feedback. This is really a monumental city building project, and I am supportive of the project. This policy statement is one of the first steps, but it's a very important step. And this project will create a significant amount of new housing, which we all know we desperately need. Just a reminder of some of the numbers here. We're talking about tens of thousands of housing units, but 2,600 social housing units and 1,300 secured market and below market housing units. And I'm also hopeful that we can add some of the attainable ownership opportunities that we saw with Councillor Kirby-Young's amendments. So I'm happy to see that being explored. This also has a massive public benefits package of $1.3 billion, which is really a great gift, I think, to the city, including a new library / learning commons, a school site, a community center. We're talking about a car-light neighborhood with low number of parking spaces, but very likely to be connected by a new rapid transit station. But I think most importantly, on top of the housing, is the opportunity for economic reconciliation with the nations in a smart way, where we're building a sustainable modern neighborhood that adheres to smart city building practices. I'm also hopeful to see the continued progress of the UBCX rapid transit extension to UBC from Arbutus, and I think this certainly bolsters the case for that to move forward. But I really believe that this is the right decision to support this project today, and that we are very fortunate to have partners like the MST who want to do something great for our city in partnership, not just to create housing, but to create a dynamic new neighborhood and new civic assets that everyone in Vancouver can enjoy. So very happy to support this project tonight.
Thanks, Councillor. So we are getting close to 5 o'clock, so we are going to need a motion to continue the meeting past 5. My question is, do we go to 5:30 and see what business we can get done in the next 40 minutes or conclude this item? So just, can I get a... Yeah, no, but we decided on an earlier break that we were going to go to 5:30, so I'm just trying to figure that out.
Move to extend to 5:30.
Okay, very good. So thank you very much. All in favor? Okay, great. Thanks very much. Carry on. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, I'll keep my comments pretty brief. Excited by the possibilities here. This is really the last of the big greenfield sites, and it's a big site. And this is a significant moment for the nations, but also for our city and for the future of our city. And appreciate that it may not meet the desires of many of the current residents of the immediate area, and perhaps they aspire to see something different. But I think that as we look forward, I think this is going to be able to deliver a lot in the adjacency to transit-oriented development and the adjacency to existing green space in parks and beaches, and the adjacency to UBC. I think that it's also worth noting that I think the concerns around hydrogeological studies, I'm very confident that as we move to the next phase, those will be addressed, and we will have a thoughtful consideration around the impacts of this. I only want to just add one other comment. I'm troubled by the mischaracterization of this as, and I've heard this from speakers and I've heard this in the media as luxury towers. Nowhere in here is it described as luxury towers. In fact, it's described as mixed density or high density mixed use. And I think that mischaracterization does a real disservice to our public process. And you know, with some irony, I note that this is a neighborhood with single family homes lots that are going for $5 to $10 million. Referencing this as luxury towers really seems to miss the mark. This is an opportunity to build truly a high density mixed income kind of community, mixed use community. And I think we should embrace that and aspire to deliver that. But to decry it out the gate as luxury towers really, I think, denigrates this entire conversation. And it's unfortunate because this is an opportunity to actually build something great for our city and working with the nations to really deliver something for, as we've all alluded to, for the next generation, because 30 years from now, it'll be a whole different city. And this will be building that foundation for that whole new city and for the many, many people who will be coming to join us in Vancouver at that time. So thanks to the opponents, the applicants, thanks to all the folks who came to speak to this, and thank you to, of course, our staff for all the work that they've put on this. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Zhou.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Yeah, also want to echo the thanks for all the guests in the chamber today, and also to all the speakers, also the staff working behind the scene. You know, we don't always see a project, you know, has everything we have, but I think this Jericho land is one of them. Social housing, below the market rental, childcare space, community center, elementary school, new job opportunities, 30 acres of new parks and open space on 90 acres of land. That's 33%. And cycling paths, of course, the naming opportunity for MST, also the potential SkyTrain line. So it has everything we need in this amazing city. Well, I do understand the fear from some people in the community. In general, I know people are feared of change, but we can't just live in the past. We have to address the critical issue facing in our city right now. Well, you know, I understand people worry about the density, but think about it. A lack of housing is actually the main reason for a lot of social issues facing in our city. Long wait time for medical service because of hospital cannot find doctors and nurses. The issue of homelessness because the most vulnerable people in our city, they couldn't find a place to live. Decreasing school enrollment because families, young families especially, are moving out of the city. You know, let's keep them in Vancouver. The speech from one of the speakers really resonated with me. And I think he said, let's keep young generations in the city so they can build up a city they love. This project will provide safe and beautiful homes to 13,000 families. And of course, it's not only about housing. It provides all other benefits I just mentioned before. And as what we heard today, and the hydrogeological study, which is what the community really concerned of, will be managed properly throughout the process. In addition, this project can provide benefits for our future generations. We have to think about 20 years, 50 years, even 100 years ahead of us. By this project complete, around in 2050, Vancouver will have the population of 1 million people, increased by 700,000 people now. Where are those additional 300,000 people will be living? Of course, this project will not solve all the housing needs, but it will contribute to 13,000 units, the much needed housing under this housing crisis. If we reject this project, we will owe a debt to our children and grandchildren, which will be an irresponsible decision we made today in council chamber, and it will negatively be imposed on our future generations. And also, very important, knowing what happened in history, we already owe too much to our indigenous community. If we reject this project today, we will owe them even more, that we will never ever pay back. This project shows our commitment to truth and reconciliation. It demonstrates again, Vancouver is the city of reconciliation. So with that, I'm 100% behind this project. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Joe. Councillor Carr.
Yes, thank you. I will echo the thanks to the, particularly to the partnership, to the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh Nations and Canada Lands for the determination, the vision, the hard work that has gone into this. Obviously, our staff have done equally hard work, lots of effort, energy, and it's very much appreciated. I was at the first public meeting of this project many years ago now, and it has been a lot of work since then. I want to thank the speakers as well, those who especially put time and effort into the Jericho Lands Working Group. And I want to say that I do appreciate the alternate proposal that they put forward, the 4 to 8 stories, central courtyards. Somebody wrote us and asked us if we'd been to Europe to see it. Yes, I've been to Europe. I've been to Berlin. I've been to Copenhagen, where they have a lot. I've been to Paris. They have a lot of this kind of development. And it's impressive. But I also live in the West End. And the West End has a lot of towers. Set back from the streets. There's a lot of greenery. There's lots of trees, and we're blessed with Stanley Park on our doorstep there. And it is a phenomenal community. I love it. It is a fabulous neighborhood with services, with people getting together. Towers are not this, an antithesis to community. The West End is a perfect example of how it really works. This project is at heart, in my mind, a project of reconciliation. And it is, I believe, grounded in the values and the vision of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh. And it's why I love this project. I think it provides for a new direction, a very value-centered direction that will have very positive impacts for this city and really for development everywhere. I love the idea that the design guidelines were informed by elders, like cultural whorl, like a weaving. The key elements are all ones I align with. Car light, climate smart community, focus on transit, on cycling, on walking paths, rapid transit station at its center. Unlike what some speakers said, it is not being paved over. There is I don't know if they listened to staff, there is a lot of land that's going to be in park and open space. I heard our staff talk about the one water policies, the permeability, capturing rainwater where it falls. This is straight from our staff. Conveying water from upper parts of the site down, blue-green networks, ponds, year-round permanent pools, bioswales. I mean, this will be a place rich with the natural environment. I heard concerns about hydrology and aquifer, and those were my concerns too. And I heard answers that gave me comfort that studies are going to be done. If they show up some real problems, there's going to be modifications of the development site in terms of where things are placed or how they are done. I love the inclusivity, lots of housing affordability, 2,600 units of social housing, 1,300 secure rental. It is a complete community as visioned by the Vancouver Plan, with years of effort of this city to come forward with that notion of complete communities where people can meet their daily needs within an easy walk or roll. Grocery stores, shops, businesses, workplaces, elementary school, childcare, community center, library, parks, cultural spaces, grocery stores. I mean, this is like a beautiful village in the center of our city. Well, not quite the center, but definitely within the core of our city. I love the climate smart sustainability, requiring low, don't forget, we are requiring low GHG, zero GHG new buildings in this city. And so I love the amendments too. Thanks for the mass timber addition. I'm excited, and I know it's going to be a lot of work still. So I'm excited to also receive the updates as it progresses. And thank you all.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm going to cede the chair to Vice Chair Meisner, and I'm going to make a few more closing remarks of my own. First of all, I just want to echo, I think, a lot of the strong comments that we heard here from my council colleagues in their enthusiasm and support for this project moving forward for the future of the Jericho lands. It was really, first of all, really great to see Chief Sparrow and Chief Thomas and Kasalem come in and speak to us to kick this off at 11 o'clock today. And of course, throughout the day, we heard from Charlene Grant. We got to, and Adrian, Charlie, Calvin, Charlie Dawson, and William George Thomas have stayed with us right through the entire day and listened to all the proceedings and all of the speakers today. And I also want to thank all the community members. I realize that this is as somebody described, as a big change, and it does. With big change comes uncertainty, and I think we heard some of that uncertainty in the voices and the comments, and certainly the hundreds of emails that we received in recent weeks. And we do take all that to heart. I think some of the amendments that we had here today from Councillors Kirby-Yung and Dominato respond to some of those concerns around the amount of available below market housing, and also just the questions of sustainability and giving people the opportunity to potentially have access to attainable leasehold housing in this property. Also, I'd like to thank staff, because there has been an enormous amount of thoughtful work in responding to what is a lot of work ahead, decades worth of work that are coming, between the deliberations that we're having with other levels of government regarding funding transit through rapid transit through the site, to all the details, including some of the concerns around the actual geography of the land itself. It is a historical land; it needs to be cared for, and we have to make sure that we really understand what's underneath the ground as we decide to grow and expand and develop that property. And I think it's quite clear the City of Vancouver is growing, and our aim here is to try and grow as sustainably as possible. And so, building sustainably is the responsible way to go forward. Mass timber was talked a lot about during this discussion today. Mass timber is an evolving building form. It is now being moved into the typology of towers and bigger buildings, but we know that is with that embodied carbon that is extraordinarily sustainable. I think that we will see schools, childcare, and rapid transit that will respond to the growth that is happening in this area. I realize that in these early days, it's hard to imagine with tens of thousands of new residents in here that won't change over time. It also is, I think this project is pivotal in helping us to forge that strong connection to UBC that has been lacking, and it will include what we see. UBC is a completely different place in the last sort of 10 to 20 years, and growing in a way that I think it is very sustainable, and I think that we will see the same thing in this transition with the Jericho lands. Views, I think, will be preserved. There was a reference to the fact that there will be views. There are going to be beautiful vantage points that will be on this property where people will be able to see the ocean, see the city skyline and the mountains. All of those things will be built into the way that this site is developed. The natural setting and the attention to detail in terms of making it beautiful, including the inclusion of First Nations artwork, I think is going to make this an absolutely beautiful neighborhood, and the fact that it is going to be car light. So like my colleagues here, I am enthusiastically supporting moving forward on this, but noting that this is very early days in this project. We will continue to make sure that we are taking into consideration all the requirements of building this site sustainably, and we'll continue to try and make sure that we get that rapid transit built out to the site as well. So with that, I will conclude my remarks, and we will then go to a vote on voting on the main motion. Kirby-Yung? There we go. So that passes unanimously with Councillor Montague absent for the vote. All right, so that concludes this item. Thank you again, everyone, for being here today and for the presentations. Okay, we do have more time on the clock, so we can now move to, so we are going to, we did reorder the agenda and we are going to go to item number, presentation number 2. And we talked about potentially referring item number 2. Oh, it's a postpone. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see that. Okay. So we do need a motion to postpone presentation number 2 to, sorry folks, I just want to lose quorum. Councillor Blythe, can make, oh, I have enough, okay. Here we have quorum. Okay. Motion to postpone, can I get a seconder? Seconder to, okay. So you're moving to postpone?
Yeah, but I need a date.
A date, oh.
February 6th? Yeah.
February 6th. Okay. We'll just take a moment to clear the room. All right, folks, we're going to keep going here. Councillor Dominato?
Thanks, Chair. I'm just going to move that we postpone report to the Climate Emergency Action Plan annual update to Wednesday, February 7th, which is a standing committee.
Have a seconder for that? Second. Councillor Carr, second. All in favor of postponing the item 2 to February 7th? Okay, all in favor? Yeah. Thank you, Doug. Excellent. Okay, that passes. All right. So now we will go on to, all right, I'm just going to find my script here. All right, we are now going to move to report 2, item 4. It is the 2024 budget adjustment related to risk mitigation of the hemlock looper moth in Stanley Park. Yes, yeah, we did, Councillor, we did. Yeah. Yeah, we had we did have the meeting going. All right, very good. So, Councillor Dominato, you are on the queue.
Chair, I understand that there is no presentation. It's just the report, so I'm happy to move the recommendations at this time.
Okay. Second, all in favor?
I think
there might be.
Okay. Okay. So I'll advance. So we'll hold that for a moment. Councillor Kirby-Young?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I have a question through you to staff, if I could, on this one. Yeah. And it's really around just a little bit around process. Obviously, we don't want to be in this position and we have to do the work, so I'm not questioning that, but I'm just looking to understand the comment that it was identified in the planning for the 2024 budget, but the report says the line item wasn't included. We just approved the budget in December. We're now getting this in our first session in January, and it says pending identification of a funding plan, but the funding plan was basically take it from reserve. So I'm wondering why we weren't able to integrate, and because the work is obviously imminent and important, why we weren't able to just bring that into the budget last month.
Yeah, thanks. And it's a very good question. So thanks for raising that. So we did indicate this in December that this particular issue was a risk to the 2024 budget. The challenge was timing of this. As you know, our budget development process essentially starts in July. And the draft budget is circulated to council well in advance of it being finalized. So at the time we were actually finalizing the draft, we did not have the details as to what the pace of expenditure would be in 2024. That was essentially finalized in parallel with the budget. So yeah, it's certainly not optimal, and we wouldn't be looking to come to you the first meeting in January with a significant adjustment like this. But that is the reason it was kind of being like I say, confirmed in parallel with the budget development process.
Okay. Do we have the opportunity in future for something like this when it happens? Like we do yellow memos at public hearing, for example, updates on significant or outstanding items, to do something like that as opposed to having to do this a bit more ad hoc?
We can, yes, and we would certainly look to do that in future wherever possible. Again, to some extent, part of the question was exactly the amount of expenditure that we needed to get council approved here. The funding source was one time, so it would have been essentially the same, but totally take the point, and we would look to, as much as possible, integrate this into council's budget decisions at the end of the year.
Okay, and then the last question was also just on timing, if I might, through you, Chair, just a quick follow-up. And that was around, it noted that the Park Board had engaged a professional forestry consultant in 2022. They did phase 1 in Q4 2023. It seems like if we are losing a large percentage of our trees and there's some urgency around that, I'm just wondering if we were really moving quickly enough in that process? Because given that the issue was identified in 2020, I know these are 2-year cycles. It's challenging. There isn't a cure. I appreciate there's a lot of work to manage that. But it did seem there was a period of time between identifying it, getting a consultant, and then actually implementing a plan.
I think thanks to the chair, certainly the extent and severity of this particular outbreak and the impact on the trees in Stanley Park is much broader than what was anticipated at the beginning. As you noted, as Councillor noted, these outbreaks are typically 2 years. This has now been 4 years. So it has had a much more of an impact than was anticipated at the start. I think we have also been wrestling with the scope of the work and the potential cost implications of it. So yeah, there was some time, and I think it's a legitimate question for us going forward around speed to get to this. There's a fair amount of complexity in the work in terms of being able to secure a contractor who would do it, working with the province around transportation impacts on the causeway and so on. But I take the point that there may have been opportunities for quicker action here, and that's something we can take back in terms of a kind of post hoc assessment of it.
Okay, thank you. I really appreciate that.
Okay, thanks very much. Is that all, Councillor?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, I just forgot to ask if any member wishes to declare a conflict of interest on this item. Okay, seeing none. All right, and I believe our one registered speaker has withdrawn. Is that correct? Okay, so that means we can take this, seeing no other speakers, we can take this to the voting panel. Like, okay, so that passes unanimously with Councillors Montague, Bly, and Boyle absent. All right, one moment here. Okay, so I believe, second here. All right, so are we Going to move into. Okay, so we have a motion and request for leaves of absence. Item A1. Is that correct, clerk? Okay, thank you. All right, so we have, this is motion 1, request to leave of absence. We have the following request. Councillor Boyle for civic business on February 1st, 2024 from 5 p.m. onwards. On February 7th, 2024 from 3:30 to 6:30 p.m. On March 13th, 2024 from 9 a.m. to noon. And for personal reasons on February 8th, 2024 from 6 p.m. onwards, and from July 1st until July 12th, 2024. Councillor Klassen for civic business on January 24th, 2024 from 10:30 a.m. to 2 p.m. Guess that one's gone by. On February 6th, 2024 from 8:30 a.m. to 4 p.m. to 4 p.m. and for personal reasons on February 29th, 2024 from 5 p.m. onwards. Councillor Meisner for civic business on January 25th, 2024 from 4 to 7 p.m. and on January 31st, 2024 from 6 p.m. onwards, and for personal reasons from April 10th until April 23rd, 2024. Councillor Dominato for personal reasons on February 6th, 2024 from 9:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on February 7th, 2024 from 4:30 p.m. onwards. Councillor Montague for personal reasons from April 15th to May 15th, 2024. Do we have a mover? Councillor Joe, second Councillor Meisner. Council, any discussion? All in favor? Carried. Okay, thanks very much. All right, that concludes this item on it. Can I have a motion to adjourn the standing committee? Second? Sorry, I didn't see it. Thank you, Councillor Dominato. All in favor? This meeting is adjourned. Standing committee portion of this meeting is now, we will now convene council with Mayor Sim as chair to deal with the recommendations and actions from today's committee meeting and to consider one bylaw.
Great, thank you very much. We will now convene in council to deal with the recommendations and actions from today's standing committee on policy and strategic priorities meeting. Clerk, can we have a roll call, please?
Mayor Sim in the chair. Councillor Carr. Councillor Kirby-Yung. Councillor Dominato. Councillor Bly, not here. Councillor Boyle, not here. Councillor Fry. Councillor Montague, not here. Councillor Klassen. Councillor Meisner. Councillor Joe.
Present.
You have quorum, Mayor Sim.
Great, thank you. We need a motion to adopt the standing committee's recommendations for presentations 1 and 2, reports 1 and 2, and council members' motions, motion 1. We move her. Great. Councillor Klassen, seconded by Councillor Joe. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Great. The motion carries unanimously. Would someone like to move a motion to adjourn the meeting? Councillor Meisner, seconded by Councillor Klassen. All those in favor say yay. Yay. All those opposed say nay. Great. The motion carries unanimously. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much.